uncle, a lad from Wakascape, I got a fucking orbital sander.
Of course you've got an orbital sander. I've got 2.
I just
Yeah,
have a
we've
high
got 2.
altitude
I ain't gonna
sander.
fucking borrow them though.
I have a general question for the class.
7.
Do you all know how you check if somebody's alive in the current state of ACE?
Try and drag them.
Yeah, you shoot them in the head.
You shoot them in the head, they're dead.
Yeah, that's
How do
true
you
as
do
well.
Anybody?
You see if you can drag
You
them.
can drag them or you can't drag them.
Very good.
There you go.
Very good, lad. Who the fuck said that?
Me,
Yeah,
I was a fucking
Nietzsche.
medic for a long ass time. I need this
Nietzsche,
shit.
conscript, oh my god, hero of the Soviet Union.
Graham, can I? Alright, I want to bitch about something for a minute. Do you know the
Oh.
second armor
Astral,
division?
no
You
drivers.
know those guys?
Prefer.
No, what? Oh, so you wait, hold on. What's going on?
I'd preferably not have player drivers.
Okay.
But remember, don't do anything stupid with the BMP. Just
Well, if I'm gonna be in it alone, I think I'm just gonna.
345th don't
Go
do
with
anything
the-
stupid
we'll see.
challenge.
Hang on, we got 9 people.
Impossible difficulty.
I mean, I don't know.
Gamers.
I kind of want to do some armored shit because
Yeah,
I haven't
Okay,
armored an
okay,
armor in a
well,
long
you
time.
can be driver if you want. That's perfectly fine.
Especially the challenge of don't do anything stupid in a BMP. My favorite one is I think during the second Afghanistan campaign. It might have been I think it might have been the first one.
Some unspecified Dutchman squeezed off 20 rounds on a hill.
No, this was better. Joe was driving, and he's got the shitty little viewport, and the vehicle commander, if I am not mistaken, was one punch.
Oh no.
And they're sitting on this cliff, and he tells Joe to advance. He's like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, you're good." He's like, "All right, I can't really see where I'm going too well." And they proceed to front flip it down a cliff, and it lands upside down. And Joe gets out of it, and we all walk over to him and say, "Excuse me, what the fuck did you do?" And then, as if on, he goes, "I didn't do shit." And then, as if on cue, Munch dismounts the vehicle. We see him. We say, "Oh, we understand what happened here." It was beautiful.
Astral, one big thing about the BMP-1,
Hello.
it has big round.
It overpressures
The big
things like a motherfucker.
I'll make sure not to overpressure the infantry.
You know
Good
how
lad,
you
good
know
lad.
how
And remember-
Because I have had several experiences where I've had that happen to me.
And remember, always make sure you're next to the infantry, even though they have radios, so you know where they are. I don't know. I don't remember who. I think he left the Discord after that. Somebody drove into the woods, completely alone, and then got encircled by like 5 AT teams.
Oh no!
you know how binary agents work in like chemical weapons and shit, right? It takes 2 inert chemicals, and only when they mix does it become. That's the 345th and BMPs. When the 2 of them mix, they just create stupidity on a level beyond human comprehension.
No. What I remember was on the first campaign I ever played with the 345th. It was us on. I think Stella made like an island nation, a Baltic island nation or something. And we were literally smashing down, like there were bunker positions with barbed wire about 5 meters in front of them. We used the BMPs filled with friendlies to bonk down the barbed wire and then had a full squad dismount. We also squeezed a round off just to hit the place.
Do you remember? I think it was like this probably third or it might even have been like the second 345th mission I ever played. It's Kill Me's 1989 highway one, and like within 5 minutes of mission start, half of the unit had driven the complete wrong direction. Then there were desync issues, and then when we finally unfucked ourselves and went in the correct direction, we had an Abrams with us, and at one point we like stopped to deploy over a crossroad and kind of figure out what the fuck was going on. Well, the Abrams, with a certain, I think it was Robin in the gunner seat, the Abrams managed to specifically roll up next to our HQ element and decide that was a great place to start just banging away with the 120mm. had overpressured the entire fucking platoon HQ or company HQ at that point. Yes, basically killed all of them with its overpressure. It was brilliant.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Good question. Yeah, what are slot
You're
deaths?
free to jump down to 3-2.
Alright.
I would suggest.
Hey, good question. Good question.
The end of that mission also
for the
involved
BMP,
a.
is there anything that it's in the vehicles? There's the little marker that shows you or helps you figure out where you are on the map, right? Because my land nav skills are
yeah, little crosshair.
fucking atrocious.
I think the GPS
And,
works in it anyway.
Okay, good.
Yeah, like, you most likely are gonna have a GPS because that's just how ArmA works.
So
Do you know
yeah,
how to enable that?
the end of that highway
Not
mission.
necessarily. If it's disabled, then I
all you
don't
have
know.
to do is press M, and you have 2 lines intersecting.
We had a.
that's what I was talking about.
You should, if you have
Okay.
that enabled,
Bracket.
you should also be able to press the bracket next to
Oh
the
yeah, brackets.
enter key. And you can the left one
Alright.
puts it on the left side
Right
of your screen.
control M, also.
So, Grim,
also,
you were suggesting? Yeah.
Select any slot you want in 3-2.
the end of that highway mission,
Alright.
where Robin
What the
overpressured
hell?
like
Uh,
everybody.
What
Yes.
We had a
Colors?
Mark 19 Humvee being used as a
What gun
Tachanka
you guys have?
A PCM.
because the motor
Good.
was shot out and the
Back
tires
it
all
up.
burst. So we had the one
Back
good
him.
vehicle we had left pulling this other Humvee along on tow
Well,
ropes.
this means somebody you
As a
might ride
Tachanka,
on
it
top,
was
but
fucking
that's how
incredible.
you ride it anyway.
Dipsies.
Nah, I'm inside that bitch. I want to sweat.
Yo.
Okay.
2017
I
era
would
345th
say-
missions were a hell of a vibe.
Ben, do you feel confident? Team leading and good man, Alex. Good man.
Inshallah. Oh, I just tapped it out.
Gecko, machine gun assistant, please.
I came to
Actually,
play with
no,
Alex.
you might want to be grenadier if you.
Let me see.
Grim.
Yeah?
The Discord notification that our event is at 2. Can we change the alert for that, or like maybe start putting it a little earlier? Maybe. Because I just got that notification.
The alert is me tagging everyone. So if you don't have everyone turned on, that's not my problem.
No, I do.
No.
but-
Like the actual like integrated alert or event system.
Anyways,
Huh. To be fair, it is 3
Isn't that what
alert.
you're talking about?
Hey, Koji.
I mean, I don't see that's a problem.
Okay.
So before we start, we got who's not in?
I think everyone is.
Okay, we got 13 people signed up, but Kill Me isn't here. Yeah. Okay. Before we start,
Oh, yeah, shit.
just so
okay.
y'all know,
I thought I might
in
have
case
fixed
y'all
that
don't
last
know,
night, but apparently not.
Ace is currently the way you look and see if somebody's alive or dead is if you can drag them. Okay.
That's how I've always checked it.
Yeah, isn't that how it's
Yes.
always been?
No. You used to be able to check by other means, but right now, if you can drag them, they're alive. Okay. So don't say anything about people being dead if you can drag them. Okay. Other than that, long time Gecko.
I like the way that you assume that that's us not knowing how the system works, rather than some of us making a very quick tactical decision about who and is not killed in action.
But it's not you who's supposed to make that.
I mean, I was gone
Okay,
for
we're
one mission,
loading through.
and you don't know who's dead.
Alright. Advice from a medic, just don't get shot, guys. Come on. It's not that hard.
True.
Simply
There you
move out
go.
of the way of the bullets.
Bullets cannot legally enter your
Oh
body.
yeah.
Hey, boiler.
So I fiddled a little bit with the T4 settings. So everybody who's supposed to have an intercom, okay, has to enable it in the vehicles, yeah? So that's Ace interact with the vehicle and enable crew intercom. And if you're not supposed to be there, don't get on the intercom, because it's very obnoxious, loud and distracting. Marshall, please select Grenadier in 3-2. I am gonna start riding reading the briefing. So, everybody please, quiet. Okay. Mission 7, breaking their backs. Location: 4 kilometers west of Virojoki on the Livonian-Russian border. Operation time is 0600 hours, June 30th, 1992. The landings at Hurpu and Sumari have both been practically neutralized by friendly artillery and spotters, meaning the Russians are cut off from resupply.
When do we want it?
Russian
Now.
forces
Choose a
already
bit taller.
landed have stalled in their attempts to move east and west, and we believe that they are instead focused their forces for an attempt to move north to cut off Route 5.
This is where we got squad wiped last
Mission:
week.
defend against the Russian attack and counterattack along Route 7.
This area down here.
Execution: move south towards the front line position and take up positions. Repel the Russian attack. Counterattack along the main road and along main roads and retake the R5, R56, and the R67 intersections marked on the map. Last objective is to push as far as you can south along Route 7. Equipment: we are a BMP-1 equipped group. We also have Iglas in our BMPs in case of air threats. Friendly forces. Friendly forces should be confined to the pre-marked positions, but as always, identify your targets that there might be partisans or other groups on the moving around. Enemy forces, mainly BTR equipped with some tank support. Helicopters are present, so stay alert. Civilian presence. Most have been evacuated, but as a precaution, make sure to only fire at buildings that you know have hostiles in them. Support. We have mortar support with roughly 2-minute call-in time, and howitzer support with roughly 5-minute call-in time. There's also resupply by truck. That is the briefing. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Some of the buildings on the map look pretty sparse. Is that have there been any potentially added or constructed since these maps were drawn up?
Negative. The map is relatively new.
Okay.
Either way, built up areas are don't worry about it. Anything else? Okay, Ben?
Right. So, it's quite simple, really. We're going to push down to the dismount marker. We're going to dismount. Infantry are going to head first. BMP is going to support them from the rear. And essentially, we're just going to keep pushing south until the intersection R5A, R6. We're going to engage anyone who engages us. And then we're going to move to the next intersection. Like, it's pretty simple. And please, God, if any of you get fucked up on land now, I'm going to shoot you myself. It's a straight fucking road.
It's the 345th. We're gonna get fucked up.
Any
on
questions?
Land now. And Ben knows it fucking as well as I do. This is going to be about a 5-hour stream today, guys. I have class after this.
Going through, gentlemen. Good luck.
We'll be playing the mission, and then we'll do a couple hours of flying in DCS. Probably helicopters today. And then I'll be going to class. And then I'll be rushing this afternoon to finish the assessment, which I was supposed to complete over the weekend. Because ADHD meds help me finish things I start. They do not help me start things that I need to finish.
Responding with our weapons pointing directly at it.
Yep. Isn't that good?
So real fun. Yeah.
No.
I love FPS. Yep. I have 30.
Wow.
Alright, my team here is yellow. Alex's team is green.
Yeah,
Green.
Wait, which am I?
Cookie,
Yellow.
Marshall, and...
What the fuck?
Alex, would you like...
I have 80. Oh wait, we're
Miss
talking
or
about
Miss?
FPS,
Would you
not
want
IQ.
more or...
Uzipnik.
Give me in the ops.
It wasn't me.
Independent operations.
Yeah, you can have them as like a little, as a little stronger platoon element.
Yeah.
Ben, I don't have you on Steam, do I?
Nicky, are you asking a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Squad leader is Alec.
Yeah,
I am the
don't
team
have no
leader.
Steam, do you? Yeah,
Okay.
You are medic, so just join yellow. Ognian, you come green because they already have a MG man.
Right.
Nice.
Alright.
Hello, exam.
Yes.
Excellent
Hello.
Marshall.
Ready for this?
Slavic. No, I'm not.
Oh, you guys.
But
Yeah.
You are Slavic.
You are Slavic now, yeah.
Western.
So then I should be on 40 and like... I should be on 40,
What the
right?
hell?
You are Slavic now.
Okay.
Yes.
Chance in game.
What does I do?
You will now live in a commie.
Ben, check Discord a sec.
Mashallah.
No, bro.
Hey, which BNT are we loading up into?
This is Azzy on 40, Harry.
Apparently, Muslim.
Which one do
I
we
can't believe ARMA.
Yes. Into the ass.
Oh, I don't have Ria.
Alec?
Natural.
Are we going on 4-1?
Second one.
Which one?
Do you have a handheld?
Yeah.
Hey bro.
The fun thing about the 345th and LAN nav, actually, since Ben brought it up, is that even if you are normally pretty decent at LAN nav, and I know I've had a few moments on stream and DCS, but I am usually pretty fucking good at LAN nav. Like, in real life, I was probably one of the better guys in my platoon at it. It's one of the few things I was actually good at. Even if you're shit hot at LAN nav, when you are in a leadership position, it is so difficult to concentrate with these monkeys running around behind you that, like, you lose all ability to read a map. It's quite incredible. If you don't have any innate LAN nav capability to begin with, like, for instance, if you're Stella and you don't know which way the map goes, I love you, Stella, but you know, please stop walking us into Chechen ambushes. It gets like 10 times worse. I think once or twice I attempted to do like squad leader stuff in 345th, and it went horribly because I straight up could not focus. Oh, I got in the wrong seat. Hang on.
I sit inside.
Fuck, I don't want.
Every time I go to get in a fucking seat, someone takes it.
I know, right?
New development.
I guess I'm inside.
Yes.
Guess you have to land nav.
Oh no.
Awesome.
Can I swap seats with someone outside since I have streamer privilege?
Yeah.
I have video.
Alright, wait one.
as well.
You're the kid.
Alright, what are we doing?
Thank you.
War.
Now I get to catch a bullet in the first ambush, as is tradition.
Right.
No, you need to go.
And no one will see my stream anyway, because it'll just be a black screen.
You know where you're going, don't you?
Vaguely, yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah, just fucking...
My brother in Christ, it's one road.
Hit the road soon, nice.
Alright, we're moving.
Yeah, I know, right, Cotty?
Right.
Or just a 50 cal bullet, which means it doesn't care if I'm inside or not. Uh-huh. What? No. Bro, I picked the marksman slot like twice ever in my time in the 345th. Fuck off.
I'm just trying to pull a bingo board, man.
Make a better bingo board next time.
You're gonna pay me 10 euros and I remove that stuff from the bingo board.
Alright, Ross, if you heard it, he needs 10 euros.
Aren't you? Alright, go for it. $10.
Ross needs euros, that's what they use in this thing.
Probably.
Isn't the euro like 99% of the US dollar right now, though?
Yeah, but basically the same.
Look, to convert to either of those currencies would involve me emptying my entire bank account.
I don't
I missed the days where the Australian dollar was like stronger than the US dollar for almost a year. It's amazing.
Why is it turn asking?
I bought so much shit on eBay when that happened. Just like wake up, here's something which I don't really need, but why not?
Wait, is Ross Australian?
I live in Australia.
Oh my god. You really? You seriously don't know?
No.
I mean,
Good on you for not saying
I'm a citizen, but like I wasn't born here.
He is.
Well, I didn't know because I did not think that was as big as it is.
More than
I love my Australian. Is it a...
Oh, that's a great sign. Hey, look, it's the same type of vehicle we're riding, but blown up.
Ben, are you squatting?
Wait, what? So hold. Dismount here, fuck it. We'll do it early.
Dismount!
As you'll hold.
Am I taking the right? Alec, what am I doing? Right side of the road. Gotcha, green team. Move right side of the road.
Hey Ben, do you have eyes on that ambush over there to the southeast?
I'll take far left. Hold here.
I'm a little scared to get closer to it in case there's UXO or something, but I suppose it's
I see
probably
dead bodies.
safe enough.
Looks like our people. Fuck yeah. Where's the bodies? Where the bird there? Where the hole there, man? Birds. Roadman. Yes. Here in the ends of London. Pussy hole. Fucking you little immigrant gecko. Get out of my country, gecko. I only speak London, man. He moved to Brazil.
Because he is project.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how it works.
On the move.
The same shit happens here. It takes like one generation worth of integration, and then the people who are previously being fucking discriminated against and being immigrants are discriminating against immigrants. It's an incredible process. I've witnessed it firsthand.
Oh yeah.
So you can actually quantify the amount of years it takes for a human being's like self-awareness to completely dissipate into the ether.
I've got rocks up ahead actually. Hey, change my fucking radio.
Catch up to these guys a little. How many explosive NDs? Astonishingly no NDs, even though the entire fucking unit spawned in with their rifles raised and pointed at a friendly helicopter. Yeah, we didn't have a single person let off a round in spawn today, which I'm kind of worried about. I'm going to take that as a bad omen, because with these guys it basically is. However, we're mech inf this mission. We're advancing down a road because we're in fucking essentially Finland, terrain-wise. So we have like a single fucking highway, which is not even fucking marked, let alone multi-lane. Somehow a highway. And we just came upon a bunch of blown up BMPs, which is kind of like, I guess, pertinent to us since we are also riding BMPs, and you know, seeing your own type of vehicle fucking blown up with bodies strewn across the road around it is slightly disheartening. There's a medic right in the first rank. No, that's a medic in front of me. Look, he's position number 3. He's not the point man, he's 2 men back. That's an improvement compared to usual. Stay behind me, Nechi, since you're medic.
Yep. I've been trying not to get shot.
Copy.
You're doing well then, better than most 345th medics.
I built the second armor division before, so I'm pretty good at not getting shot.
There's infantry just on the other side of this hill bearing 200 from our
We got plenty of
position
time to work
northwest.
on that skill, don't worry. Give it a couple months and you'll be getting domed in the first seconds of contact like the best of us. Oh shit, hello, speak of which.
Behind this rock. On me. Green team, are you good?
Spread out a bit just in case. I'm having some AGS 30 fucking PTSD from the last mission.
I see one.
Yeah. If you can shoot him in the head, do it.
Right there on that hill, bearing 221. Oh no, 201.
Hey guys, right here. Come climb up here. Get some cover here.
Crap, I'm going behind you.
Are we sure about this, since shots appear to be coming from the left as well?
Yeah, I see them. They're right there.
I hear voices right under us. Literally right under us. Fuck. Oh, that's a good noise. Someone has angrified it. Someone has very much angrified the BTR.
Ross, watch there. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I saw movement that way. Yeah, they're flanking us. They're flanking us.
I'm moving down before I take any more damage.
So that machine gunner.
Stoppage!
Okay.
Back in.
No, we're good for now.
Machine gunner's down. There's more to the right.
Right of the rock?
Fuck me. I didn't even see him.
The right and left of that.
I knew where he was, but I couldn't see him. He must have had like
Ross is down.
2 pixels of his fucking rifle poking out behind a tree.
Get down off this rock.
Me and my magnetic fucking helmet. Is this against Russia? Yes. Topical.
I'm covering. Get Ross up.
Get Ross.
Ready or Not's adding dynamic stress and better AI targeting and movement soon. From my experiences playing Ready or Not with people so far, stress is already in that game in large quantities. It's fine.
Here, I'm gonna hit you.
Can I swap helmets with someone else? I think somebody left this one too close to a magnet.
Yeah, you want mine? I like to stand up for one now.
More on the right.
Hey, Ross, move up.
Yeah, hang on. Stoppage. How are you on ammo, Seymour?
Good for now.
I can't aim worth a shit, just a heads up. My arm's fucked. Times like this, I wish I had a GP so I could just fucking lob one over there. I haven't played Radio Not for quite a while, actually, relatively speaking, so I should do that again sometime. Bit of the old propaganda. I need to fucking do High Fleet again at some point as well. Maybe like next Monday before class or something, we'll do some High Fleet if someone reminds me, because I won't remember. For the long stream over the... oh yes. For the long stream over the weekend, I'll probably do some MiG-19 on Enigma server.
Cool.
Because CNN's issued a challenge regarding a kind of balance proposal I had. So we're going to see how we go with the R3S and guns, and then we're going to see how we go with guns only for 10 sorties each and compare them. I don't think I'll get through all 10, you know, all 20 sorties in a day, obviously, but you know. Oh, my arm's not fucked, my torso's fucked. I guess it's just the pain that's making me unable to aim. Hello. I got shot in the first engagement again.
Is this fucking second steam?
Alright, boys. Are you okay?
Hey, Super.
Yeah, I'm getting out.
Next inf is, I think, an AUG again. And then just try to,
I'll need a pack when you're available, Netchy.
Hey, next to you on the medic, right?
Yeah, I'm medic.
Yeah, lovely. Right, you see the something now. Right, fucking Ross.
Yeah, we need more heavy radar SAMs for both teams.
Yo. Oh, fucking fantastic, huh?
They are, yes. Fucking R23 model looks pretty shit hot too.
How's yellow? How are y'all doing?
They do, like, the thing is,
He's doing fine, just taking a minute.
it's a small group of people that are abusing the flight modeling issues. I mean, obviously, pretty much everyone accidentally abuses the low speed, or sorry, low altitude speed. That's, you know, whatever, I expect that. I do it by accident sometimes, it's hard not to. But the high altitude shit is really deliberate, and it's only a couple people doing it. And it's not even fun, like, the whole fun of the Viggen is flying in the weeds at high speed, following the fucking radar and the nav
Ross.
system. Uh-huh.
Timo, just stay on these rocks.
We're being engaged from the west. We're being engaged from the west.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Adjust fire left 10 meters. Keep going, keep going. Oh, okay. Yell out when you need another belt. They're moving right to left. Walk it left a bit. Yeah, keep pummeling that area. I'll put another belt in your backpack for you.
Yeah, I'll switch this one.
Right, boys, y'all wanna do
Two in your backpack.
Cool, thank you.
Wait, is Alec up?
Hello?
Yeah,
Alec
Alex
up.
up. In fact, we have a squad lead, Alex.
Alex is fucking pushing contact. If you want to hold here, make sure
We
when he
have
comes over
like
the ridge, give us a
10
warning.
Alexes
We're
in the
gonna go
unit.
back
I'm
to
one of them.
medic.
So if you call out Alex, like at least 5 people will say yes in any given mission.
God damn it.
It's wonderful.
Cause like, he was like, "All right, your squad leads Alec." I'm like,
I'm so
Alex?
sad. I'm so sad that I only have 3 today. Alright, Demo, Nechi, watch south and southeast.
We need to
They're pushing contacts to the west.
we need to start a fucking targeted recruitment drive for more people named Alex.
One time on one of Kilme's videos, someone said, "Oh, how do I join you?" And I asked, "What is your?" I said, "Is your name Alex?"
We need Alex's and we need Bradley's. That'll be like the final form of the 345th. It's just one company of people called Alex and a fucking like additional platoon of Bradleys.
I did like it when we had Million, and Melon. It was good.
Millen and Melon.
No, Million and Melon.
We have Millen. We had a Melon and a Million as well.
Yeah.
That's why you just call Max Max. Makes it a bit simpler.
Get a mix and get a max.
I think we're gonna be mounting up.
Were you mounting up?
Probably. We've been told to press an attack.
There was also another Ross, rest his soul, but I don't think I ever met him.
Then you up?
He, like, I'm not joking here, he died in a fucking hurricane, like, was it a really bad hurricane, like
There's
fucking
an SVD
2017 or 2018 or something in the US? We found out about, I think, a week or two afterwards.
We're ready to mount up.
So that kind of sucked.
Mount up, mount up.
Don't worry, I'm getting the secure location in the BMP.
No, I want to go inside.
There we are. So a secure location for medic.
Oh shit, wrong seat!
Yes,
Okay,
right
can I
next
see?
to the cannon barrel.
Oh, I don't want to be trying to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to warm up.
There we go.
Hang on, I'm swapping
This is
seats.
the best spot for the platoon medic.
Well, no, I'm not. Oh my
Hey,
god,
two
what?
medics on the front.
Yeah.
What seat do you want to be in?
An outside one. Hang on. As soon as
Roger
ArmA
that.
stops fucking me around. Hey, there we go. I'm on. Last man.
Hell yeah.
I can only
God, we haven't had a clown car in ages.
Alright, we're good to move?
Yeah.
Technically, any vehicle with the 345th in it's a clown car.
We're going to hit it in second, it's not R5, R6. We're jumping off of that one, and we're going to push on with on the hoods. One team on one side, one team on the other. One team's going to hold back with the MP, we're going to quickly after whatever.
Sir, yes, sir.
It depends what the threat is.
Throw it back, private!
It also depends what the IFV is.
Follow me, turn left on the road. And then the next little small intersection, we're going to jump off there.
Yeah, it also does depend on that. Uh-huh.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, dismount.
Smoke.
Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Alec, where we going? Okay, green team right. Green, oh, never. Get out of here. One, 172.
165. Both sets of the road. Guys on me, guys on me.
Green team, on Alec. Fall back. To the northeast. Green team,
Hey,
northeast. Northeast,
Uh-huh.
green team, northeast.
Okay, never mind.
There's a BTR.
Gecko, your back blast is not clear.
Clearing. 175. Obscured by a bush.
I don't think so. I mean, if you had a big enough fucking... You know what? Technically, it probably is.
BTR right there.
I'm not sure how much a BTR 60 weighs. The BMD's what, like 7 tons? BMP1 is 13 tons from memory. So I think the cutoff, like the threshold's about 9 or 10 tons.
Squad on me.
But it's also a size constraint. I think the BTR 60 may be too physically large, regardless of weight.
Oh, never mind.
For a fucking IL-76 anyway. Certainly for a fucking N12 or something.
Okay.
10.3 tons, yeah. I don't know. It's, I mean, with the right setup, it could be. I just don't think the Soviets ever actually did it.
Heading in a direction of like 162. There was like multiple trenches there. I don't know if you guys saw it.
The Russian and more generally Slavic habit of sitting on the outside of an IFV or APC is kind of an old thing, and I think it's partially rooted in Soviet doctrine. Like, Soviet doctrine was to be inside the vehicle, because it was expected you'd be moving through an irradiated area, right, during World War III. That's why the BMP, BMD, whatever, and BTR all exist, so you have a fucking CBRN-protected environment that you roll through, and you only deploy outside the vehicle if you absolutely have to clear a fucking position. However, having said that, more traditionally, your actions on contact would be to just fucking bail from the vehicle and fight on foot. And it was a lot easier to bail from the vehicle if you're all on the outside than it is to all spill out the back of a BMP while it's on the move, which is how it was doctrinally supposed to be done.
By the BTR.
And in particularly, like, lower intensity warfare, riding on the back became very much more a thing, because it provided a bit better situational awareness and a bit quicker response time if you had to jump off the vehicle.
Yeah, 200, those trenches. 201. Alright, I see them. Alright, they're still up. Let them going down.
Yeah, Cotty, that is true. That is true. Oh, for fuck's sake! Not again.
Ross is down.
Hey, Lakayla.
Keep the fire up, keep the fire up.
Behind the dirt.
Alright.
Loading.
Copy.
Scott's about the size of BTR. The Scott is slightly taller from memory.
Head eyes, Ross.
Fucking this up. He's got a machine gunner.
Oh, you're gonna get up quick. Alright, yeah, let's keep you the fuck
So
up,
it
bud.
seems like the rest of the enemies are gonna be behind the bushes. 182.
Can't hit this guy.
Alright, watch and shoot. I won't have taken any fire. Watch and shoot.
Fuck's sake, not again!
Never mind, we are taking fire.
I'll need a pack, by the way.
Okay.
When my sister went down to Supernova in Sydney, like 5-6 years ago, and I had to go with her because she was still, she was like 15 or 16 at the time, I think. They had a fucking Scott down there set up with a LAN in the back, so people could play fucking Battlefield 3. It was pretty cool. No, Battlefield 4, because Battlefield 4 was just coming out then, I think.
Packing fast.
Yellow on me, come on.
I'm packing him.
Green team spread out a little, green team spread out a little. Grab a position.
Let's go yellow.
Pushes, but
Copy. Green. Push with us.
on the way. Alright, green, follow on.
Oh yeah, Brad. Yeah, totally. I've been shot twice already, and we're, like 20 minutes into the mission. On the other hand, BMP hasn't fucking overpressured us yet. Alec, there's a fucking rock in front of you, get to it.
We just aggroed these guys. Green, push, push, push.
Green pushing.
Me being all tactical.
That left one, I think, still has someone in it.
Hey, Hart. I don't know, dude. 345th patches are pretty much the same thing as a clown costume. Let's be real here. It always it tickles me that we took the name of probably the single most competent and well-respected Soviet airborne unit, and that's the name we roll with, and we're just like fucking monkeys. Absolute monkeys. It's a beautiful contrast.
There's an enemy on the right, in the trench.
Then east side's been cleared.
You're out of, shit. I can't hear you. You might need to go to yelling.
Oh, okay. I was asking if that was a friendly up there in the trenches.
Yeah. I don't know.
Ross, I got a gun for you.
I'm good.
over here.
Fuck.
Oh my god! Frag out.
For fuck's sake.
Ross, did you just get legged?
For fuck's sake.
Again. Or cursed. Ross is down.
Oh, man. I should have just thrown a fucking grenade, honestly. I'm also getting low on ammo.
We'll just turn off the fucking...
My basic training with Lyra's group, I blew up the... Yeah, I remember you showed me the fucking video of that. That was fucking hilarious. Thermite grenade plus grenade box equals comedy.
Enjoy the taste of real pets
Heart,
without being a fat fuck.
would have been about probably 6 months ago now. We had a mission where we were playing as Russians in the 90s, and I decided to roleplay it a bit. So I was looting watches from every enemy I came across. So I had like a collection of about, I don't know, like 6 or 7 watches. And I went up to Baby Alex, who's... We have like I was saying earlier, we have seriously a whole squad's worth of people called Alex, including myself. Anyway, I went up to Baby Alex, who's the younger Bulgarian one. Not Russian Alex, who is the other squad leader you can hear talking today. And I was like, hey, Baby Alex, you want to see something cool? And I went to open my inventory to take the watches out and put them on the ground in front of him to show him, but I accidentally fucking, like, I just had a moment and forgot we were playing ArmA 3 instead of ArmA 2. And this is like, I haven't played ArmA 2 for about 10 years, just for context, so I don't even know how I did this. But I brain farted, and I pressed G. So I'm just like, hey, Baby Alex, you want to see something cool? And just fucking threw a live grenade at his feet.
Yeah, they were close. They were literally like 20 feet from your position.
Which, to say the least, did not go down well. And I don't think he's trusted me ever since. Which is understandable, really. Yeah. We have our moments here.
Is Ben up? Or is Bill gone?
I don't know.
I would like to stop getting shot. That would be nice.
I've lost a lot of amount of blood. Is there any way that I can give myself more blood?
Yeah, accent is down too, so...
Honestly, the thing is, like, I've unbound it since then. That was the incident which led to me unbinding the grenade button, but it was very useful having a button that just quickly yeets a fucking grenade in whatever direction you happen to be looking, honestly.
The colours are starting to fade, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of miss having that button. Because there have been a few times where I've needed to just hurl a grenade in a hurry to get someone's head down, and, ooh, speak of which, and I haven't been able to do it quickly enough because, you know, Shift G is a bit clunky to hit with gross motor skills. Was that an ND, or is that them actually throwing at us?
It's more like one is
Ross up.
like it? Okay.
All 4 up.
I'm gonna need a pack though. I'm pretty fucked.
Platoon guys, do a head count. I don't know how many of them you have.
Am I now a POW?
Oh shit! Yeah, infantry northeast, northeast. Seymour, come to me. Northeast, northeast. Light him up. Stoppage. 1 mag.
Yeah, I know.
Now I'm gonna need a new weapon. Do we have VZ58 mags in the vehicle?
Excellent is here, yeah, so everyone's here, it's just excellent is down.
Hey, do we have VZ58 mags in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking reload if you need to.
I can't fucking vault to get over this. Fuck me. Oh, Jesus.
Pop around with HU.
Get down, get down.
Why is he in a fetal position?
I would be too if I were him.
I need a trench around me if you can. If not, I can. I just come around.
Netchi, I know shit's going off right now, but I'm gonna need a pack so I can actually get back out of my fucking trench at some point. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Alright, Alec, I'm packing you.
9 seconds.
No, pack Ross, not me. Alright, Simo, as soon as I get done packing him, I'm gonna heal you, okay? Alright, let's do GFO.
He's packed.
Thank you.
Press up and we're moving out of these trenches.
I'm gonna run down and grab some mags. Hey, BMP, I'm next to you. I'm next to you. Do not move in a hurry. Okay, you're good. To answer that question, great timing on that, Hawk. Great timing. But yes, to answer that question, we do, and so do they. Funny you say that, Hart, because one of the major operators of the F-104 was the German Navy. Not just the Luftwaffe, but the Marineflieger as well.
One dot left.
I'm gonna be honest. Whenever we're coming up on that hill, you know Marshall and all them?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know those were friendlies.
Oh my.
Yeah, I kinda saw that.
Ogden, you can resupply the BMP, yeah?
Yes,
What?
yes.
You burst the living shit out of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone who has
About
full mags
80%
and isn't
polar.
working on medicing, keep eyes out east and southeast.
Oh, no, that's not take.
Watching east.
Give bullet. Yeah, bullet required.
What's the status on that?
Simo, I grabbed you another 3 boxes, by the way.
Ben in the vehicle? Ben is not in the vehicle.
So I have 2.5 right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got 3, so just yell out when you need me.
Will do. Marshall. Marshall sent you a message.
I didn't mess him up.
Helicopter.
I've been getting people up.
Get the sticks, get the sticks.
It's already gone.
Where's the
It's already gone. Perhaps we should not draw its attention,
basically.
considering we're still in the same grid square the mortars was just landing on then. That's you know, I just like to remind everyone that those were very accurate mortars, and it's very easy for somebody to just say, add 100, left 50. Repeat.
Breath beat.
I need a medic.
Yep.
Able to patch me up? With the love?
Yeah, I got eyes on. Do you still need me?
No, I just grabbed you
Oh,
because
man.
I wasn't sure what the status on the platoon lead was.
Okay.
Whenever you have a high heart rate,
Oh, there's a chopper!
I don't even see it because the fucking trees. Oh, there it is. It's behind.
We're fucking pushing the east, northeast.
Right, squad.
We're gonna stay within eye shot of the fucking road, but far enough that we can fucking disappear if we need to. As we were holding just so we can see the road, mates.
I feel like
We're
if
not
that
going to
artillery
shoot
gets any more accurate, we're going to disappear, alright?
Whatever the fuck he is. Yeah, I think he's on the back.
Section over here, or team, I guess. We've got about a single squad's worth. So, was it 2 teams of 4?
Who's falling behind? Who's that little boy?
Road crossing.
There's third girl on the server.
Is what you'll never be.
Yeah, more or less. We're trying to push down a major road by fucking northern standards, so, like, yeah. We're trying to push down a road that the Russians have been advancing along and cut them off. So we're mech inf, single mech inf squad, because numbers are a little short today. Oh my god. The artists have been at work again. So yeah, we're pushing down this road. I'm not entirely certain where we are, if I'm honest, because shit jumped off so early in the mission. I think we're coming down this road here, so I think we've cut the corner on that intersection, but I'm not actually
Green
certain.
team is going mosquito swatting.
Because that's where that ambush had been spotted. So that's where we took the first
Nope,
contact,
they
was
fired
those
all their
rocks
rockets
there.
right on me.
I don't fucking know, dude. I'm lost. A rocky clearing there, so... Aircraft, aircraft, aircraft! Hind.
Get to ground, get to ground.
Oh, missiles out.
Bit of the old desync there. Oof. Well, Seal, you've missed several traumatic events already, so perhaps it's better for your mental health that you were late today. It's been one of those missions so far. I've been shot 3 times, including in the opening engagement of the mission, as is tradition lately, and then twice within about 30 seconds later on.
Retinal surgery, and he has this really
It's funny because, like, ever since I've
It's like a
become
big
a
You keep swatting
big
at it,
streamer
thinking
with
it's a
like
fly.
more than 3 viewers, I get shot constantly in missions. Back when nobody actually watched my streams, I think there's like an entire campaign where I didn't even get hit, let alone downed. Like, I was just really stupid lucky.
Does look like the main road to you?
Then again, that was also...
That's a dirt road.
That was also when we had fixed squads, and I was in ArmA, which was made up of every actual ex-military person in the 345th, and every person that could read a map. So ArmA almost never ended up in fucked up ambushes, and Boris usually caused fucked up ambushes. So I feel like they just took all of our bullets in addition to their own.
There you go.
My favorite memory... Actually, you know what? I don't have a favorite. It's too hard to pick one. But one of my favorite memories of having fixed squads was the time Boris walked into the minefield they had laid 5 minutes earlier. Literally walked into their own minefield and mass cased themselves. And then had to report it over the radio to me because HQ had been popped by a single angry man with an RPG on his way back from morning prayer. That was the second Afghanistan campaign. The other big Boris moment that gets me is we were doing an airfield attack. So we had like a... Back in late 2017, early 2018, we had a campaign that was based on the Russian involvement in Syria. It was fictionalized, but very obvious where the inspiration was from. And we had this attack as paratroopers. We dropped in as VDV. There was going to be an attack behind enemy lines on this airbase, which was full of US-supported rebels. And we were under strict orders not to shoot the American advisors. Well, Boris, God rest their souls, in possibly the only time a member of Boris Squad ever hit what they were actually aiming at with an RPG, the opening shot of the engagement, as we surrounded the airbase, was Boris fucking just yeeting a thermobaric RPG into an entire fucking platoon of US Marine, like, Force Recon advisors who were piss-bolting to get in their C-130 so they could fuck off because they knew that there was an attack coming. Squad wiped them.
Ross, you're to the earshot of this, aren't you?
I'm talking, so if you guys are saying anything spicy, it probably can't be heard over me, thank Christ.
Good.
Anyway.
They are talking spicy.
Are they ever not? So, yes.
Yeah, but this isn't like the
then on top of that...
mayonnaise spicy, this is like... Vegemite.
On top of that, the C-130 did get its engine started and taxied and took off. And some absolute Chad in Boris yelled out, "There's a plane, shoot it!" And even our Chom, who would normally not get involved in Boris stupidity, even our Chom had their fucking single neuron activated, and I'm not joking, the entire unit, which was like company strength at this point, well, maybe not company strength, but like it was over platoon strength, the entire unit of like 40 or 50 some people just stopped what they were doing and turned and just mag dumped on the C-130.
Yeah, I'm gonna reform now,
And we found out after the mission that one of them was actually a good shot and hit the pilot in the head. The pilot was unconscious for the first roughly 30 seconds of climb out, and it was the Christmas miracle that the plane didn't crash, and the co-pilot took over before it did.
Yeah, I'll just
Like,
grab your lads
just-
against the line, we'll hold behind.
Anyone have any guesses?
Boris Squad, man.
Grenade.
772.
What can you see? If you see
We're
a
next to a... I think I might have a... Hang on, wait. I was gonna say I think I might have an idea where we are, but I actually don't
no,
know.
I know where we are. It's a believe I do. I fucking hope.
Nope, because that's a paved road, and we are not on a paved road.
I know where we are. Yeah.
Oh, who's that in front of us?
Oh no, we are on a paved road. I'm fucking... Holy shit.
Yeah, see?
Somebody moving.
He's an armed civilian.
He's an armed civilian. Everyone put your guns down. I'll go talk to him.
It's a bus. It's a civilian bus. That was another classic Boris moment, by the way. It's a civilian bus. So, Altus campaign. We're playing as 1970s VDV. We've basically completed all our objectives. This is the first mission I ever played with these guys. Literally the first time I ever played with these guys. And it's right at the end of the mission. We're holding a position on a hilltop outside.
Because there's like
what is it?
4 or 5 magazines.
Chalikeo or something. It's one of the towns in kind of the southeastern part of Altus, or like southern part of Altus. Southeast of the airbase, put it that way. Chalikeo or Chalikeo, whatever it's called. We're holding the hilltop there, looking down the road. There's a fucking there's a Greek ammunition dump. So we're fighting the Greeks. It's a Greek ammunition dump down the hill from us, and we're just watching over it because we've, you know, we pretty much secured the area and we're just waiting for orders. Fucking bus comes up the road. Max gives the order in a very sarcastic tone of voice. It's a civilian bus, gun him down. And fucking Eski, one of our Finnish guys, without missing a fucking beat, the second Max is finished saying gun him down, you just hear a fucking full 45 round mag of RPK let rip on the bus. And the entire unit simultaneously just like goes, no, it's these guys.
Machine gunner assistant.
He fucking wiped that bus.
You can just
so the bus stops and starts pouring out smoke in the middle of the ammo dump. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that half of the fucking unit suddenly have their neuron activate. Oh no, civilian casualties, we must go rescue them. And so they all fucking get up from their position overwatching the ammo dump and go fucking booking it down the hill on foot to the bus to drag people out of it. Except they forget that, like, 2 minutes beforehand, the reason we're overwatching the ammo dump is because we just rigged it to blow on a fucking 3-minute timer.
Right, down the road is 25 guys, 1 times BTR.
So then the guys that are still in the overwatch position begin firing over their heads to get their attention, which then causes them to start fucking, like, freaking out and hunkering down in the position that's wired to blow in the middle of a fucking ammunition dump. By some Christmas miracle, although Eski's aim was true, he did not actually kill anyone, so all the civvies are just, like, milling around the bus, wounded and fucking, like, traumatized.
And then come from the south and attacking from the south.
Anyway, the guys that ran down to the bus, they got back about 10 seconds before the fucking timer went off. Like, just, what the fuck, man? My first mission with these guys, that was the moment I knew I was playing with the right group. It was just a fucking clusterfuck. I think there's like 4 or 5 individual fucking highlights, not even clips, but highlights from that mission on this channel.
Yeah.
Like, it was that kind of mission. It was a fucking, like, dumpster fire in the best way possible, but we still achieved the mission.
Alright, squad, rally up.
Olivia, this is Gabriel 3 actual.
And what made it even better, being my first mission with these guys, is that, I got peer pressured into being attached to HQ, platoon HQ, or company HQ, sorry, because we had like a lot more people each mission then. So I was attached to company HQ as a sapper. Me and Gilson were logging RPGs as the company sappers. And I had not had a lot of practice with the RPG at that point, so I wasn't very confident in my ability to hit shit with it. Me and Gilson were fucking dead-eyed dicks with our RPGs that mission. Like, holy shit, we were doing really well with the RPGs. But it also meant I was privy to every clusterfuck that happened because I was within earshot of company HQ at all times. Including the time when it became such a clusterfuck I started singing the Soviet anthem, ironically, and accidentally drowned out half of a very important radio message.
Man, I'm alive.
What? Oh shit.
Before I crashed. Well, why is my FPS so
yeah, just within 50 meters of that area,
my game and I made it better.
Swash it.
Did it work?
But yeah, so that was my first mission. That was before I got assigned to Artyom. I got assigned to Artyom because I pulled some strings. So I'd played with a couple of people from 345th before. Gilson used to run Yeah, Anti-Stasi, but it was like old Anti-Stasi that only just released, I think.
Yeah,
He was running like
how many rounds do we
Invade
have?
and Annex before that, but then once Anti-Stasi released, we switched to that. So Gilson would run little Anti-Stasi group sessions, and so I'd played with Millen and Stella before, and I think Staines, but I hadn't played with anyone else from 340. Oh, Kill Me as well, I think, but I hadn't played with anyone else from 345. So I knew a couple of people. I hadn't met Brant yet. So my first meeting with Brant was literally like the first mission where I was attached to his fucking company HQ element. But yeah, through the glory of nepotism, I got myself into Artyom, and so the first roughly 2 years of me being in this unit were very easy because we were the competent unit that knew what they were doing.
Right, firing now, so start moving. Go on, moving.
Let's go,
We're moving.
Bearing 120.
Green team. Platoon, we're holding behind.
Clusterfuck, I guess.
Marshall.
Yes.
Just stay behind the fucking squad one. Just keep a bit of base space between us so we know who's here.
This is my rate of fire selector, points at magazine pouch.
You heard that, Alex?
Yeah, I heard that. I don't know what he said.
He heard it. He simply chose to ignore it.
I don't know what he said.
345th moment.
Alex, either or. Whoever has a radio and has the ability to say, shoot.
Do you acknowledge the order? Yes. Did you understand the order? No. Are there any questions? No. Hey, Saber.
Look at this shit, mate. Look at it. We're like fucking AI.
Man, 200 meters, southeast.
Nah, we're not like AI. We don't shoot good enough.
Yeah. Fucking trash.
I'm gonna disable fucking vegetation on my client so I can just shoot enemies through bushes.
Coward.
Fast mover.
Alec, half the fun. Jesus Christ. Half the fun, Alec, is bushes that look like men from a distance, and you can't quite tell.
I can't fucking slow walk.
Back when Unsung was still just an Arma 2 mod, I remember playing a mission in that, and like it was legit so fucking stressful because every single fucking bush looked like it was a dude waiting to ambush me.
The house is firing now, so wherever the land, that's where we're heading.
Oh, how reassuring.
Land now.
Alright, green team 113.
I hope that
Wait, you just followed me.
I hope that your positional fucking data was accurate.
Oh, yeah,
The last thing we need is mental INS drift when there's artillery involved. What's going on? What is going on? That's the question. So we're doing like a kind of mech in advance and secure to try and cut the Russian advance off on the road.
Right, fucking prepare to face. Start preparing, we're facing northeast now.
So that's the plan.
But make sure you got some cover between you and northeast.
What has actually happened is we've just been blundering into Russian unit after Russian unit and essentially getting ambushed by guys that we were supposed to ambush. It's pretty great. Pretty fucking great. We check? No, we're Libronian. So we're like a fucking fictional faction. With some wonderful uniforms made by
If you
Grim.
guys count, that was 2 rounds. If you count 15, you'll fucking get qualification in mathematics.
Simo, where's them fingers?
Right, so
You got your count fingers ready?
Yeah.
I'll dig a trench for you, Seymour.
7, 8, 9.
Oh, never mind. Somebody else is digging you a trench. I see how it is.
So there's no point fucking digging.
There's always a point digging, Ben.
Right, we're moving.
How else will people from future civilizations know that we were here if we did not dig? This might be the only mark we leave upon the world.
you know, extra round for the lads, and then we just we die.
Alright, guys, I want you to pay attention to Simo. He's got 15 counting fingers.
Yeah, man. I'm using Lex.
I didn't know you were from Alabama.
Roger that, Splash.
Oh, I was right. Hell yeah. Oh, BTR.
Oh,
Yeah,
Where?
DCS, but not for very long because I got class later.
Like 50.
Oh, I see him.
Bearing 7.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Come my
It kinda
position.
look
You see
alive.
it?
I can
There's the
shoot
back
it.
of it.
I
It looks like
can
it's
kill
been fucking damaged
Oh,
already.
Jesus
Where is it?
011.
It's right there.
Got RPG on it.
Thereabouts to the left.
Initiative engage. You can engage.
Just don't miss.
Where's my RPG, boys?
As we all fucking skyline right in front of it.
Rolling now.
Bearing 11.
Right, RPG gunners, are you ready to shoot?
Your back blast clear, Marshall.
From that artillery.
Fuck it, shoot it.
3, 2,
Set your
1.
back blast and shoot.
Nice.
Nice shot.
Tree.
Push
Like
it,
fucking
push
tree.
it, push it.
Push it.
Yeah,
That tree will never threaten us again.
Yeah.
As you'll be advised, we got
The Livornian people
pushing from the south side
can
of the
sleep
intersection.
in peace and tranquility, knowing that tree has been dealt with.
So just watch
Fuck
the
nature.
fucking side.
Negative on my end.
If you have time to sit around and start digging, yep.
Ain't no way to actually
Believe
the
me, I know
companies
that
that
one
make down
well.
trees in the Amazon.
I know that
Like
one very
Patreon.
well. There's a reason I do it. The funny thing is, though, like, compared to some of these guys, I'm pretty tame with digging. The 345th, if they're given entrenching tools and left to sit for more than about 5 seconds, they will build the Maginot Line. This became such a problem that for a lot of missions we just had no entrenching tools because they could not be trusted to go to any position and not just turn it into a fuck-off Doom Fortress and then not move out of it.
Bunker, bunker, bunker. Machine gunner, get up the line.
Actually, we've got a bunker on the north side of the road.
What the fuck? How are they so fast? Did you see those fucking guys, dude? Did you fucking see them move? Stoppage. Back in. My man's fucking chugged the entire platoon supply of Pervitin. What the fuck was that? Crocodile. Fucking no shit, dude. Oh.
Roger that. Alec, how's your guys?
Perfect. Yep.
Right, gotcha.
I'm sad that Amogus has taken over because I feel like the 345th shit posting on the map in the briefing culture was much higher before Amogus. We used to draw fucking gondolas on the map. We had some really good ones too. We'd have like a full fucking color, high detail rendition of a fucking gondola. Every fucking mission. It was great. Especially if it was a finish mission.
Yo, you guys up?
Yeah, we're up.
You're good?
Oh, don't tell me it wasn't a tree. He actually hit a lamppost. If he fucking hit that lamppost, the only lamppost.
As we'll get a good company position, we're going to say
Once again, Binos.
to the east, just leave it and we're going to pull back.
That would be a very 345th moment. The only fucking one.
Hold.
There's another one there, I guess.
Yeah, I got eyes. Can you see down the road?
I'm gonna wait for somebody to move.
That's a good noise.
Right, that's good enough.
Those sound like mortars.
Yes.
technically invented.
Oh wait, no, those are fucking shotguns. Hey, hey. Hey, check fire, check fire, check fire.
There's apparently 1 or 2 guys over there.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Check fire, there's friendlies there.
Alex, is that me?
Yeah, that ain't a friendly. Those fucking guys like dark green camo.
Yeah, partisans.
Yeah, partisans are light color. That guy's dark green.
Green team spread out.
Racist.
Purple's on. Take a trench.
Racist
Ahead
indeed.
of us. No mercy. Close your eyes.
Right, fucking get your guns facing east. If they get them to fire, I want you lot fucking shooting back at them. And I mean the enemies, not the friendlies.
Speaking of lampposts, there is one post at Chicago O'Hare which now has been hit twice because ATC direct heavy aircraft taxi down there.
Incredible.
That partisan, I want his gun.
Big brain moment. Cheers a bit, man.
Last minute peculiar situation.
Are we ever not? Oh. Marshall. Marshall.
Hello? I'm trying to climb a tree.
I didn't know our relationship had moved to this stage yet.
Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Oh,
they're climbing a tree.
You know, if you keep that up, Grim's gonna drop a fucking mortar round on us.
Doing a good job. Come back if he's conversing with you. Converse.
Damn it, Marshall.
I'm sorry.
Don't climb the tree.
Right, Alex. Just so you know, we're gonna head south down this road now.
It's natural
There's
selection.
some.
Davin's right.
Monkeys found a tree and they're attempting to
There's
return
some
to their
office
base
buildings
state.
on the east side of this road as we're going down it. We're gonna search them for mortars and signs of artillery. Okay.
I feel like
so
we
once
need
you
a
get back from
345th
mountain
version of
up,
that meme with all the
you
fucking
move south
anime
down
girls
this
and
road
like
and meet us next to this little trench
Pepe
we got.
sprawled out on the floor with all his fucking tendies.
Like 760 bullets
Yeah.
coming out of our bag.
Fucking hell. Someone needs to make that now.
Nope.
Mount up, we're heading south. Hey?
I'm trying to get your
Dennis.
heart down so you get up.
No, already go up to make me go up.
Stop stealing my seat, you motherfuckers.
Right, jump up. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's fine.
You get a fucking heart attack.
If it gets
No,
180, that's blood
180.
pressure.
That's fine.
180, you're.
Yo,
basically
can we go find those
I'll
can
be
we go
last
find
man.
those two
Oh,
guys
last
so
man,
we
last
can
man,
steal whatever the fuck they were on?
No, not last then.
Unfortunately,
Oh
no.
my god.
Right, as we're heading down.
Last then,
No.
My man was moving so fast I couldn't hit him because I forgot to fucking account for the blue shift of his fucking visible light.
Okay.
Oh, that's so
I was aiming too far fucking behind where he was.
Thanks for your back,
Right, we're gonna keep
Oh man, I need to play Foxhole again. I played it for like a week when it first came out and I really enjoyed it. Just like a lot of my friends kind of stopped playing and I don't know, like games like that or like Squad or like Postscriptum or even Hell Let Loose. I enjoy them, but I struggle to play them just by myself. Like, I'll play if there's friends playing, even one or two other friends, but, like, if I just jump in the game and jump into a hobby squad, like, it could be the most amazing 2 or 3 hours of my gaming life, or it could be, you know, me wasting half a day with a bunch of fucking chimps that don't know what they're doing. That's kind of the reason you don't see me play Squad and Postscriptum on stream. Well, I haven't played either of them for a while, but, like, I have a few old streams from when my channel was still like 2 people and a dog and like a bunch of bots and no one talking in chat. With me and some of the 345th guys playing Squad and it was fucking amazing. Like we had some amazing Squad rounds together.
Don't say that shit.
I don't know, maybe that's a thing we could do in the Discord. We could set up like a community day where we play fucking Squad or Foxhole or Postscriptum or something together. And then so we can stream it. We'll just have to, you know, make sure no excessive gamerism happens.
Go!
I mean, you guys are pretty good anyway.
Right.
I don't know how I lucked out and had such a like chill community that's easy to deal with.
West.
Right, as we're heading east, mate, so cover us from there. Gecko, if you... He's AFK leaving.
Those are good noises.
I'll let you advance on the building, looking around it if you can.
Yeah, dude, that's what's, like, I have tried to play Postscriptum a few times over the past year or two, but every time I've checked, there's been, like, one full server and then nothing else. So, you know, you either wait in a queue for an hour and then lose connection anyway, or you just don't play. And I do enjoy Hell Let Loose, but I prefer Postscriptum as like a more sort of autistic game, like more fitting me, put it that way. Hell Let Loose is something I can just pick up and play. Like, to a degree, that is a game I can just pick up and play, because I don't really care as much. It's pretty fun. So, thanks again to Gato for gifting me that, by the way. He just hit me up with it one day and was like, yo, we should play this sometime, but, you know...
Negligent.
Hello, do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior, 762/39?
I'm just waiting for the RPG to come sailing in and wipe you all out.
Well,
I welp it.
But yeah, Postscriptum I really enjoyed.
Fucking prepared to mount.
No one.
Building clear, building clear, building clear.
It also spawned some excellent memes on this channel, such as, I have to stop here, I'm a sniper. I don't know if Brant's in chat today, I don't think he is. But yeah, Brant will be familiar with that phrase.
Can't you hear them, Ben? On me? They're like to the north... No, not to the north. Southeast?
No, you're on the north.
No, the back... You can hear them.
So it's bearing 170, 165, 75. That's where we're heading.
The official political ideology of this stream is anarcho-gamerism, clearly.
You can get closer than that. What guy?
Somebody's sending me massages. Why? Why?
Oh, shit. Just hold there, we'll mount it there. Right, mounting up. Okay. Yeah, your fucking RP squad went over, stopped him there.
Yeah, no, I had them stopping to cover us in case we took contact.
I still think that of all the shooters I've ever played, Squad and Postscriptum, because they're essentially the same thing, just different time period. I think that they had the most satisfying machine guns of any shooter I ever played.
There's another house over there.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to get inside. I have to get in the hole. Last man.
We're moving bearing 170.
Yeah, like the machine guns in Squad. Oh my fucking god, dude. They look right. They sound right. They tickle that spot. I miss being able to just fucking cut loose with a whole fucking belt on something.
No! Bugging me!
If you have not actually had the opportunity to shoot a machine gun, and you get the chance to do it legally, you know, legally where you are, do it. It's like I'm sure no one here is this much of a fucking pacifist. They're gonna bitch about me telling people, "Oh, shooting machine guns fun, oh, whatever." But like, legitimately, it's just such a fucking visceral experience.
Are we just where are we? Are we still going
There's a fucking office building.
Even normies enjoy it.
Some kind of fucking building.
But like, you know, if you're a fucking little puzzle piece like me, the fucking sensory overload hits in all the right ways. It's just, oh man, I love it. And Squad and Postscriptum are like the only games which kind of get close. Maybe ArmA sometimes, but like ArmA machine guns are really hit and miss in quality. The Gimpy from Spearpoint, tickles that spot as well. The RHS stuff, not so much. Oh, that's a good noise. Spread the fuck out.
Yeah.
Take his position.
Yeah, excellent. Get
away from the BB.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I seen him by the house over there.
Wait, is that... Yeah.
There's a particular streamable clip from Squad. It's called Ambush City. Some of you would have seen it. It's like one of the best clips of any game I've ever seen. And it's a single dude playing on the Insurgent team on one of the desert maps. I think it might have been Basra. But it's a single dude. Or actually, no, it wouldn't have been Basra because it was Americans he was fighting. But single dude, he's like out in the fucking boonies, out in the sand, and he crests a hill, and there's an entire, literally a fucking, like an entire squad of about 12 or so Americans, all pointing the other way, like they're all looking 90 degrees from where he is, and none of them notice him, so he just, like, takes a dive on the hill, like on the crest of the fucking dune or hill or whatever the fuck it is, throws down the bipod, and just fucking cuts loose with the PK, and Pumped Up Kick starts playing. Like, it just beat drops Pumped Up Kicks as he fucking lets off, like, probably most of a belt in a couple seconds and mows down the entire squad. It is so fucking satisfying. I could watch... BTR, moving left. Pass it down, BTR, moving left from the building. It is one of the most satisfying game clips I've ever seen in my life. Like, just the sound of the gun. Oh my god. Like, that's something that Squad nails, and Postscriptum 2, they fucking nail their sound design for infantry and small arms stuff, the same way DCS does for aviation. Like, the same way DCS has the single best, like, sort of sound design for aircraft, Squad and Postscriptum do that for fucking infantry. Having said that, Squad and Postscriptum do that really well for aircraft too, but it's more scripted in their case. But yeah, like, oh my god, dude, the sound of the PK is just fucking orgasmic. Can't find that clip. I have it, like, fucking, not favorited, but I revisit it so often. If I type ambush in my browser, it will come up. I'll link it after the ArmA mission as I go to switch to DCS. Remind me once the mission's over and I'll link you. It's fucking incredible, dude.
Go to green.
I hope that was an enemy position I just brassed up. Oh god, don't get stuck. Stoppage.
Man down here inside the side of thing. Trench.
Back in. Where's Massimo?
Timo?
Yeah, where's Massimo at? Fuck, where's my team at?
Well, you got Neki here. He's on the trench.
We're taking shots from the south.
Yeah. Is the buddies over there?
Yeah, south-southwest. We're taking shots from there anyway. I don't know, through the trees.
The mortar position is over there.
Reference the fucking vehicle or whatever on the side of the road. Come left from that. About 10-20 meters left of that. I need to start getting in the habit of giving proper fucking fire commands again.
Were you kind of watching that? Oh, he's
in the building?
Fucking second from the second window from the
Stoppage.
right.
They literally HE
the right window.
No, he lives in Germany.
Small shed buildings, ground floor.
I have not shot a Desert Eagle, but I've been in the same fucking range, the same indoor range as somebody who did, and I could feel the fucking muzzle blast 3 lanes over. They didn't hit anything, of course. At like fucking 5-10 meters, they didn't hit a fucking single shot, but you can feel that thing go off from a substantial distance.
Southwest, don't you? Kinu Ognia, you all ready? Alright.
Our BMP does have a gun, however our BMP is probably actually being overcautious for once about overpressuring the entire squad. The 345th has a tradition of BMPs overpressuring their own crunchies. if I don't get stuck on the fucking trench.
Man, I'm up.
The biggest handgun I fired caliber-wise was 1911, 45 ACP. The 1911 fits my hand perfectly. Like, mechanically, I would prefer to get a Browning high power because it's a more refined version of the same gun. Like, the 1911's a great gun, but it's overrated. Like, really overrated. The high power's better. So if I was going to get, like, a pistol, I would get either a high power for collectability or I get a C-75 because, like, it's an actual good modern pistol. However, yeah, the 1911 just fits my hand really beautifully. The recoils, it's like a 303, but in pistol form, so it recoils, but it's a slow, gentle impulse, so it's more like a firm shove than a kick. It's not really very snappy. So I shot really well with the 1911, like super accurately for somebody that has done very little pistol shooting. I shot a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber Glock. I think it was a Glock 22, same as what the Edmonton Police Service use. As the range officer's gun, he offered it to me for, like, to go through a couple mags when he saw how I was shooting with the 1911. I hate how Glocks look, I hate how Glocks feel. 40 Smith & Wesson is fucking snappy as fuck, but I can't argue with results. I shot a single ragged hole through the entire fucking bull of the target with the Glock. Like, I hate everything about that gun, but fuck, it works. This is fine. Seema, are you good? Oh, those were R grenades, okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm even more worried. I've been recounting some of the 3, 4, 5th highlights over the past few years to my chat. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to prone out here, and I'll lean over you?
Yeah, sure.
Right.
It's fucking.
Oh, hang on, Alex. Well, Alec over here. Jesus, now even I'm muddling them up. Seymour, come over here. Seymour. Seymour, he's shooting at you.
Ground floor clear.
He missed you by like 6 inches.
Alex, what happened to your VZ?
Can I? Oh, I can't hold up there. Lame. Alec, there are enemies southwest of us in another trench position. Seymour, take one of these windows, I reckon.
I'm on the roof,
Which one?
Bentley's
No,
on
it's
the roof,
fucking
Bentley's on the
5 for 5. All the fucking guns, all the bullets, 5 for 5. I don't think.
Yeah, we have 5 for 5
Yeah,
and we have AK-74.
Right now.
No, we don't.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
using
these.
Down.
How did I get an AK?
Come down one.
If you press C.
Back
C for Charlie. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Fuck, you probably don't need me correcting. You can see better than I can. Do I have binos? No, I don't. That was... Somebody upstairs decided to yeet an RPG inside.
Oh. Wait, so was that a clear?
Gecko.
They are shooting at this window, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Get your thermal bar. Get your fucking thermal bar.
Kinda wish assistant gunners had binoculars.
I just want to see if it's worth
Yeah.
No, not
They're still southwest, Seema. They're still in that same position. I'll see if I can find a better position for you.
Hey, Gecko.
Well, not there.
Where's the sand
Gecko, you want to use?
It's southwest close.
I'll just use the regular PG.
Yeah, I'll do. Rear back west. Ross. Chance. Marshall. Clear.
Yeah, there's mortars there.
Hold.
Oh.
Hold,
Right,
Chance,
get out of the way.
close. Chance. Go.
Are you clear?
Oh, wait. Hold,
No,
fucking.
no, just fucking shoot, mate.
I'm gonna. Yeah.
Just send it.
Nice.
That's it.
These guys all down?
Hey, Gabrielle to Olivia.
I mean, don't we need weapons?
We've destroyed
Hope so.
artillery.
We'll find out
position
sooner
of
or
the enemy with
later.
mortars. We are currently fucking wherever we can.
Oh.
Guys, southwest is still up.
I was with the lads on resupply.
Yellow status.
I'm gonna need to grab some mags.
How much ammo you got in your vehicle?
Green ammo status.
Fuck.
Green,
I need to...
different weapon, I think 2 of my guys.
My immediate action in this is shit. I need to get on top of that.
Hey, there's ammunition.
Great.
I feel like,
Oh yeah, it's an ammunition.
I'm gonna go inspect it.
Yeah, Atomizer gifted it to me.
Ross,
Was it
feel
yesterday or the
free
day
to fill
before?
my backpack.
Okay.
I'm empty.
So big shout out to Atomizer, who is an old friend of mine from Something Awful. We used to play World of Tanks together.
Love the OG, bro.
You got 2 boxes.
Yeah, well,
Um,
might not had enough space in your bag. Should be
This?
I feel like Ace, one of the many things they could improve with terms of weapon handling in Ace is instead of making you press Shift R to clear a jam, it should make you, when you press R to reload, it should make you do an immediate action and then just automatically do whatever's... Fuck me. Or make it hold R or something, you know?
Down 4, down 4. Oh shit, yeah.
Because in real life, when your mag runs dry, you do an immediate action. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, you're not counting your shots in fucking combat. Nobody counts their fucking shots in combat. Anytime you pull the trigger and the weapon fails to go bang, it's an immediate action.
Ali?
So, you know, your F88 doesn't go off, down, tilt, cock, lock, book in, identify the problem, rounds in the magazine, no rounds in the chamber. It's, you know, it hasn't picked up a round or whatever. Yeah, coming down. Or, you know, like if there's a rounds in magazine, round failed to fucking eject or whatever, like, then you do your immediate action, or not your immediate action, then you do your remedial action for whatever the fucking problem is. And you might just have no rounds in the magazine, no rounds in the chamber, which is you've shot through your entire mag, and then it's like, oh, well, okay, you've already done half your fucking reload drill, so you just put a new mag in and then fucking rock and roll. If that makes sense. You know, like, because the thing is with Ace at the moment, and because I tend to just brainlessly tap R anytime my weapon stops working, I go into a whole animation I then can't interrupt. Which is not a big deal for a quick to reload weapon like this, but if it's like a fucking PK or a fucking 240 or something, it takes forever to cancel the animation and then do the actual thing you need to do, which just plays another reload animation. So I kind of feel like they should just make it that, like, when you press R, it does the immediate action, and then, like, maybe even make it, you press R twice if you need to reload. So the first R press is fucking immediate action, the second R press is finish the reload. Something like that, you know? Or the second R press is contextual, so if you've got an actual stoppage, it fucking clears a stoppage, some shit. I don't think there's any need to get more autistic than that. Does the last round bolt hold open not work on this? That is a good question. I think it does in ArmA. Oh, on the F88 doesn't have one. The F88 doesn't fucking have one. The new ones might, but the fucking SA1, which is what I was issued, well, the SA1 is what I trained on, the fucking A1 is what I was issued, the fucking original boy. Doesn't have a last round hold open. Doesn't have a fucking bolt release either. I noticed a lot of American civilian market AUGs have, or whatever you want to call it, Styres. They have bolt releases. Ours never did. I think the EF88, F90, whatever you want to call it, adds one, I'm pretty sure. Which was I think it's a somewhat useful feature, but it's, like, the way we did our drills, you didn't actually need it. I should probably grab some ammo. My single neuron just fucking woke up.
Oh, there's a
Approaching the vehicle.
Hello? Oh, I've got binoculars. I didn't know I had binocs.
Merry Christmas, I guess.
Yes. What's up?
Yeah.
I hear Russians shouting.
Yeah.
Yeah, over to the east northeast, I think.
No, as in I hear a very close Russian.
I'm with you.
Is he still in the vehicle by chance?
Wait, close the fucking hatch.
Well, it's got fucking SVD mags, but no PKM boxes.
Kinu, you want a crew?
Oh, maybe that's got some.
You want a crew? Are you alright with it? You don't want it, if you don't want it, you don't need to. You can take Gecko's RPG. Gecko, put your RPG.
I think the last round on this works in ArmA, Saber. I'm honestly not paying attention half the time to what the animations are doing. I'm just focused on what I'm trying to shoot.
Igla.
Okay. I will be the thick boy.
Is Road 7, Route 7, sorry. Kiram clear, the village down south. We're going to keep pushing, we're going to try and get the
Last man, question mark? No, Seymour's still coming.
BMP is going to be a solo
Seymour over here.
platform now, BTR, you're under Alex, and yeah.
He's still in the building, he's coming.
Alright, Bimo.
We've got 3 vehicles now, one times lazy,
Man up on the
one
BTR.
BMP and one BTR. Remember that when you start shooting.
We got the whole squad on here. Got the fucking whole squad. Got the man.
Frame 16 M4 in case of stoppage, turn gun safe for bolts open, then immediate action, just tap rack bang. Yeah.
Driver reverse.
We, so our Styres had, forward assists on them, and the forward assist was literally just a button, like a thumb button on the cocking handle you push in to force it forwards. It was useless. Forward assists are fucking stupid, they just make a problem worse. There is no problem which a forward assist actually solves that can't be solved more quickly by just doing proper fucking drills. I don't know why they're so popular. Handled an Irish Army AUG A3 earlier this year, and they have a hold open and bolt release. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Arsenitio, hello, welcome to the stream. I will say, I've handled an EF88, F90, I forget which I think it's called F90 in service. But I've handled an F90. After I discharged, I was at an air show and the local reserve unit brought it out. So I played with their new toys. Thanks for the follow, by the way. It's a decent improvement, but there's a few things I didn't like about it. So one of my biggest complaints with the original rifle is that the butt plate was too smooth, so it would slide around your shoulder. Well, they fixed that. It's got ribbing on it now, so it stays in the right place. That's a good improvement. Just the general ergonomics are mostly improved. Things like the bolt release, I don't think it needs one. The way we did our drills, we didn't need a bolt release anyway. Like, it wouldn't have sped up our reloads at all. What I didn't like about the F90 was that they took away their quick detach barrel. Now, for context here, the Australian Army never actually got any of the heavy barrels, like, because we never used it as a support weapon. We had the Minimine for that. So we didn't have the heavy barrels, we didn't have the 42 round mags. But having a quick detach barrel on every infantry rifle was actually really useful, because it meant that if you had a really bad stoppage, and quite often if the F88 springs were kind of on the fritz, you would get really nasty obstructions. Like, a newer rifle or a better cared for one, it wasn't a big deal, but like if you were a reservist like me, or you were at basic training, you would have this clapped out rifle that's as old as you are, and all the springs are shot. So in that case, like, it would throw these really shitty obstructions, and like the ejection port on the F88 is not very big, so it's very easy for a casing to get stamped into the ejection port by the closing bolt, and then you can't get it out. Not easily anyway. And then you'd end up with like this clusterfuck where it tried to feed 3 rounds at once or something in the chamber, and it's just a disaster, and like it would take forever to fix with a conventional rifle. Well, with the F88, all you had to do was do your immediate action, so down tilt, cot lock, look in, so you got your bolt lock to the rear. You know, rounds in the magazine, several rounds in the trying to feed into the chamber at once. Okay, obviously it's an obstruction. And then all you do is you pull the mag, you pull the barrel, and then just shake the crap out of the fucking back end of the rifle. If there's anything jammed in the actual chamber, you can just pry it out from the barrel directly. And then you put barrel back on the rifle, put the magazine back in, release the working parts, and you're good. You're back in action. Like, I've seen some pretty bad obstructions cleared in those rifles in about 2 or 3 seconds. Like, real quick.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, it was a huge brain design choice.
Let them dismount. Just find a fucking building to get me.
I love watching traces go past me. I went the complete wrong way again. I've been separated from the rest of my squad. Or the rest of my team, rather. They're over that way.
200, gotcha. What is it?
Crossing behind the vehicle, crossing behind the vehicle, crossing behind the vehicle.
Gotcha, okay, cool.
You're clear?
He's mobile. It's coming.
Engage it with the turret.
Is our BMP southeast? Because I can hear a vehicle over there.
Yes.
Okay.
Shoot the track out.
Track. To the side.
That's a tank. That is a 125mm gun.
Oh, that's short. Whoever shot that.
We're all conscious that there is a tank there, right?
Yeah. It's not firing its main cannon.
It fired its main cannon at something.
That looking directly at me.
Problem with quick detach barrels is zero change though. We never had that issue. It re-zeroed perfectly every time.
Missile rocket, second round.
The actual problem with quick detach barrels is something like you get with machine guns, where the front sight's on the barrel and the rear sight is sometimes on the actual, on the receiver, I guess you would say. Receiver, feed cover, whatever. Depends on the gun. That's when you have problems. That's probably the biggest flaw of the MG42 design, is that every time you change barrels, your fucking zero wanders, because the front sights are pointed wherever the barrel's bowed. Or actually, no, sorry, I stand corrected. On the MG42 design, the fucking front sight's mounted to the barrel shroud, so it's even worse. The barrel doesn't even have sights on it. So your sights and what the barrel are pointing are two completely different fucking things, and you have no way of knowing until you see where the stream of traces goes. One of my mates that was in the, I think he was in the Kriegsmarine, he said that that was his biggest issue with that gun, is just that the barrels were all fucking bent from, you know, being shot until they were fucking red hot and then changed. And he said no two barrels would shoot in the same direction. You get them curving to the left or curving up or right or whatever the fuck, or they keyhole rounds. Like he said, it was a complete clusterfuck. So that's your issue with machine guns, is the sight alignment compared to the barrel. The F88 doesn't have that problem, because the sights are all on the receiver and the barrel's serial to the rifle. Like, the thing is, you're not swapping barrels with other rifles. The barrel's serial to the rifle, so it doesn't want a zero at all. It locks up perfectly.
Okay. Alright, boys.
I don't have any in this one.
Did you waste them all already?
Yes, sir.
I used one.
Gecko, Kino, go.
I'll go.
I only have one. There's in the BTR. I'll just see at the fucking. I'll see at the.
It's fine.
Not Kriegsmarine. What do they call the Navy now? Bundesmarine or something? Fucking whatever.
Wait, what the fuck is the target?
His granddad was in the
What did you
Kriegsmarine.
call
He
it?
was present when the Scharnhorst was sunk. I think he was on one of the destroyers that was escorting it. Did you ever get styrite? No, I'm not stupid. Also, I'd shot a rifle before I went into the reserves. I was, actually, I was on the bus into Wagga to get surgery on my knee, because that was what fucked me up, was my fucking knee, of course. The infantry classic, knees and backs. So yeah, I was on the way into Wagga to get my knee fucking fixed, get the fucking loose cartilage sucked out of the joint. And I heard on the like the fucking cab radio, because they, you know, the army paid for a fucking cab to take me to the hospital. I heard over the cab radio that there was one called down to the range to pick up a recruit for fucking styrite. take them to a fucking optometrist or whatever to make sure they haven't fucking damaged their vision or some shit. Like, oh boy. You gotta really try to give yourself styri too, because it's not like it recoils particularly hard. It's a pretty tame rifle.
Marshall.
What I did do was, like, repeatedly skin or cut my fingers, because I got lumped with the gun. Me being the most lightly built person in the entire platoon, well, except for the girls, naturally I was made a gunner, because of course you're going to give the heaviest weapon to the lightest guy. That's just how shit works in the army. That's what you do. It's tradition. So I was fucking humping the Minimi around, and routinely got bitten by it. Not like dumb shit, like sticking my fingers in and then closing the bolt. I've seen people do that, but I didn't do it. It's just like, you'd nick your fingers on the cover and shit when you were stripping it. We had a guy launch the, before we'd officially been taught how to use the Minimi, so we hadn't learnt to strip and reassemble it yet, but we had the weapon PAMs. So we had the, you know, the instruction book. And old mate in my section decides he's going to take some initiative and teach himself to field strip the weapon from the PAM, which is great on paper. Our platoon staff had gone out to do something and they made the critical mistake of leaving us unsupervised for about 5 minutes. So, and we're on the second floor of the lines, by the way. So, he starts stripping down the Minimi, everything's going well. He stripped it down perfectly competently, and then he starts reassembling it. Well, when he's reassembling it, he forgets that the ease springs part is the last step. So he mixed up ease springs and put the fucking barrel back on. And so he goes to pull the trigger to release the bolt forwards. And the barrel's not on the weapon. And the bolt gets fucking sent flying out the second floor window into the grass outside about 30 seconds before our platoon staff get back to the fucking lines. And so he had to run outside and hastily find where his bolt had gone and then actually reassemble the weapon properly. Of course, to get the bolt back in, he had to strip it back down again and reassemble it. So, yeah, that was fun. Our platoon staff at Kapuka were really chill though. They were all on their last rotation of recruits, so they just didn't give a fuck anymore. The guys upstairs were absolute psychopaths, but our guys are really chill. I actually had fun at Kapuka. I don't think there's many people in the army that could say that they actually enjoyed Kapuka, but I did. I really liked it. I didn't like the part where I fucked my knee up and then spent the last, I think it was about the last full week, or like most of the last week, so I missed the entire field phase. That was something I had to try and make up as I went along, on exercises with my own unit, and I never fully did. So, like, just to kind of clarify exactly how far I got in the Army Reserve, I didn't do my mods courses, because I technically wasn't fully qualified yet, and my company had to try and figure out what the fuck to do with me. Like, whether I get sent back just for the last week at Kapuka, whether they could make it up themselves on a kata or something, like... So yeah, I was a fucking 500 technically, but I was treated like a 510, which was very confusing, and caused some pay fuckery as well, because I was supposed to be paid as a 500, but I was under the impression I was a 510, because no one actually told me. So yeah, I'm not a 343.
3-0, do you want us to maneuver to that yellow building?
So bear that in mind. If I start talking about, like, when I was in the reserves, I was not fully qualified, so there are huge gaps in my fucking knowledge. I made up what I could out with my own unit, but, yeah.
I see that.
160, what do you see?
2 enemies.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, green.
And then eventually I got to the point where, because my fitness was not amazing to begin with, I was always playing catch up to everyone else, and after I did my knee, I just couldn't recover it, so that was what ended up getting me out of the Army Reserve. I would have liked to stay in. I didn't get a medical discharge, I could have, I just didn't, because I did my usual thing and, like, left the problem to stew too long, and so by the end of it, it was like, I was either going to end up in admin discharge because I just was struggling to pass a fucking BFA because, you know, I'd got so unfit while injured. He is not friendly.
Walk towards the red smoke.
South, chopper, south, chopper.
That's one of them.
Ross, have you got a round for it?
That's an enemy on the red smoke.
My bullets are doing nothing. Yes.
You got,
Wait for it to come back, I
Mi-24
guess.
just went past west.
Oh, it's circling.
Oh, there it is. 299, 299. Alright, Ross, just fucking run up there. You got it. Alright, it's 324, 326 now. Get him, Ross.
Clear my back.
Clay's back last. Clay the man's back last. Got one hit. There it is.
I'll wait for rear aspect, hang on. Oh shit, there's trees. There's trees. I'll have to wait for a clear shot.
Alright.
It might scare it away at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, I end up just getting a self-requested discharge because I realized I was kind of like not going to be able to unfuck myself, which is a shame because it was like the one thing I've ever done in my life that actually I enjoyed. I won't say I was good at it. I was pretty good at shooting. Like I was a pretty good shot, as long as I didn't have. Like, with my own unit, I was a pretty good shot, but at basic, with my own platoon staff, I was a fucking deadeye, like, really, really good. And then with 15 platoon staff, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn because they were psychos. So I wouldn't say I was good at it, but I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And I miss it.
Nah, it's too fast. Fuck that.
Yeah, bad angle anyway.
Yep.
3-0, what's your status?
Man, pads I had zone you fool. Yeah.
Copy. We're on. Let's move it toward it.
After many years of being fucking molested by manpads guy, Igla dude, and fucking Stinger man in DCS, now I get to be the little fuckwit with a manpads tube. It's not even the fucking the Iglas and the Stingers that are scary in DCS. It's fucking sliding Ramzan and his RPG-7. That motherfucker. That motherfucker has sniped me, as in pilot sniped me out of behind with an RPG. He hit the cockpit from 900 fucking meters while I was doing about 300 kilometers an hour the other direction. Like, sliding Ramzan is too powerful for this world. I fear what will happen when he finally gets actual walking animations, dude. Could have been worse. There have been cases of someone accidentally shooting their mate while disassembling it. Yeah, no, I've heard of those. We had, I think, 2 NDs at Kapuka. One in my platoon, one in our sister platoon. But they were both NDs at the range, and, like, thankfully, the people who had NDs had, like, paid attention during the don't point your rifle at your mate's part. So, nobody got hurt. But some egos got hurt, and there was a lot of arse reaming involved, as you might imagine.
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Will of the Log guided him? Yeah, really.
We left him behind maneuvering here. I can designate him to go get it.
What do you want to take our UAS? Since you're on UAS, so it's faster.
Copy.
You know,
Donut side on the F88 was interesting.
Let's see.
What's happening here?
Alright.
Never got the chance to handle one of them. Yeah.
Go back, get the BTR.
Okay.
North side of the Seattle building.
I have a love-hate relationship with the Minimi. It was fun to shoot, and I mean, for a machine gun, it's relatively lightweight. Oh, we're gonna make the guy with Australian ping drive, are we?
Yep.
Where the fuck are we going? You navigate.
Forward. Only just straight forward.
So, yeah, like, it was fun to shoot, it was relatively easy to maintain.
I think we're out.
But
That house by it.
the fucking stupid little magazine well, so it could take Stanags in an emergency, which is a capability. Oh, it's over here, I think. Yeah, like 350, 400, because the server's in like France or Germany or something. The stupid
wait,
little fucking emergency magazine
You're
level.
280p.
We couldn't use it because it won't take Styamags. It only takes Stanags, which nobody accepts. You know, until now. Now the 416's a thing. Until then, nobody in the regular army had Stanags, much less us reservists. So that magwell was completely useless to us. It added one more place you had to check to clear the weapon. It added one more place for dirt and shit to get in. It would stab you in the guts as you were on patrol if you're a right-hander like me.
I'm probably gonna make one more Livonia mission,
so
and
yeah,
then I'm
I have a love-hate
gonna move
relationship
on
with
to
him in a way.
probably alt this. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, please submit
for the
the
mission.
feedback, especially if you noticed inside vehicles that the intercom wasn't, you know, clogged full of bullshit. Stuff like that. And
It was
yeah,
nice to
anything
not
really,
be
mod pack
deafened in the
related.
vehicles for once.
Say what, Ross?
It was nice to not be deafened in the vehicles for once.
Yeah. But yeah, provide feedback, and next mission is going
We'll
to be
see
a
about the
vehicle
Huey, we'll see
mission
what the
made
team
by
balance is
Dixon.
like. It'll be helicopters, but I'm
So,
not sure if it'll be
we're
the
gonna
Huey.
be tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Sick. Dibs gunner.
Late.
So, thank you all for coming, and I'm gonna go third wrangle the boys up in the meeting room.
Thanks for the mission. I'm gonna catch all of you guys next
See you on
week.
Discord.
So bear with me here, chat. We're gonna be a little discombobulated for a moment. Oh, right, that clip. Hang on. Ambush City. Oh, don't tell me it's not actually in my fucking. Okay, well, Control H. Ambush City. Motherfucker. Streamable. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I can't find it. Hang on. I'm gonna, we'll go to Streamable and see if we can actually search for it. Can you search for fucking individual videos on Streamable? I don't think you can you? Let me see if it's uploaded somewhere else. I know it's in my Discord. I've posted it a bunch of times in my Discord. I just don't want to open Discord and start searching on that because it'll open the fucking can of worms of my attention span. Ambush City Squad. Game. Squad. PKM. Son of a bitch. Oh, hang on, squad, no, I know what it'll be. Squad, I bet someone's uploaded onto this. You're joking. You're actually joking. Here we go, here we go. Is this it? Is this it? This is a different video. Motherfucker. Oh, have you got it? Have you got it? Absolute king. Thank you, Polar. You hero. You're gonna have the audio from it on my stream because I gotta watch it again. I can't not watch this when it's linked. What was that for? Misclick. Jesus. Listen to this. Here it comes. How good does that fucking gun sound? Like, oh, it's so good.
I got him. Just use leverage.
There is no game I have ever played that makes me feel as fucking satisfied using a machine gun as Squad and or Postscriptum. It is just, oh, fucking transcendental. ArmA gets close with certain weapons. So like I said, the spear point Gimpy, the spear point L7 is really good. It's really close. The RHS RPK actually gives me those vibes. The RHS machine guns, not so much. Like the PK in RHS, not only does it split groups like a motherfucker, if you notice, I never hit anything with it, because the first shot goes low and every other shot goes high. So that fucker splits groups, but it just doesn't, like, something about it just doesn't have the sound, I guess. ArmA also has that thing where if the server frame rate's low, it reduces rate of fire on weapons, and it's noticeable to me. Whereas Squad is just solid fucking, what is that, like 600, 700 rounds a minute? Oh, it feels so good. Alright, I'm going to quickly do the 345th mission feedback. I'm going to get some tunes going, and then we're going to boot up DCS before I procrastinate any longer, and the stream needs to end. Like I said, I got classes after this, so we got about another 3.5 hours to go here, which is enough for some helicopter stuff, I think. I should have also put in feedback, please stop the AI from fucking bullying me so much, but oh well. I think probably part of the reason I get domed so often is because I'm always running up to where the action is and then like just mag dumping, so I get the AI's attention. So it's a bit of a problem of mine. Like, I won't say I go Rambo, but like if I don't think people are like taking initiative enough, I will start doing shit myself, sometimes without people noticing I'm doing it, which is why I get downed and forgotten about sometimes. I'll run ahead. It's not so much like I want to run ahead and Rambo shit, it's more like my lizard brain is telling me we've just taken contact, it's time to fucking advance on the position and destroy it, and the average 345th player actions on contact is to prone out or stand behind a tree and try and pixel snipe from 500 meters. Not, you know, fire and move until you're up on the enemy in 30 meters and fucking crawl through lobbing grenades in and shit. It's noticeable in some missions. Particularly the ones where I'm actually awake because I had a good amount of sleep or something. You can tell because I just activate whenever we take fire. Let's change category. DCS. We'll see. Alpens should have people on at this time of day, so we'll probably go to Alpens. We won't have time to play on Enigmas unless Alpens is actually empty, which I doubt it is. But we might do some helicopter stuff on Enigmas in the coming weeks as well, because I've been meaning to for a while. M60 from Prairie Fire is fantastic. Dude, I need to play Prairie Fire more. We played like an anti-Stasi campaign in it, in 345th, but I think we did that, and I think we did 1 or 2 missions, and we haven't really done much since, or at least if they have, I wasn't around when it happened. Maybe they did it on like off days or something, but we need to do some more Prairie Fire shit. Barden, one of the devs, has been a member of the 345th Discord forever. I don't know if he like was a fully fledged member of the 345th, but he's always hung out in our Discord. So we really got to do some Prairie Fire, man. It looks so good. I just haven't barely played it because like I don't really play ArmA anymore except for with the 345th. Because I just find that playing with pubbies is too painful. At least with the 345th, when we fuck up, it's funny, but when pubbies fuck up, it's usually just frustrating. So yeah, like my ArmA time is essentially limited to playing with 345th these days, which is they're great guys to play with. I just kind of sometimes miss being able to hop on a server or whatever and just play, you know? Which is why I like when we run anti-Stasi campaigns, because it means I can get my ArmA fix outside of mission time, but I'm still playing with the guys. I kind of wish we had like the ability to regularly run anti-Stasi. I don't mean like, you know, a campaign every 6 months or whatever, like we actually do. I mean like just have anti-Stasi running pretty much whenever we haven't got a mission running. I know that causes issues because the AI will recapture shit when there's nobody playing, whatever, but, you know, like maybe make the server pause until it gets a certain threshold of people, whatever. I'm rambling at this point. Oh, super. I'm literally months behind most Discords I'm in. So the funny, not so funny gamer moment a particular world leader has had, the ongoing gamer moment. Oh, Jesus, it's been 6 months already, almost. That fucks with me. It's been like 5.5 months. Anyway, yeah, like the kind of combination of the Russians invading Ukraine and then also like Enigma's Discord being like non-stop 24/7 party zone full of people that need to be corrected or people that actually post interesting stuff that I don't know about. That's fucked my free time. Like, I am months behind every other Discord, including my own. I haven't checked general media or military media in my own Discord for... Military media, I think I'm about 4 or 5 months behind. General media, I'm probably 6 or 7 months behind. I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I can't just skip to bottom right, like, that fucks with me. And I know there's a bunch of interesting stuff that's been posted that I'm going to want to watch, like YouTube documentaries and shit. But no time, so... please, somebody, anybody, send help. Look, I just hope that if Putler decides he's gonna fucking nuke us, I hope that he, somehow doesn't nuke the Discord or YouTube servers, so I can at least catch up on my fucking backlog during the ongoing sort of, don't go outside because the rain is spicy period. Love when squad sensory overload, like Mortazerati with 50 splitting above your head while you click. Oh, dude, yeah. It's really weird because, like, sensory overload is generally not a pleasant thing. You know, especially for us little puzzle piece people. To the point where the normies are even trying to adapt now. Like, when I was working at Coles, we had a low sensory stimulation day. I think it was like Tuesday morning or something, when people who have autism or other sensory processing issues could come in, and like the lights would be set to low intensity, the all the beepers on the fucking registers would be turned off and shit. But yeah, like, I don't know what it is, but in Squad or ArmA or Postscriptum or like in a game where shit's just jumped off completely and everyone else is losing their heads, I go into the zone. I've noticed it with Gilson too when he's not busy having flashbacks. The more chaotic things get, the more cool-headed we get. To the point where when 345th has completely jumped ship and nobody has a clue what's going on, like Boris Squad has just friendly fired the entire HQ element for the 3rd time in the mission. Artyom's half fucking gone from artillery strikes, all this shit, that's when I activate. And you'll hear me start shouting orders to people. Like, even if I'm in the lowest of the low, bottom bitch position in the fucking hierarchy, as soon as shit jumps off, that's when I start yelling and ordering people around. I'll even start, like, not like issuing orders to fucking squad lead or whatever, but I will start giving them pointed reminders about shit. So, at least in games, I operate very well under stress. The more stressful the situation, the better I am. On the other hand, in real life, the slightest difficulty will just knock me out completely. Like, I've got absolutely nothing done for the past week and a half because I've been stressing about this assessment, which I'm going to have to finish in a marathon tonight because I haven't even started it, and it's due tomorrow morning. And it's a 15-minute presentation. So... this is what I do. So that article I was meant to... Oh. It's night? You mad lad. You fucking mad lad, Alpin. What a Chad. I'll switch scenes here in a second. He's changed phone booth to nighttime. This is incredibly based. We're going to be flying a hind in the dark, my guys. It's full moon, but holy fuck, what a Chad. So yeah, like this is the same shit I did with that article I was supposed to write, which, by the way, I haven't heard back from my aunt yet about what she's doing with her end of it, because she got sick and she's like, oh no, we'll change the whole thing, it's fine, don't stress about it. Well, like, I haven't heard back for a while, so I don't know if it's the article's not going ahead or what. Give me a moment here, guys, because I'm going to have to unspring my pedals, so I'm going to dive below the desk for a sec. Oh shit, Petro's not going to see crap in the dark, is he? That'll be interesting. I'll have to take the Illum rockets. Yeah, Petro can't see in the dark, so we're going to have to take Illum rockets so he can see what he's shooting at. Which then means I'm not going to have explosive rockets to kill... Oh, actually, if I take 4 ATGMs, I could do that, I guess. I think you can mix illumination rockets and explosive rockets, but I'm not sure, and I'd have to manually fuck with the weapon panel to do that, to control which pods are fused and which aren't, and I don't know how to do that, because I've not had to do it before. Or maybe like one pod on one wing and the other on the other wing, because I do think you can control that pretty easily. The sun's in the east, so it might actually, yeah, the sun's going to come up, so we might get away with it. Take cord gunner? Oh, fuck that, I'm not taking a cord gunner APOC, I'm gonna be a chat, I'm gonna take Petro. I have not actually used the cord gunner yet, partly because it offends my sensibilities that he's wearing full modern Ratnik EMR kit, but also I just don't think the cord gunner is actually that useful in the Hind. I think it's a cool feature to have, but I don't think it's that useful, and I would have personally preferred... we're going to have to manually change our loadout here in a sec, but I would have personally preferred to have the crew chief in the back with a PKM, so that he can switch it between sides and shit. You know what I mean? Oh, we can't take Illum rockets. Alpin, no! Alpin, no! Oh, fuck. Okay, well, this could be an issue then. I see why APOC said take the cord. Although the cord gunner really shouldn't be able to see in the dark either, so if Petro can't see, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to see. Or why he would be able to see, I should say. Oh, he does see at night? Okay, I thought he didn't. Maybe he just doesn't IFF at night. Or it's probably just enough light between the full moon and the dawn that he can see. Accumulators, ground power... This is going to be, I think, the first time I've flown the Hind at night on stream, I'm pretty sure. It's not the first time I've flown the Hind at night. Back, when I totally didn't have access to it, I flew it at night a few times. Dude, this is fucking based. This is absolutely fucking based. Like, the thing is, gamma gamers can fuck up PvP night missions by just, you know, gamma gaming, but at the same time, night missions are so aesthetic. I really want a mission editor override on gamma settings so that we can actually have more frequent PvP nighttime events without, you know, without people just fucking gaming the system. Because that shit would be fucking fire, dude. And go ahead and... The interior lights aren't really going to come on until the gens kick in, so it's still going to be dark here for a while. That's alright. We got lights on that at least. Actually, it's nighttime, so we want dim lighting on that. Not bright. I'm just going to recenter my track IR. There we go. Oh, rotor brake. I always forget fucking rotor brake. Rotor brake. Starter. Left fuel valve. There we go. I know I've got a flashlight, I just don't need it. I can see the panels well enough, and I know where things are. As long as I can see the edge of the panel, so I know where the button is, I'm good. The floodlight? I don't use it. I don't need the floodlight. Oh, actually, I might turn it on. Dome light, whatever you want to call it. Persistent mission that takes a couple days to finish. I mean, yeah. The issue is just server stability for that mostly. DCS memory leaks being what they are, and well, DCS in general being what it is. If you leave a mission up for a couple of days, it can cause issues, particularly for PvP. But yeah, I would love to have that. I would absolutely kill to have that. Okay, right engine start. Good start on the left, so we'll get the right going. Let's seal this up. I need to remember to launch SRS. I don't know if the NVGs are enabled. It's a mission editor option, I think. Hopefully this is the right IP for the server. I haven't really manually connected in SRS since he switched over. Radio check 124. Radio check. You can hear me, so yeah, that's good. It's a little quiet though. Okay. Let's get the electrical system actually. There we go. Oh, it's a little bright. Let's turn it down to about half intensity. I'm still starting up. Gotta get that mood just right. Oh. Right about there. Right about there.
If we could get care over Bestland because there are enemy fighters looking for us.
My ASP is not running yet. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I've still got that fucking... I'm missing something still. APU... Reset those. What am I missing? 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 The only thing is I can think I accidentally unflipped a switch. I don't think the breakers actually trip like random failures on a thing, I'm pretty sure, so I don't know. But the ASP is not running, and the ASP should be running because everything else is working. Oh, no, I'm fucking dumb as shit. I turned the brightness all the way down. Oh, no, it's just not working. What did I miss? Get rid of the APU while we're at it. Yeah, there's our, that's the cargo bay lighting. We won't be able to see it from here though, because the cargo bay is still not fully detailed from the cockpit. Apok, are you having any issues with your ASP? Mine's not lighting up for some reason. I'm pretty, like, I did my startup as normal, but the ASP not on. Oh, wait, no, never mind, I'm done. Sorry, P-Brain. Fucking helps if I turn on the weapons panel. That's why the ASP isn't on. You fucking dumb shit. Oh man, there we go. Now it's too fucking bright. Turn the brightness on that down a bit. Okay, let's go ahead and 30. How do I turn the brightness on Petro's shit down? I forget. There should be a way to dim the brightness on that, but I just don't remember where it is, because that's the master brightness. That's, it's here, isn't it? Yeah, that's it, okay. Perfect. Because those other two knobs, those are your adjustment knobs for the actual sight, and in automatic mode, those don't do anything, or like you can't use them. Okay, so we got our rotor spun up. I'm going to trim back and to the right slightly. I'm going to start spooling. Release the brakes. Power on. The rotor tip lights look beautiful. Great, here I am, come shoot me beacon, but beautiful. If you want to lead, Apok, I'll follow you.
Okay, it seems the first convoy is kinda dead, so second one will be on its way.
Yeah, the top lights are gorgeous. We might turn ours on. I don't like using lights in combat, but we might turn ours on just for the aesthetic and also so that, you know, Apok doesn't accidentally crash into us. Visibility is sometimes a good thing. Look at that fucking sunrise, dude. Look at the fucking sunrise over the mountains, man.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Where are my tip lights? Mayak is your beacon light. Don't want that, we want those. Tip lights in the cockpit fan? Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. Let me just track R a bit more comfortable. I find in the hind I'm always looking left because I got better visibility left, so my head just kind of instinctively tilts that way. So I'm usually crabbing off to the fucking, to the right. Or rather off to the left, I should say. Jesus, dude, you're gonna get a nosebleed if you go much higher.
Okay, enemy units right from the most right smoke.
Okay.
Engaging APC.
Tally. You take the trail, I'll take the lead. Yeah, we don't need Illume rockets anyway, it's bright enough.
Okay, I'm taking IFP.
I'm taking APC. I want to do a hind stream with Captain and Nonny sometime as well, because I haven't flown with him, and I know he loves the hind, so... Not today, but one of these days when I've got more time on the stream and when he's awake and home from work, we'll have to do one. We'll get him in Enigma's server or in here, depending what time it is. Likewise.
Rifle on second APC from the fleet. Extending.
I can't tell what Petro's looking at, so I'm going to break off. Going right. Don't want to get too close. Oh man, this looks fucking good. I hope he keeps them this time on the mission, actually. You know what? I don't even care about Gamma Gaming anymore. We need this, like... We need at least one mission like this every fucking season, as it were. Oh yeah, Josh, if you want to fly the hind together, like, if I'm streaming, you want to fly the hind together, just let me know. Maybe not today, because like I said, I'm on limited time, but like, during a normal stream, if I'm flying the hind, or if I, you know, if you want to fly it, just let me know, because I love this thing. I just don't play it often enough, because I usually prefer to kind of fly fixed wing if I'm by myself. You know? Oh, Oblidinia. Shit. There we go. That should fix it. Haha, get fucked. Beepski claims another fucking scalp. Training Beepski to spot and ban fucking spam bots is probably the fucking biggest brain thing I've ever done on this stream. Yeah, so Beepski is trained to recognize, like, I spend a lot of time watching other streamers, right? So I know what they change their messages to. There's a bit of an arms race between the spam bots and trying to get around word filters. Well, guess what? I spend enough time on Twitch that I know what their fucking little ways and means are. And so every time I see a spam bot, I just copy paste sections of what it says, a couple sections from each one, like the word combinations that are most unlikely for a real viewer to use ever, and set them as an autoban phrase for Beepski. So as long as you guys don't go out of your way to imitate a spam bot, and please don't do it, because I don't want to manually unban you, but yeah, if like you don't exactly say the kind of phrasing they use, Beepski will ignore it, but if you use the correct phrasing as such, Beepski will fucking ban you immediately. Oblidinia is icing. So I forgot to turn my anti-ice systems on, which is a fucking big brain move in the middle of winter. Or spring or whatever this is. Petro sees a helicopter. I'm gonna go in for rockets. Petro can't see them over the trees, and he keeps trying to lock the Mi-8. NRS neoproblemi reaktivni snariad. Unguided rocket shells. Breaking off left. Getting a little close to the convoy here for my liking, but we've taken out the Bradleys and the other big guns, so it's a little less risky. Against, like, unknown targets or tanks especially, I would not get this close. I'd be circling from about 5 kilometers out. Coming left for a re-attack. Especially against Mike Delta when he's manually controlling ground units, you cannot get close to him, he'll fuck you up. For those who are relatively new to the stream and aren't familiar with the regulars on the Cold War server, Mike Delta is ex-British Army. He was a gunner instructor on a tank. He's on Challengers most, I think. I think he was on Chieftain briefly and then Challengers mostly, but yeah, he's you can tell he's a gunnery instructor because he can hit you over the crest of a hill using the tank's gun for indirect fire. He has done that to me before. It was an unpleasant experience to be on the receiving end of. He's Blue's main sort of GCI and combined arms player. He does fly occasionally as well. He flies the Huey a bit, Sabre occasionally, and a little bit of the F5, but mostly he plays combined arms because it's what he enjoys. It's what he did in real life, so to speak. So it's good to have a dedicated combined arms player on the server because not many people have it, and even less people actually enjoy playing it. And so having someone that's looking now, I got trees in the way. Having someone that really enjoys it and is really good at it is really awesome for gameplay in missions like this, which are intentionally set up for combined arms gameplay. And it gives me someone to practice my skills against. Obviously, like I said, I wasn't fully trained when I discharged anyway, but I was infantry, not armoured, so I've always had a strong interest in tanks, but I'd never wanted to be in one when it gets shot at, so I get to practice my in-game gunnery skills against somebody who did the real thing. So when I managed to make him angry, I feel like I've achieved something. Looks pretty bad down there to me. Not taking any fire, no movement, so I think we're clear. There's no other ground targets for us to engage here. Hey, we may as well head out to Nulchik. Still like 3 hours and something left in the mission, I think, so we got plenty of time. Yeah, I only used one of them, so I got plenty. I've used probably about half my rockets, but I've still got 7. Well, I think I took Sturms, but I've got 7 of them left.
Yeah, because Abrams is gonna be a pain. I only have thermobarics.
That's alright. We'll deal with them with the Sturms we got, and then if we need to RTB, we can RTB. You can maybe weasel them to stop them from shooting me. Did you bring S8 rockets or S13s?
S5.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, S5s are not going to do shit to an Abrams. That's alright, I've got some S8s left, but we'll see how we go with the Sturms. S13s are one hit an M60, I think maybe 2 or 3 will kill an Abrams. Going the wrong direction, I need to... actually, no I'm not. Because that's right, the Corks is cut northwest, so if I track kind of west-northwest, then I should be following them. Well, we've lost Nulchik, but we can at least clear up the units around the airfield so we can get our fighters over there without them getting shot down, maybe. It's going to be annoying, though, because there's going to be fucking Stingers and Avengers and Bradleys and shit there now. I'm going to turn my tip lights off so they don't see me. Just the tip.
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Make sure your anti-ice system's on. I forgot mine when I took off. I have a very big, angry red Oblidinia light blinking at me. Bright enough to remove the need for gamma gaming. Yeah, that's true. I think full moon missions are pretty gamma gamer proof. Not entirely. I've seen people cheese gamma even on a full moon, but you know, like I have my gamma set to I think the default 2.2. Say again.
We didn't get message that tank column is taking this one.
Huh.
I was told that that happens if we wipe out those two APC columns before they cross the bridge.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I remember that script was bugged. Let's just keep going to Nulchik. Yeah, like I've seen people gamma cheese full moon, but you generally don't need to. I'm running it, I'm pretty sure 2.2. I used to run it lower, I used to run it 1.8, but it was a bit rough sometimes. But yeah, like, with default 2.2 gamma, full moon is plenty enough. Same heart, even when I used to play DayZ, like the original DayZ mod, when gamma gaming was something everyone did, I just didn't enjoy it, didn't like it. It just takes away from the fun of the fucking experience. I mean, especially in something like DayZ, where it's, you know, nighttime's supposed to be scary and intense, that's the whole fucking point. So yeah, I wish there was an option to lock gamma. I understand that people have different monitors, and someone with like a shitty fucking Alibaba monitor might need their gamma cranked all the way up so they can actually see what they're fucking doing, but that's why you know, maybe you could make a whitelist for the gamma restriction or something. I just think that mission makers need some kind of tool to stop people from cheesing it at night. Everyone has shitty IPS garbage monitors though, which ruins low light levels. Honestly, I mean, I don't even remember what kind of monitor I have in terms of... I mean, I know what it is. It's an LG, what is it? 24ML 600 or some shit. But, like, I don't know, dude. Even when I had shitty, cheapo monitors that didn't display dark colors very well, I didn't feel the need to gamma game stuff. Like, the thing is, cranking the gamma just makes it look like shit. Like, it makes it just eye-murderingly bad, and you still can't see very well. Fuck, F5. Oh, over water too. I don't think I'm going to be able to save it. Oi, 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 oi. Glug, glug, I am drowning. Bitch! I probably shouldn't have been following such an obvious fucking landmark, to be honest, that was on me. It's why you don't follow rivers or roads in a combat environment. USSR Air Force, 13, our lucky number. We will see. Do we have attackers? Yes, we do. We have attackers. So, attackers are actually a Cold War weapon. The fucking 220Os. The oh no, wait, these are 120. Okay, no, these are the correct ones. The 220Os are unicorns to the point where I don't even know if they're in fucking service, widely used. But the regular attackers, the ones I'm taking, those are a Cold War era weapon. I think like the mid 80s is when they started being pressed into service. So when we were figuring out the weapon balance for Enigma's server, I suggested he didn't give them to Red because I thought, oh, they're going to be a bit strong. But now, in hindsight, with some of the other decisions he made and some of the other ways he modified the suggestions list I gave him, it's like, yeah, just give Red the attackers. It's not going to break anything. Really, they kind of need them almost to help counter the fucking Mav spam. Honestly, I really hate the Maverick. Like, it's a pretty decent weapon in real life. It's obviously over-modeled in DCS because, you know, a lot of real-life factors don't apply in DCS, including the shitty quality optics. But I hate Mavs not because, oh, they're OP or they're too good or whatever. I hate Mavs because they make blue players lazy. They never learn to actually use anything but Mavericks, and they become so heavily over-reliant on them that literally that's all they use. You know, if a module doesn't have Mavs, they won't fucking play it. That kind of thing. None of them know how to fucking bomb by tables or use rockets. It's just sad. I don't like those kinds of... Like, same reason I don't really use the Kar-29Ts very much. Fire and forget weapons are... especially in the context of DCS, where they're, like, unnaturally good because limitations aren't modeled. I just don't like them. I think they're skill issue inducers. They're not skill issues to use, but if you use them long enough, they will cause skill issues, if that makes any sense. Red has a few weapons like that too, but generally when it comes to air to ground, the Mavs are the big skill issue inducer, because once you just start using it, you never use anything else.
I killed F5.
Fucking nice work, dude. The other thing is that... Cheers. The other thing is that a lot of people don't actually, like, understand how to effectively use Mavericks. So you'll notice, unless I'm really under pressure and I don't have time to discriminate my targets, you'll notice when I use Mavs, I single out air defense units, tanks, things like that. So things that are either too hard of a target for my unguided weapons, or things that are able to shoot back at me from beyond my own range. Scary shit. Things that would kill an A10. That's what I use Mavs for, generally speaking. But you see a lot of people, particularly on Enigma server, but even on here where we have more experienced players, much more experienced players, much higher skill level. Not to shit on Enigma's community, because I don't want to. I want to raise them up, even if I'm a bit rude about it sometimes. But like... That's what I try and do, is I'll try and kill air defense units for them, but you go on Enigma server mainly and you see people just yeeting Mavs outside their fucking actual launch acceptable region. Like, I figured out why there's just random Mavs flying around. It's because people are locking stuff at fucking 20 miles, because the A10A, the TV quality is 4K HD fucking 60 FPS Ultra. They're locking shit from as far away as they can and just firing. They're not actually thinking like, oh, I can only hit about 8 miles with these, especially from, you know, low altitude. If you climb up a bit, you can hit higher, but they're probably one of the most misused weapons in that server. And those of you who remember my first ever A10 stream, the first time I'd ever flown an A10 in DCS, and it was the A10A on Enigma server, I literally had to bind it at the start of the stream. Because I just don't fly it. But I was trying to demonstrate in that how you use the A10. You use the Mavs to pick off the Shilkas and the ZSU-57s and whatever else, and then you go in with the Rock Eyes and the gun and finish off whatever's left. Like, that is how you A10 in DCS. If you do that, you're fucking unstoppable. It's ridiculous how powerful that aircraft is. But people just never learn, because they become over-reliant on Mavs. It's kind of sad. Rita's turned on, isn't she? I didn't hear her. Let's get at her. Rita's on. And if you wonder why I call her Rita, that's because that's what she's actually called. I think some of the other Warsaw Pact militaries had different nicknames for her, but within the Soviet military she was called Rita. And that's just taken from the actual name of the unit, which is RI-65B. RI-60, RI-65, RI-65B. Which is what you hear her saying when she runs her self-test. Did I remember my autopilot? Well, my stab orgs? No, I didn't. That's why the helicopter's all over the place. I really need to set up a bind for them, so that when I forget to turn them on, I don't fucking spear into the ground while I'm looking down at the panel. Alright, I'm going to start heading for Nalchik again. And not follow the river this time. So I think it was like 2 or 3 streams ago, I had a question from... who was it? It was one of the guys that stops by every now and then. Remember the other day where I said if I don't remember your name, don't feel offended, it's just because I'm a pea-brain and humans aren't made to remember this many social contacts? It was one of the regulars here whose name starts with a G. It wasn't Grassburgers, it was somebody else whose name starts with a G, I'm pretty sure. And they asked me, like, what helicopter I would suggest to get into in DCS. So the Huey's probably the consummate learn how to helicopter. There's no stability augmentations, there's no assists, it's very raw hands-on flying, it's very agile, it's easy to break, but if you treat it well, it's very well behaved and very kind of resilient, robust for what it is. So, in the sense of if you've never flown a helicopter before and you don't mind it being a bit of a difficult experience, a bit of a steep learning curve, I would say Huey. But the thing is, the Huey's got a lot of issues. As anyone in Enigma's Discord will know, thanks to Tim, the Huey is broken 9 ways to Sunday. The Huey was actually modeled originally off a fucking Augusta... Fuck, what was it, a 212? Augusta 212, I think it was, which is a twin-engine Italian license-built Huey for anti-submarine warfare. To the point where a lot of the files in the Huey folder are still named 212, like for the engine sounds and stuff. The slip ball in the Huey's fucked up. I don't know how you fuck up a slip ball. It's got a merge call right over the FARP, this is fine. I don't know how you fuck up a slip ball, because that is probably the most basic fucking instrument humanity has ever conceived. But yeah, they fucked up the slip ball. So there's a lot of issues with the Huey. The external model, it's too short, the tail's the wrong shape, like wrong proportions, you know, the cockpit has some stuff wrong, whatever. It's a great module, but the Huey's showing its age and it probably needs an overhaul at some point. The Mi-8 and the Mi-24, even this early in development for the Mi-24, these are probably as close as you will ever get to the real helicopters in any sim, because the Mi-8 module was developed by, I believe, an active duty or reserve duty Mi-8 pilot. You know, if you've seen the Russian side of the forums where they have the Q&A threads on the helicopters, you'll see Mi-8 pilot. That's because he flies them. I believe Mi-8 pilot and the colonel are the same person. But yeah, like, he knows his shit, put it that way. So these two helicopters are modeled in incredible autistic detail. I forgot my Oblidinia again, and my, what is that? Stilka, my glass, my windscreen defogger. Or Stekla, I should say. The APU. Some people leave the APU on just as a backup power source in case they get hit and lose the gens. I don't really do that, to be honest. There's not really much penalty to doing it, you're just burning fuel that tiny little bit faster, but I tend to not do it. Like, if I've lost my gens, I'm fucked anyway, because it probably means I just ate a fucking tank shell or a missile. Or 20mm in the case of the last flight. Can't wait for the Car 50 version 3. Love this helicopter. Oh, hey, Camoth. So Black Shark 3, Cathorius, Black Shark 3 is kind of in a funny place. Because what it actually is, if you look at the upgrades they're applying to it, Black Shark 3 this is kind of touching the Car 52 from a distance. It's as close as they can get to modeling a Car 52 without getting fucking the FSB kicking in the front door. So yes, it's a fictional upgrade, and yes, I know that that's going to bother people who rivet count. My Discord is full of rivet counters, believe me, I know. I think Egg in particular was not a fan of the planned upgrade for it, but having said that, we're not going to get a Car 52 anytime soon, even though the West now has a few examples of it thanks to Ukraine. At least I'm pretty sure they would at this point. At least some wreckage, if nothing else. So yeah, I don't think we'll get a Car 52 anytime soon, but the Car 50 is kind of going to behave like a single-man Car 52. So it'll still be, like, it'll still have kind of comparatively worse SA because of the higher workload for the single man, but in terms of systems, it's largely going to be a Car 52. Or like I guess an early sort of test bed for the Car 52. The other thing is as well, the Car 50 was built in such small numbers that most of the extant Car 50s were used as developmental aircraft. They were used to test different weapon systems or different loadout options. So, you know, there's photos that exist of a Car 50 mounting a fucking anti-ship missile, because that was something they tested. Did they put it in service? No, but they tested it. So, like, I get why people don't like the fictional upgrade to the Car 50, but I get it. I get it. And you can always just not put Car 50, like, you can always not put Black Shark 3 slots in your mission. Because, like, if we assume that it's being done on the same basis as the A10 upgrade, the same, like, sort of paid upgrade system, where it's a whole separate module, essentially, just don't put it in your missions. Or, you know, even if it's not a separate module, just don't give it the loadout options, remove the extra 2 pylons. I don't know if you'll be able to disable the defensive systems. I don't think ED's really moving towards that yet. I'm pretty sure Razbam, and I think Aegis maybe? I seem to recall Aegis saying they were going to do this for the F1. They're really the only devs that let you disable avionics out of the aircraft, rather than just weapons, but I would like to see ED start doing that. I really would like to see ED start doing that. It's still not going to turn a, you know, a F-18C Block 20 or a F-16C Block 50 into a Cold War aircraft. You're never going to be able to do that. Like, you just can't. Even if you disable most of the avionics, even the basic workflow is so much better. But you could at least simulate different time periods. You could simulate different upgrade packages, maybe export aircraft, things like that. So I would like to see that. Watch out for that tree. I always forget when I'm flying the Soviet helicopters how big my rotor disc is. The Heinz rotor disc is a little smaller than the Mi-8 at least, but like when I'm flying the Huey, I can fly between trees easily. Like the Huey's great for that. You just run down a narrow mountain stream between rows of trees and it doesn't care. The Mi-8, you've really got to pay attention because your rotor disc is so much wider than the helicopter is. Basically, like, if I'm looking forwards like this and something's at the edge of my screen, I'm gonna hit it. I don't like that I'm getting merge calls here. I really don't like that I'm getting merge calls here. I'm Zorro, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Motherfucker, I forgot again. Shit. I always forget now, you've got to actually turn this on. It doesn't start on by default. Now I've got to find a fucking landmark for a navigation fix. This is the point where I wish the Hind had RSBN. I know I could set up the ARC to find Nudchik, but I wish I had RSBN. I think that might be Nudchik there, actually. So we're gonna tentatively set this kind of northeast of the city. We're tracking almost dead west, so yeah. We're probably somewhere around here, I guess. And I'll adjust that further as I find more definite visual references. I know I'm probably in a minority here, but I actually would like to have to swap the charts when you hit the edge of it, rather than just have it automatically move over like it's an MFD. because that's how it works. This is a folded chart in real life, so every time you hit the edge of the chart, you have to turn off the map system, open the case, swap the chart over, turn the map system back on, readjust the fucking pointer so it's in the right place. Like, this is much more hands-on than DCS gives the impression of being. Wish they'd add the crash physics of IL-2. Sort of. IL-2 definitely has some nice physics to it, particularly how you can get hit by debris from an enemy plane, or a bailing out pilot. But I will say that IL-2, you know, Great Battle Series was based on a World War I sim, and so a lot of the actual damage physics in the game are more appropriate for a soft body kind of wood and canvas World War I aircraft than they are for a World War II all metal or metal and wood laminate machine. But DCS could definitely stand tab. I think it's starting to get there with damage models, at least for the Warbirds. This still has the old-fashioned damage model, so does the Apache, for some reason. I would have thought that the new modules would automatically have the new damage model, but apparently not. They're rolling it out in stages based on, I guess, the module's time period or something. But yeah, like, DCS's damage model is improving to the point where the World War II damage model in this might not look as nice as IL-2's, but it's actually better than it, because you don't have shit like 13mm Minengeschoss blowing your entire wing off, which is ridiculous, but yeah. It's getting there, slowly. Slowly, slowly. Holy shit! Kamlov, cheers for gifting those subs! Thank you so much. My dumbass forgot to set my my moving map display to on before I left the pad, so I don't know exactly where I am, but I think I'm northeast of Nalchik at the moment. And DVO, thanks for the follow, by the way. And welcome to the stream. For any first-time viewers here, hi, I'm Ross. I mostly stream DCS and ArmA 3. I do a little bit of other stuff here and there as well. I primarily fly PvP Red 4 Cold War era aircraft in DCS. I do fly blue stuff, I do occasionally fly modern stuff, but Red 4 is my specialty. I'm glad you enjoy it, Kamov. I'm glad I can provide some kind of entertainment to people. Tonka GR1, that'd be nice. Give me Block 25 and F-16A with cool screen. Yes, give me the cool screen. Crotch radar. I never want to have children. Give me the crotch radar. Holy shit, another 10. Jesus, dude. Thank you so much. I'm not very good at doing the whole thanks thing, but, like, I really do appreciate it. One of my issues, it's a fun autism person thing. I'm not very good at like expressing emotions, but I can pick up on them real fast. So if I don't ever want you guys to think I'm just going through the motions of like, oh thanks, wow, pog. Even if I don't sound like super enthused, I mean it. I mean it. You guys mean a lot to me. My life has improved so much since I started streaming. My mental health especially. It has its ups and downs, but it's been definitely a net positive, I think. Slabberdanks and Grassberg. Yeah, Grassburgers is pretty regular around these parts. So Slabber, actually. They're both around here pretty often. That be Nalchik. I think. And then Bucksun will be in front of us, one valley over. Just check my little map boy here. Yeah, I got a lake here, so that's probably that small lake there. So we're gonna, if I can take my hands off the cyclic without crashing myself, we're gonna put that there. We're gonna move that up. That is pretty much exactly where I am. If that's the same lake, which I think it is. Okay, I'm approaching Nalchik from the northeast. North-northeast, I should say. Actually, no. East-northeast, because I don't know how to read a compass, apparently. You still up, APOC? This is going to be really risky, because they'll be flying from this airbase. APOC might not be able to speak, it's pretty late in Serbia. He's got little ones he doesn't want to wake up. At least your slip indicator's functional, if nothing else. You know why? Again, because, you know, the Huey was kind of a hodgepodge project, whereas this was an active duty pilot who is very intimate with these helicopters leading development, and I have it on pretty good authority that he does not miss details. He does not fucking miss details. If something's the slightest bit out of whack, he will notice it. 2300 here, so we got the same time zone, so kids are probably asleep already, at least mine are. Oh, hey Mardik. Good to see you, man. Oi, 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 that's an F5. Please don't see me. F5 just took off out of Nalchik. Inshallah, he doesn't see me.
Inshallah.
Problem is, something sees me because I'm getting locked. Problem is their EWR is going to give him a merge call. So I'm going to try and stay over the trees to provide some visual clutter. I'm harder to spot over trees than over open ground. He doesn't see me, but some other ground unit does. Probably a fucking Vulcan or something painting me. Actually, he might see me, I don't know. He might just be getting some altitude for a higher attack, which is what you generally want to do anyway. I don't know where their air defense is going to be. It's going to be around here somewhere, but I don't know where. Trees are going to make this difficult. It didn't occur to me until I saw him take off that this is actually an active airbase that blue players are spawning at, let alone rearming at, so oopsie daisies. We've done a fucky wucky. Oh, the song. Come on, Petro. What do your elven eyes see, my son? Not a fucking lot, apparently. What we might do is we might go over the city. I'm pretty sure there's going to be fucking Avengers and shit down there, so this is going to be sketchy as shit, but we're going to go over the city and re-attack from the south, because that's the angle they're least likely to be looking. And there's at least buildings I can dive behind if I have to. I just feel super sketched out coming in at this angle, because it's really open ground. Their forces were approaching from the southeast to actually take the airfield, so they're probably going to be concentrated on the southeast side. 2.5 hours before I have to go, so we're good. We'll get a few more sorties in probably, or at least 1 or 2 more. Depends how long I survive, I guess. Huey with 40mm grenade launcher and DCS, that'd be interesting. I mean, to be fair though, the 30mm grenade launchers this thing gets in the pods, I still don't know how to aim them. I'm sure there's tables for them somewhere, like employment tables, but I used them on the Mi-8 like twice, 2 or 3 times, and I could never hit anything with them. I didn't even know where the forward shot was going. I'd love to have, instead of the fucking cord, particularly on the Mi-8, instead of the cord, I'd love to have a fucking AGS-30 hanging in the door instead. And let the door gunner do the aiming for me. And then carry gun pods instead. Pilot Mi-8 guy's a hero, and he's working on the 912 as well. He probably is, yeah. He's probably from the Belsimtech side of the house. I mean, Belsimtech and ED are the same thing. Belsimtech was like a kind of trial run of the third-party development model using an ED office, a separate ED office, physically separated from the main Moscow office. That's why Belsimtech merged to ED. They were always ED, they just went back to the main office. Because it turns out third-party development works. And so, but a lot of their team are the really experienced Redfall module guys, I've noticed. Like, they're really on top of their shit. Zell sitting there listening to Ross shit talking the Huey, shaking in the corner. Hey, I like the Huey. I really like the Huey. I really do need to fly it more often. It's just, you know, I love my Mi-8 and my Mi-24. I love my Huey, but I'm not very good with it. These I feel more at home in. Said in an interview he was having trouble getting his medical renewed, so he's doing ED full-time instead of flying. I mean, it probably sucks for him, because I'm sure, like most pilots, he'd rather be flying, but good for us, I suppose. Yeah, they probably got a guy searching overhead, so I'm probably going to get deleted at random here by a missile or guns pass. At least over this kind of wooded hill area, we've got more concealment. I'm just worried about any man pads or Avengers or whatever they have hiding down there, because I'm not going to see it until it's too late, and if I try and flare here, it's going to give away my presence. They know I'm here, but they don't know where exactly, I think. So I've got to really be careful here. It's a shame this part of the world is so full of fucking ethnic strife and fucking extremism, because it's so beautiful. I'd love to visit it sometime, but being of the ancestry that I am, I'm not sure I'd be very welcome in Nulchik, to be honest. Where's my airfield? I'm on the wrong side of town? Oh no, there it is. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So there's somebody got shot down over in Buxon, it looks like. Or near Buxon. Ground truck. Those are the ground ones are airfield scenery. Jet. Yes. Kill him, Petro. Kill him. Get fucked. Just deleted somebody on the runway. Feels good, man. Oh, this sunrise is gorgeous. Look at that. I mean, I don't want to do the whole hog it I forgor routine, but I did forgor how beautiful this game can be sometimes. Man, that's gorgeous. Now we can't let the sunrise distract us. Yeah, I'm over the city of Nulchik. I just fucking popped someone on the runway with a fucking attacker.
Oh, cool.
I'm having trouble spotting any ground units, so I don't know what they got for air defense here. I'm being locked, so they're all like painted, so there's probably Vulcans around. I just don't see them. They got a pretty consistent cap overhead. I think that they know I'm here and they're looking for me, but they can't actually find me yet. I'm pretty sure I just jinxed myself.
I'm southeast low, about 7 clicks.
I need to reset my map, it's drifted south.
Too much cap around.
Yeah, that's alright, man. Don't feel pressured to get here. I can look after myself for now. My main concern is I'll overfly a fucking Avenger or Vulcan or something. Or that fucking Mike Delta will drive one up to me if he's on the server right now. I didn't check. Maybe. I don't want to scroll down while I'm flying. It's not like he's their only combined arms player, though. They have quite a expansive list of combined arms guys. Makara's been taking it up quite a bit as well, which is good to see. Makara is one of the main blue Huey guys. Very good Huey pilot. He's shot me down in this thing more than once. Rolling shutter effect on the fan seems to have gone. It might be a lighting condition thing, or it might have just been frame rate related. It could actually be rolling shutter based on frame rate, now I think about it. Or, you know, like a digital equivalent of rolling shutter. I don't know if you call it the same thing. Don't think the grenade pods are any good. They're probably only really useful against infantry. And even then, only if you know how to aim them. If DCS was able to do fragmentation, a lot of weapons have become a lot more effective than they are. The problem is doing fragmentation properly would Like, even with multi-core, that's so many calculations. Like, imagine a single Su-25 with just nothing but S8 pods making a rocket run and just salvoing all its rockets. Like, imagine what that would do to your fucking CPU. Like, as it is, even on Beepsky Mark II, but especially on Mark I, when a Hind or something lets loose a barrage of rockets all in one go, it freezes my PC, even if they're on the other side of the fucking map in a multiplayer server. So, yeah, it's a bit... I'd like to have proper fragmentation modeling, but I'd honestly be happy with them just abstracting it. Like, maybe adding another type of splash damage, another type of area of effect damage that just rolls the dice or something. And the closer you are, the higher the dice rolls are. Which is how most of the damage system for ground vehicles works anyway, it's just dice rolls. Dice rolls and threshold values, which is why sometimes tanks will survive shots that other times one-shot them. That's a bad noise. There's a Vulcan around here somewhere. And I don't know where. I have used the R60s a little bit, but not much. In my opinion, they're kind of a distraction from your main mission, which is hitting ground targets. So, like, when I took them on an Enigma server, I found myself getting distracted chasing A10s and shit, and I wasn't getting any actual ground work done, so I don't really use the R60s very much. I'd rather just take more actual missiles. There we go. IFV, that's what we want. This is really risky here. We're gonna have to fly pretty much the length of the runway. I'm really high up as well, so we're gonna gently decrease the collective. I don't want to block Petro's line of sight or he'll miss. I'm gonna begin a gentle left pedal turn. You never want to fly directly at your target, because that's a great way to get shot in the face, especially by a tank, especially if Mike Delta's controlling it. So what I generally do, and this is something that Seal suggested the first time we really multi-crewed together in the Hind, is never to fly straight at the target, just line up my sight so he can get the target straight away and acquire it, but as soon as he fires that missile, I start a gentle left or right pedal turn. Maintain the speed, altitude, whatever, relatively speaking, so he still can aim stably, but you just change your direction a little so they can't pop you in the face. We'll come back around from this side. There's probably air defense units here, but I don't want to stay in the same area for too long. Oh, fuck. Fuck, I saw that too late. Well, we found the fucking Avenger. The Avenger is on the eastern side of the airbase. Ask me how I know this. We tried. Yeah, I just ate shit. Well, I killed a Bradley and I killed someone that was rearming. I'm happy. Worthwhile mission.
Which face is this? Belchik?
Yes.
On the way.
I'm gonna grab another Mi-24 and head back. Actually, what can we sling in this mission in the Mi-8s? We can't sling tanks or BMPs, right? Or can we sling BMPs? Shit, okay, I'll grab a BMP. We'll switch helicopters. That humming you hear in the background, it sounds like the electrical system running. That's a bug, by the way, confirmed to be a bug. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Bagram Helicopter Squadron, so it's an Afghanistan skin, but it's like a temperate colors Afghanistan livery, I think. I wish the smoke rockets didn't lag the shit out of the fucking game, because I'd love to be able to use them to mark targets. We're gonna take the oh, we can't take the Christmas pods! Oh, Alpin, I want my Christmas pods. It's probably because they kill people's frames, but, I mean, they don't kill my frames. That's all I care about, they don't kill my frames, so fuck everyone else. BMP2, CTLD, troop transport. We can't carry troops in this mission because they'd make it too easy to capture airfields, I guess. I think. Right. Batteries. Inverters or rectifiers? I think those are rectifiers, I can't remember. Then those go to manual up. Fire extinguishing system. I really wish this thing had multi-crew, it really needs it. Like, imagine multi-crewing this and having a friend actually doing the flight engineer seat and running through the startup checks. This is really, like, more so than the Huey, this helicopter was designed to be flown with multiple people in the cockpit. The Huey you can one man, but this should be multi-crew. It's kind of silly the Huey got it first, but it needs it, and hopefully one day it gets it. Good Newcastle band. Why is my radio so fucking quiet? It's like the sound on SRS is dipped for some reason. What am I doing? I've got the APU running, brain, engine start, that's what I'm doing. Since I can't get the main electrics running until the engine's running. Or until the gens are running, I should say. Anti-ice systems go on. We don't really need the dust protection system. There's no dust, there's just snow. In fact, the snow will keep dust down. So rainy weather, you don't really need that, because rain or snow keeps dust down. It's only dry weather you really need to worry about that, as far as I'm aware. Kind of like the reason why Spitfires and Hurricanes and 109s and shit had massive tropical filters put on them in the North Africa campaign. Versus in temperate Europe, where they didn't need any filters. Well, they had filters, but they didn't need big filters like that. The Mark 9 actually had the same thing. It's just the Mark 9 streamlined that filter into the aircraft better so it didn't look as big. Music choice has been on point, I know. Very humble about my playlist, but I know, it's good stuff. Let's get the dome lights on, we may as well. Get the gens on. So reader's on. I don't know why everything's so quiet, it sounds almost muted. Close that a bit to quieten it down. We're gonna go ahead and set this up. I probably shouldn't have them on free fire because it'll make me easier to see if my gunners see something and open up on it, but I don't want to be micromanaging my gunners' ROE if I get attacked. Particularly, fuck, I was slow on the fuel for that. We'll have to wait for it to spool down, then restart it. Particularly because I don't have it bound, I have to reach for the keyboard. Let's hit the starter, confirm the needle catches. Yep, needle's caught. Come back up to the fuel valve, and on. Honestly, it looks a lot more complicated than it is. After you've flown it for a while, it becomes second nature. It's like the MiG-21 startup. Every now and then I'll forget something, or I'll get it slightly out of order, especially if I'm distracted. Like in the MiG-21, I'll sometimes get distracted on startup and I'll forget to arm my gun, or I'll forget something like that, or I'll forget to turn the blown flap system back on, but generally speaking, it's pretty easy. It's not as spoopy as it looks. Not at all. We're going to hop back to the pilot's seat. I only need to hop over there to turn on the countermeasures. And then I can turn on the DIS from here. I can kind of see that's the DIS instrument. I can see it from here, but it's like I'm going to have parallax. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm not actually using the DIS really here. It's just as a kind of fallback so I know roughly how far I've traveled. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I've already fucked it up because I pressed the wrong button. That's the button I wanted. Autopilot goes on, otherwise we're going to have a spicy takeoff. APU, first of all the starter can go off. APU can go off. I need to set up my stick and pedals. Hey Conti, good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good morning. we're gonna just double check weapons are live, so we should be good if we get into a situation where we need to use those. And we're gonna just carefully lift off. You can see how much easier this lifts off with a, you know, moderate load compared to the fucking overloaded hind I was flying before. You'll also notice that you can take off above your max takeoff weight. You're just revving the piss out of the engine to do it. You're really, and putting a lot of torque on the blades, so it's not really good for the helicopter. Wherever possible in those situations, you would use a rolling takeoff just to save engine life. But this is DCS and we don't give a fuck. Also, I am not doing a very good job of hovering today. I think I'm a little off to one side, so we're gonna gently reverse so it pops into my windscreen. I can see where the fuck it is. Too high. Okay, so it was under me there. I can see the pad, so I know roughly where it is. It should be slight right of me here, so just hold this altitude. There we go, we're loaded. We've got a hind bro over there, hasn't started up yet. I hope you guys can hear the music well enough, by the way. It's kind of quiet for me, so I might turn it up. I really wish the music bot had a sound checking option, so all songs were the same volume across the board, but they're not. Some are really obnoxiously loud, some are almost inaudible. And this is a quiet song to start with, so it doesn't help. I'll leave it. If you guys need me to change the audio levels at some point, though, just let me know. What time is it? Just coming up 7... Was it 7:20, 7:30? I can't... Does that say 19 or 29? It's on the edge of my field of vision. My glasses kind of aberrate towards the corners of the lenses. About 2 hours left before I need to go, so we've still got tons of time. We're gonna wind the good old World War II fucking special here back up to about 4. So the default setting is intended for like rockets from a couple kilometers away. If we need to use the gun pods at something attacking me, or at something relatively close, we want that set much higher. In Libya I flied Mi-8 in passenger. Oh, nice. So one of the guys that stops by chat now and then actually flew Mi-17s, which is, you know, essentially more or less the same helicopter. That was a bit close. He flew Mi-17s in Afghanistan. Not with the Soviet army. He's not quite that vintage, but he flew them with contractors during the most recent Afghanistan expedition. I feel like you can define periods of recent human history by who was in Afghanistan. Give it another couple of years and it might be the Chinese we're talking about being there. I mean, they're already there economically, but militarily, I mean. Graveyard of empires, etc., etc.
Guys, are you having RSBN working at Vostok? I know it's channel 9, I can't seem to get it to work at all.
I don't have RSBN in this thing, but last time I used it, Vostok was fine. Do you, are you sure you have direct line of sight to the beacon?
No, maybe I'm a bit low.
Yeah. That's usually the answer, just climb higher.
Well, I've got someone around me, I've just been hit by something, so I'm going to try and exfil in that rough direction, then when I get closer I'll climb.
Yeah. Oh, this is,
I don't even know what the hell hit me, I got a merge call and a bang.
I think this might be a live version.
It might have been a glyph forerunner. Hasn't done much damage.
The vocals sound a little different. In Lebanon mission, just transit? I gotcha. I've never actually flown in a helicopter in real life. I've been inside helicopters that were parked on the ground, but I've never flown in one. I'm not sure if I'd be able to. I'm scared of heights. If I'm in a plane with fixed wings, I'm fine, but if I'm standing on the edge of a building or a cliff or something, or even at the shopping mall, if I'm standing at the edge of an atrium where the opening is, I can't feel my feet anymore. I get really, really dizzy. Doesn't apply when I'm in a fixed-wing plane, especially if I'm flying it. Like, when I'm flying the plane myself in real life, it's the most comfortable feeling I've ever had in my life, which is why I really need to quit fucking talking about getting back to it and actually get back to it. It's like my zen, is when it's just me in the plane, nice cold winter's morning, completely still air, and I can just take my hands and feet off the controls and let the plane fly itself. Obviously guarding the controls, so if something goes wrong I can grab them right away, but those days are just the best.
That works fine too.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, in a helicopter, the lack of visible wings might kind of make me freak out, or, like, the fact that, you know, aircraft are designed to fly. Their natural state is flying. Helicopters are a fucking affront to God and physics, and they stay in the air by the power of spite alone. So if, you know, if the Jesus nut gives out and the rotor falls off, or if something goes wrong, you're screwed. You know, in a plane you can always just glide it down and try and belly land it somewhere. In a helicopter you either auto-rotate or you die.
In the Russian cockpit, look above the pilot's head and it will say SPU and radio. Change it from radio to SPU.
You don't even need to do that, you just bind up trigger to ICS, and then, so like in the real helicopter it's first stage triggers ICS and second stage triggers external radio, and that's how I have it bound up, so I just pull first stage trigger and I can talk to the ground crew. It saves you fucking around with the control panel.
Switched it from radio to ICS, but it seems that's not working.
Yeah.
I'll try the...
Just make sure you use the right bind, because I've been told that the in-game radio bind, like the in-game VoIP bind I mean, doesn't do it. It's the comms menu bind specifically.
Alright, thank you, we'll try.
One of the nice things about the Soviet helicopters is they just, once you get them stable, they just fly themselves. It's relaxing. The Huey wobbles all over the place, you gotta be real hands-on the Huey. And even when you get it relatively stable, it's doing this kind of side shimmy all the time, it never actually sits still. But this thing is just dead stable. It means it's a little more sluggish when you need to get out of the way of something shooting at you, but it's fast, it's relatively agile for its size, it has a lot of power. And it's just so stable and easy to fly. Get dizzy even when I just see I get dizzy when I think about being near an edge. Or like if I'm in a game and I'm standing on top of something high up, like I still get dizzy. It's interesting how the brain works. Like even, I know I'm playing a game, it might even be an older game with like really not good graphics. So it's not even like it's photorealistic, but I still get real life phobias in games. So like my fear of heights, or my fear of underwater piping or drain holes or whatever. Like if you go back through my VODs, well, it'd be on YouTube now, it won't be on Twitch, but if you go back through my YouTube uploads and my VODs to when I was doing a playthrough of Black Mesa, all of the water sections on that, I was fucking shitting myself. I was really fucked up from that.
They are over at Novopavlovsk.
Can you walk the power lines in games? I'm sure there's a game that lets you do that. You can't do it in DCS because the power lines only have collision for some things. Whether or not power lines exist for you in the physical realm is down to what module you're flying. The funny thing is as well, I've spoken about this before, but DCS has some weird, I don't know if I'd say post-processing, but like the render order is fucked up, like the layers in which things render. So for example, the blur mask on night vision, because night vision goggles are focused to infinity. And you know, because it's focused to infinity, you can't see things close to you, they just blur out. That blur mask that they use for the night vision, it actually affects the anything with instrument panel or cockpit framing behind it. So if you move your head so that the HUD is overlaid against one of the HUD pillars or something, it blurs the HUD. Likewise, the clouds render over the top of power lines. So if you're flying really low, like, and you look up and see a power line, oh, right, F1s exist, and they find helicopters really well. I completely forgot the F1 exists. Okay, so the shortest possible route is not working for us. I am on a timer here. Like I said, I got about 2 hours, so that should be enough, but... well, the mission's going to end in 2 hours, actually, so that works out really, really well. But what we're going to do is we're going to go the long way around this time, because fuck letting that happen again. So we'll take a little bit of extra fuel compared to normal. We will grab our... livery. Ay, ay, ay. Accumulators, rectifiers / inverters / I don't remember. Normally you turn on like the aerodrome ground power switch as well, but I'm lazy and I just start off the fucking battery. Because why not? The helicopter will let me do it, so I will do it. I'll start up the weapons breakers as well. I love these breaker bars. One of my favorite things about aircraft like this. Just fucking slam all the breakers in one fucking go. The Su-17 will have those, or Su-22, whatever you want to call it, it'll have those. Okay, APU's got some air pressure up. Well, temperature up and air pressure goes there, so we've got bleed air for our engines. We'll hit the starter, we'll hit the fuel valve, there goes the left. I just got fucking deleted by an F1 about 2/3 of the way to Nudchik. I'm gonna have to go over the mountains and try and hide in there. I forgot that they can actually look down. We might as well just flick all these on now rather than wait. Actually forgot a couple of my lights last flight, so you got that one there, and then this one here, and this one here. Go ahead and set the fuel totalizer to total. Make sure the volume's cranked on that, because I'm fucking deaf. We'll just have that on one side.
Something just got flashed directly at the top.
Oh, we got some new features, by the way. So let me check something. Yeah, no troops. So we got a new feature. If we go up here, F10 menu, mission info. So we got mission status, mission time, and the balance of power, which shows you how many players on each team. So that's a nice little feature. Mission status doesn't want to... Mission status might not be playing nice with us in this mission. It's a very new feature, so it's still got some kinks to iron out, I think. Hey, Legos. Something else I forgot to do is switch both of those over to automatic, which you're technically supposed to do. APU can go off. So can the starter system. We need to get our anti-eye systems on, because oh, those are set to automatic. That's on. We'll just leave those on automatic. So that's the power switch there, I guess. That's all you really need. What am I doing? Control... No, it's Windows H. Control Windows 4 and Control 5, and then Windows H, hide that again. You guys might not see it, it's probably behind my ugly mug, but there's a little menu that comes up for rules of engagement for the crew. If the gunner's in the back. What else we got? That's all on, that's all on, weapons are on. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go, so we're going to give it a little bit of back right, which is the opposite of the Huey. You go back left on the Huey, you go back right on the Soviet helicopters because the rotor spins the opposite direction. It goes anti-clockwise on the Huey and it goes clockwise on Soviet stuff. Why? I don't know. But it does. Konstantin looks as thoroughly traumatized as ever. That man is a master of dissociation. He has to be to fly with me. Above me. Fuck, that sounds good. Do the Hinds have R60s in this mission? Just thinking.
That shouldn't be the case.
I was just gonna say, if they do, I'd ask if someone wants to fly escort for a Mi-8. Mission ends in 2 hours, and I have to go in 2 hours. How perfectly timed.
I think the F5 stayed. Who's in the turning fight? Got a missile onto him. Yeah, he's down.
By the way, guys, it won't happen probably till later in the week or even next week, so I'm pretty far behind on clipping and editing stuff out of videos, or out of VODs. But remember how last stream, even though we had a dumpster fire in DCS, we did get some pretty good action with the F5 radar? I'm gonna, like, highlight out a bunch of clips from that into one video, just to kind of go as a primer along with my other video that I made the other day, which I think is on Twitch, but I don't remember if I put it on YouTube yet, about how to use the F5 radar and how useful it actually is. Because so many people still don't use it, don't understand how big of a deal it is to have actual situational awareness. So I kind of feel like, you know, I need to throw, particularly on Enigma server, some of the Blue 4 guys, I need to throw them a bone, because otherwise they're just going to moan about shit until the end of time. So, like I said, I might be obviously very fucking red biased and a bit toxic sometimes, but I want to help people learn and get better at the game. It's when people don't want to learn and they just bitch about stuff instead, it really pisses me off. So, I will attempt to show them the way of the F5 radar, because that thing, like, if it's ever corrected, so it doesn't overperform so much, it'll be less useful for this kind of stuff. It'll still be good, still be really good at higher altitudes, but like the way it can pick stuff out of ground clutter right now and find helicopters is a bit broken. But like, you have this magical fucking radar that can spot anything at low altitude as long as you know what to look for, and people just sleep on it. See what we're saying there? I just got strafe near the fart. That was a missile? Ah, fuck. Man, I can't get shit done with these fucking F1s around. I can't even get away from the fart, dude. Like, trying to get to the mountains and I can't get away from the fucking fart. I don't know if I I was thinking the amount of time it takes me to start the helicopter up and get a fucking load on it and everything. I think since Blue has the F1 now, I think it's time that we give R60s back to the Hinds. I don't care if Blue players think it's unfun to get sniped by Hinds, I really don't. Because now the F1 can spot you at low out. I mean, even the F5 can spot you at low out if you actually know what you're doing. Which most don't, but, like, yeah, it's just kind of... What are we going to do in helicopters now, you know? We'll try once more. We can't take a Hind anyway, because both Hind slots are taken, but... We'll try once more. If at all. Are we out of Mi-8s? No, we're not. I just couldn't reoccupy the same slot for some reason. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I feel like if they're going to have the F1, and they're just going to fucking snipe helicopters, because the thing is, on Alpin's server, helicopters don't appear on the, like, to a human GCI. And the reason helicopters don't appear on the F10 map, even for a friendly GCI, is because they're hidden units. And the reason they're hidden units is because the red helicopters were getting just ganked by F5s constantly anytime that Blue had a GCI, which is, like, usually. So, yeah, helicopters are hidden on the map. None of the GCIs can see them, but you still get AWACS callouts. Like, the default AWACS will still call them out, so it's not like they're totally invisible. You can obviously still visibly see them, and if you know how to use a radar, you can use that. But the problem is, the Blue guys were not happy about the Hind having R60s while being hidden, because they were worried it would do a Gazelle on them, like do a Gazelle Mistral and hunt them down and kill them, and they wouldn't be able to see it was coming. But, like, if we're going to have the F1 on the server and people are actually going to start using radar and start doing look-down, shoot-down shit against helicopters, I think we need the R60s back, honestly. Otherwise, it's going to become the same problem, and a lot of helicopter guys are going to start chucking the shits.
Do we have an EWR deployed at MP41? Yes, sir. Yeah, I just found it.
I'm assuming that our fighters are doing stuff, I can't even get away from the FARP at the moment, so we really need heavy cap over Beslan. Don't go near Nulchik, just stay near Beslan. Like, the fucking valley that Beslan sits in with that ridgeline and the river, don't leave that. They've got Avengers at Nulchik anyway, so it's dangerous to go near.
Well, F10 map it, please.
I mean, you can see it on the F10 map. Like, literally the ridgeline northwest of Beslan, don't go any further northwest than that, you know what I mean? Just stay in this bowl. Because at the moment I can't even get away from the FARP without being shot down. I fucked something up. What did I fuck up? Shit. Rotor brake. That's what I fucked up. Dumbass. Hopefully I didn't just flood the engine. $530? I don't know. Probably. I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a 530 or a fucking Sidewinder or what. If it hits me, I'm dead. Like, it's kind of immaterial to me what kind of missile it was because the outcome is the same. I die. And because the, like, the F1's radar is really finicky, don't get me wrong. It's kind of shit. It's not nearly as shit as it should be, but it's still kind of shit and janky to use. But, because it has that telemeter mode, like the HUD area search, it makes it quite easy to spot a helicopter in front of you. If you visually see him, or even if you know roughly where he is, you just hit the telemeter, and it'll automatically lock him. And then if you lose visual on him, you still got the orange dot on the HUD, you know what I mean? You're probably already gone, Josh, but good luck with the exam, man. Sleep well. Legend is after World War II, the fuckable factory competence was divided equally between US and USSR to the point where the fuckable 61 left rotors went to... I mean... I don't know if I believe that one. It's a cool story, but I doubt it. I very much doubt it. It's not like the Germans were the only ones to figure out helicopters anyway. They just adopted them militarily a lot sooner than anyone else did. Well, actually, no, not even... Because the Americans had military helicopters in, like, 44, I think. Just not very many of them. So, as usual, the Germans get the fucking credit for something that everyone else was doing. Okay, autopilot's on. I think we're good. Everything's set up. Whoops. I just don't bump that. Let's get our crew set up. Let me also... It's disabled at the moment because I need to think of an alternative. What it used to do was if somebody activated the ALML, I would get on Just Dogfight in the F-15 and just style on pubbies with it. Doing all of the typical pubby F-15 meme flight model things like pulling Jesus Alpha and just spraying bullets, holding down the trigger. But, yeah, I've had that disabled for a while because everyone else started doing it, unironically, and so it became just cancer because it was the entire fucking Just Dogfight server and Mo Better server as well is just fucking F-15s all the time, both teams. Miserable kind of experience, so that's why that's not redeemable anymore, or it shouldn't be anyway. I don't think I actually have any redeemable channel point stuff at the moment, to be honest. I need to think of some better ones. The issue I have with channel point redemptions is, like, I get into a certain flow when I'm playing a game, particularly DCS, and I don't like interrupting it. I know it's, like, it's fun to have stuff you guys can interact with. I totally get that. But at the same time, I need a stream to be, like, fun for me as well. Otherwise it's going to turn into just me bitching all stream. It's not going to be very fun. I'm going to lose my voice. Nobody wins there. So I need to think of some rewards that are not like going to disrupt my gameplay, but are still something fun for you guys. There was also going to be one for using gun pods for air-to-air on the Mi-24, but then I remembered they fall off at 5G, so much for that. Sorry, say again?
What is it that prevents the Mi-21 gun sights from being turned on? I've restarted like 3 times already.
If you start it up too quickly... Okay, first check the emergency inverter, that can't be on. If that's not on, the other usual culprit is if you hit the switches too quickly in a particular sequence, it bugs out. So what you need to do to fix that, from memory, is turn off your gyro flight instruments, turn off the flight gyros, cycle the inverters, and then do the reverse. That's what usually fixes it for me.
First you need to spool up the engine, and only after then turn on the rest of your electrical system.
I don't actually think that's it. Like, I don't think that limitation's modeled. I think it's just the bug.
That was the emergency inverter.
Is that Avto? It is Avto. Thought I recognized that voice. Do I not have that bound to... Okay. I need to bind the actual external radio? Hello? Have I fucked up my binds here? Here's something I wouldn't dream of doing. No, okay, that is bound. Oh, shit, okay. No, it's not set for VoIP. I don't know. I guess I have to hold it in? No, it's not working. Bugged? Question mark? So, I don't know what's up with that. It could be a bug, or it could just be I'm dumb and I've set my binds up wrong or something. So just doing some chill helicopter stuff today. What up? Still a fair while left in the stream, which is good. Next stream will probably be towards the end of the week or the weekend, same as usual. Assuming I don't die trying to get this fucking assessment done last minute. Most likely there we'll be doing MiG-19 stuff. We might, depending how long I stream for, we might squeeze in some High Fleet. Failing that, we'll as long as someone reminds me, we'll do High Fleet next Monday after ArmA. Because I haven't played it for a hot minute, so I'm going to have to kind of reteach myself the game. F1BE with single R530 is going to be there in the future. Only if I have a backseater. Oh no, I guess to take the guns away, yeah. Yeah, that might be a thing. Maybe, we'll see. I wish that, I mean, there probably is a way to do it. Like, the thing is, I obviously can't tab out to like, fuck with the stream settings while I'm flying. So, I can't really, easily enable or disable redeeming of certain channel point rewards. Like, I know that some of the more professional streamers do that, or they have like a stream deck where they can just press a button, it enables or disables a certain thing. So that way I could like only enable them for which team I'm flying on, for example, or only enable things for a particular airframe or whatever. But I can't really do that, so if I just leave like channel rewards open for whatever, it is going to disrupt my flow a bit. I don't even have space to put a stream deck. Even if I had one, I don't know where I'd put it. Snowy trees are a bit too light. Yeah, the trees in general need improvement in DCS. They're too large. The default tree scale is too large. I think they did that so that they could use less trees to fill out the same area, so it's less of a performance hit, but it looks weird. There is a mod for better trees. I do actually have it, I just don't have it installed. It's okay on Alpine server, but if you try and use it on a couple... I don't know about Enigmas, I don't think it works on Enigma server. And a lot of the other like popular servers, if you try and run the better trees mod, it trips a pure textures check. So that's the only reason I don't use it, is just because some servers don't like it. Ideally, ED would either incorporate it into the base game, like they did with the Caucasus ground textures, or they would make it not trigger a check. Say again.
Where do we need cap?
Basically over Beslan.
Beslan, copy.
So like that whole valley that Beslan sits in is kind of where we need blue kept out of, because they keep coming in and sniping us off the far pad. Meme loadout? Yeah, I could do that, I guess. Then we could also kind of have like whatever meme I'm feeling like on that particular day. So for 21 it could be R55s, it could be RS2 US. We could do that, I think. I'll just have to remember to set it up later. Speaking of remembering to do things, I've got a bunch of shit I was supposed to do last week and I completely forgot. So I've still got to double check that, remember the solar flare bug I found? Or at least I think that's what's causing it. I need to double check that. Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, deleted again by an F1. I literally can't get away from the fart more than about 10 kilometers before this happens. We need our R60s back. Although that wouldn't even help this, because I don't have R60s in a Mi-8, and I didn't even see him. I'm not a fan of this. Not a fan of this fucking at all. How many fighters do we have? A MiG-15, MiG-21. Yeah, okay, no wonder. No fucking wonder. I need to actually be effective now because our other helicopters are going to get molested. So I'm going to jump in a fucking fighter. I'm going to have to fix up my pedals, but... Oh, dude, this is giving me the shits. We'll grab a 21. I kind of want to do the 19, but we'll grab a 21 just for this. Got an hour and 41 to go. I'll fix my pedals up. The thing is as well, like, they don't even need the F1 to do that. They don't need the look down, shoot down radar to do that. They could pretty easily... I'm deeply suspicious of the amount of smoke here at fucking Mozdok. There shouldn't be any fucking smoke here. I wonder if our fucking friend has come back. That would well, no, I heard the jet fly past. I got shot. I was just thinking, like, if there's this many dead ground units here, and they shouldn't really have any reliable means of attacking here, because there should be fucking cubs and shit protecting it, I wonder if our buddy has come back and decided to fuck with the server. Don't know. R60. Let's take, we'll take R3Rs because we are going to be fighting F1s. And we'll just take the fucking light load out. Because I'm probably going to need to do a little bit of turn fighting, so we don't want to be too fat, too heavy, too draggy, whatever. Su-7 would be pretty funny, because a lot of people sleep on that thing. A lot of people don't realize it was originally designed as a fighter bomber, so it's a little more sporty than most would imagine. So, for those who maybe aren't in my Discord but like to keep pace with DCS memes, there was some drama in Enigma's Discord server yesterday, because one of the guys in there, I'm not going to name names, you guys know me, I don't like naming names with this shit, but someone in there, one of the F1 guys who pretty much only flies the F1, was accusing a Su-25, an as yet unnamed Su-25, but I suspect it was actually me, accusing a Su-25 of cheating, because this guy was in his F1 and went into a vertical climb, and of course the Su-25 had punched off all its stores and was probably less than half fuel, and it climbed up after him. And so this guy was convinced the Su-25 was fucking cheating, because how could fat, slow ground attack aircraft Su-25 keep up with his Mark II fighter, right? I'm gonna cast some wisdom out there for those of you who may be scratching your heads wondering the same thing. Go check up the thrust of the Su-25 and compare it to the thrust of the Mirage F1. The Su-25 is powered by a pair of non-afterburning MiG-21 engines. Not R-25s like this has, but I think they're R-13s. They're just non-afterburning. It has... They're pretty responsive to the throttle because they're fighter engines, and they have reasonably good power. The Su-25 has a total of 20,000 pounds of thrust. 20,000 pounds of thrust. Now, bear in mind, on Enigma server, most of the Su-25 guys are defueling to about somewhere between 50 and 70%. Now consider how light that thing is with no stores on. Also bear in mind that a Su-25, overloaded past its maximum takeoff weight, will outclimb a MiG-21 off the runway, as long as the flaps are down and the throttle's all the way up. Like... So we've got 20,000 pounds of thrust on command in the Su-25. Does anyone want to take a wild guess how much thrust the Mirage F1 has in absolute best case full afterburner high speed with ram air effect? Anyone want to guess? If you know the answer, don't spoil it. No, it has more than that, Super. A clean Su-25 with almost full fuel, actually. In fact, I think with full fuel, has about 0.78 compared to the F1, which is about 0.6 something. 0.66, 0.67, whatever. Okay, I'll spoil it. So, the Mirage F1, in pretty much a best case scenario, the Mirage F1 has 14,000 pounds of thrust. Total. That's all it has. Now, bear in mind, a lot of the people flying the Mirage F1 everywhere, here as well, but especially on Enigma server, a lot of the people flying the F1 are taking fuel tanks, external fuel tanks. Even if they only take one, that means their jet's still fully fueled by the time it gets into combat. Even if they punch the tank off and do everything else right, it means they're still full internal fuel when they enter combat, which is a huge no-no in anything, including this. And so they've got this miserable thrust-to-weight ratio, and they're loading the aircraft up on AOA, because it's good at high AOA, so they load it the fuck up on AOA until the beeper goes off. And then they're wondering how a Su-25, which is light on fuel, has punched off all its stores, has its fucking maneuver flaps deployed, and has been, you know, is coming off the fucking downswing of a 800km/h fucking dive on a ground target or something. They're wondering how it catches them in the vertical. I'll tell you how it fucking catches them in the vertical. It has more fucking thrust than you do. Like, over the past week, I've killed so many F1s on Enigma's server in the vertical because they think they can loop over the top of me, so they do it, and I just roll up behind them and follow them up and shoot them in the back. Also, god damn it, I fucking wish my MiG-21 view would stop bugging out. About that. Been having a lot of trouble with this lately with the MiG-21 view jumping around, resetting its position. Yeah, the ATAR is definitely the weakest point of the design. They wouldn't have used a J79 though because it's the French. The French don't like being reliant on foreign equipment, which is quite smart of them, to be honest. But it has to be said that Snecma's engines have never been particularly impressive, shall we say. They did, yeah, they put a RD-33 in an F1AZ. It's an interesting aircraft. I'm curious what its performance would have been like. Like, I've seen it fly, I just don't know what its actual performance numbers are. Pretty impressive, I would imagine. Rogo's not happy either. It's because he keeps getting popped in the helicopter. This is the thing, it's going to get frustrating to fly helicopters if they're just getting deleted at FARP like this. We need some kind of air defense that covers this valley. The problem is that because Beslan is a mission objective, Blue will then complain that they can't get their mission done. So the only thing I can think of is once you defeat the Blue push at Beslan, so we completely own it, there's not really much they can do about it, just lock down this whole valley with air defense. And then if Blue want to recapture Beslan, yeah, they'll have to drop units outside the valley and push them in or something, or just sneak a Huey in, but I don't know, like, I don't know how else to do it, because the issue that the red helicopters have is they're so big and easy to see, unlike a Huey or a Gazelle. Yes, they're more effective in combat, they're much more potent in combat, but they're also much more vulnerable because they're so huge. You know? They can tank small arms fire and stuff that the Huey can't, but at the same time, they're not going to tank a fucking missile, typically. So it does get a bit cancerous. I honestly wonder if the fucking hacker's been back, because, like, that... Unless Alpin put those in as scenery, but I don't know. That looks like aircraft wreckage fire to me. That's not dead ground unit fire, I think. That's aircraft wreckage fire. Maybe. I'll check attack view later, I guess that'll show me what's going on. Had a hacker on Enigmas today? Yeah, he could have been on earlier then. That might have been what was happening before I got on. So they're starting to appear more and more frequently, which is annoying. It's a problem.
I think one of them, his wings got a silver one on this one.
Did we have a visit from our wizard friend earlier who can make things explode on command? Because there's a lot of blown up shit here at Mozdok. Or did Alpin just place down oil fires as, like, scenery? I don't know.
Also, I'd be very aggressive towards the airfield though. They might have just done it themselves.
Actually, I think it's... Oh yeah, they're aircraft wrecks. Our aircraft wrecks. Mi-24. Locking all those lures. Yeah, I know, right? Well, it's like the thing is, lure editing, yeah, that might let you fucking cheat in SATEL or whatever, who cares? But what's actually happening with this shit, what this guy's doing is he's memory injecting, which every game is vulnerable to. And there's not really much of a defense against that, except either escaping the attention of people like that, escaping their interest, which is what DCS has survived on so far, security through obscurity. But now that the obscurity's gone, there's not really much else you can do except try and figure out who it is, and maybe if you can prosecute them for, like, lost profits or something. That's one good thing about being in Russia for ED, actually, is the Russian legal system will fucking throw the book at people for that shit. Gaijin recently had a successful case against someone that was cheating in War Thunder. Or, like, no, it was a cheat site, I think. They were running a cheat site for War Thunder. And they ended up getting fined a ridiculous amount of money and going to prison because they caused so much, according to Gaijin, they caused so much lost profit, lost income. So that is one good thing, I guess, for ED about being in Russia, is that that stuff is very likely to get prosecuted if they can figure out who it is, and especially if it's somebody in Russia, obviously. Whereas that kind of shit in the West typically doesn't really, I don't know, maybe it happens here, but I've never really heard of a court case like that getting anywhere here. Certainly not ending up in real consequences like prison time. Okay, we're gonna dump our tank here, because really I should have only taken a 490. I didn't think this through at all. Yeah, I know. Especially in the Russian prison system with how fucked up it is. Like, could you imagine? Contact off the nose, about 20 case. Yeah, I got him locked. I'm gonna go for an R3R. I'm gonna split off and climb up. Stag, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Rate Top Gun? I haven't seen it yet. Double merge call. He's out cold. R3R away. That probably... Oh, it might hit. Maybe. Merged. Okay, I see you. I don't see him yet. I lost him as he went behind. Oh, now I've lost both of you. Excellent. Drag him back up a little if you can. Get him above the horizon. I see him. Keep him busy. I've got a shot here if he stays in that turn. Oh, he's diving. Yeah, I'm gonna have a shot here, hang on. He's turning into me. Go for guns. Just drop into a missile support position, I'll see if I can gun him. You want to get slow, do you? Got hits, he's still going. See these kinds of shots I'm making? You can't get these in the F1 because the canopy bars restrict you too much. Wait. Yeah, go for it. I'm coming out of burner. Alright, I'm gonna circle back in. I'll have a shot here, so just, never mind. Good kill. Oh shit, it's gonna call the wrong fucking EWR again. I hate when that happens. That call out to his wreck still, I think. Alright, let's stay above this valley. Try and keep him from harassing the helicopters. I really think we're going to need the R60 back on the line if they're going to have the F1. I got deleted like 3 times in a row without any warning.
I think that was IKEA Maverick and you.
Oh, it could have been, yeah. Well, the thing is, even the F5s can fucking delete helicopters. It's just most people don't use the radar, so I don't know how.
True.
I lost sight of you. I think you're under me somewhere.
I'm on your
I see you.
right.
That's weird. They all crash out at once or something? What the fuck? Coming left. Yeah, I would love to have the Mirage 3. I still, like, I'm trying to be pretty realistic about expectations. It's got an even worse engine than the F1. It's a Delta, so it might, you know, handle nicely, but it's going to have no power at all, no guts. But I still want it. Oh, and the same shitty cockpit layout too. Well, not layout, but like the canopy. Look, I do love the Mirages, like the whole Mirage family. The French make some excellent aircraft, but it's got to be said, you can really see that when it comes to aviation, Cold War or modern, you've got the sort of tier 1 fucking powers, and then you've got other countries like France that have their own native aviation industries, and they're quite good, but they're lagging behind. I mean, the fact that they still have an aviation industry it means it's going to lag behind, because they won't use foreign parts or foreign production. Preserves their own industry, but it means they're always a bit behind the curve. Rafale's an excellent jet, I'll say that much, so they've certainly caught up. But the Mirages, you can really feel that, like, they're great jets, but they kind of missed the boat by about 10 or 20 years each. French copy no one, and no one copies the French. Fucking oath. And if you ever own a French car, you will very quickly learn why. Having a bit of an forgor moment right here. Miss me with the F-14 cloud screenshots. Give me MiG-21 sunrise screenshots any day. Shit, he's really good at holding formation too. Perfect formation flying, and I'm not a very stable flight lead either, so... Look at that. Got my screen right there. Family always had French cars? Yeah, if you're in my Discord, you know how I am with Citroens. I grew up in a Citroen BX. I love that car dearly, and I wish I still had it, but a bushfire unfortunately claimed it while it was being looked after by someone else. So yeah, I love Citroens. I spent pretty much my entire childhood either riding in one or fixing one, helping Dad fix it. And then we had a Peugeot for a long time as well. I do love French cars, but I hate work. Well, I don't hate working on them. It's just that, like, it's a painful amount of work that needs to be done on them. But I enjoy pain, so that's why I like French cars, I guess. I've thought about that, Cathorius, but I'm pretty shit at rocketry. I did launch the, I launched Soyuz and parts of Mir once, like the core module for Mir, and I could not figure out how to dock them without breaking things. I mostly do, like, fixed-wing aviation stuff in KSP, actually. I build bombers in KSP. That's my main thing I do. Oopsies. Forgot that alarm was on. There'll probably be another one as well, so always forget to disable that. Two CV? Oh, I love 2CVs. I actually got, you won't be able to see it, it's on my wall over there. I got like a little framed bunch of collector cards showing different 2CV models. Found it in an antique store years and years and years ago. Need to clean my monitor again, I got dirt and dust everywhere. Can't tell what's an actual plane and what's just dust. Yeah, there's legit no blue aviation going on right now. Of course, now I've deslotted out of helicopters, there's nothing to shoot.
Plus, it's the end of European prime time.
Yeah, that's true. Still got like another hour or so in the stream. I might set it down on Beslan and then pop over to Ligmas and do some helicopter stuff, I think. You're free to come along if you want to land with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna land and cover today.
Well, that's what I mean, like we'll go do a fancy formation landing or some shit.
Sounds good.
You're really good at holding form on me, like considering I'm all over the place.
It's fine. Still struggling in the turns though.
Shit, I struggle in fucking straight and level. Yeah, that's true enough. I was kind of hoping to have them in the Hind or in the Mi-8, but nope.
a really interesting mission design, and it starts with night.
Yeah, I really liked that. It's been a long time since I played a good night mission, and it's like it's not dark enough to really encourage people to gamma cheese it either, because you've still got the moonlight. I think that's a good setup actually, like having missions around dawn or dusk where you've got a sort of transition time. When I do hop off the server and go to Switch, I'm going to need a short break. And then we'll probably get like about an hour or so of maybe Hind flying or Mi-8 flying in on Ligmas. We'll go Huey if Blue's stacked against maybe, but I have a feeling that Blue's going to be the one doing the stacking as usual. Just because there's, especially as we go into US prime time, there's a lot more Blue players with, or like I should say a lot more people in that time zone with Blue modules that don't really fly red as much. The Europeans are about an even split between blue and red, whereas the American time zones typically are very, 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 very blue heavy. And the Australians flex one way or the other, depending which module came out most recently. Oh, the tune. Actually got this thing trimmed almost hands off. Not quite. I feel like it's an achievement every time I do that, because the 21 really doesn't like being trimmed level at certain speeds. It's either too much or too little. Quite sloppy with my station keeping, I guess you could call it, speed and altitude keeping. Even in real life, it's a big challenge for me to keep, you know, within a fairly small altitude band or whatever, because I'm all over the fucking place. It happens in DCS too, just to a greater extent, obviously. So when I can get the 21 or the 29 to stay within a really narrow altitude band, or even dead level, I'm really proud of it, because it doesn't happen often for me. So you just decided to listen to the latest GHPC Q&A instead of sleeping? Yeah, I saw that was on. I was looking at that right as I started the stream. Well, go get some sleep, man. You got a fucking test or assessment or something. Make sure you get some sleep. Good luck with it.
Churches are running as far as I know. On the airfield.
Just turning on to final now. Are there any plot holes we need to worry about, or just dead infantry?
25 tail side. Diving down from 5K.
One way to find out, I guess. I'll have to catch a stream later. There was a stream, right? I haven't seen one of their death streams for a while. I know that the last FAQ wasn't... it's probably infantry. That or maybe Makara's microing a unit around, I'm not sure. A little fast, so we'll give her a little more flare and come off the power a tiny bit. We are actually landing into a we're landing with a tailwind here, which is not a great idea. It means we want to be a little faster than usual. Same airspeed, but ground speed's a little higher than it ideally should be for landing. Runway seems okay. Just the usual dead crunchies. Lined up like ducks in a row along the fucking center line. cutting right. GHPC Shulker went. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be funny. Recreate that time in, was it Iraq, where one rolled up behind an Abrams without being noticed and just fucking emptied itself into the engine compartment. Burnt the tank up. Not generally the type of thing you expect to be designing for when you design an MBT, especially one as tanky as the Abrams. As opposed to a tank which is non-tanky, I suppose. I'm a big brain today. I want to probably turn the gyros off before I do that, so that's all off. Trimmer off, backup pump off, flight gyros off, radio can go off, cone can go off, fuel pumps, cut the engine, flip that back to training regime, although it doesn't matter, neutral out the gear lever, although I'm not sure if you meant to neutral it for parking or leave it locked down, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Flip those off, and I think that's pretty much everything. Oh, starter and fire extinguisher. Need to unlock the canopy first before I do that. Hello. There we go. And then inverter number 2. That can go off. That's the AC gen. Battery heating, inverter number 1, and DC gen, and battery ground power. Happy days. Alright guys, I am going to be back in probably about 5 or so minutes, and then we'll do some stuff on Enigma's server for a little while. Just a little while. Self-propelled anti-air is planned, but don't know if it'll be playable. It'd be a pretty sketchy situation if they had things like helicopter support and fixed-wing air support available on call when they didn't have shulkers. So yeah, it'll be in the game. I just don't know if it'll be drivable or not, because I think they actually said they don't know themselves. They haven't decided yet like how it's going to be done, or if it would really be excuse me, fun or engaging gameplay the way that the game's planned to work. Hopefully though. The thing is, like, the Shilka itself, it's not like people think it is from War Thunder or like it is in DCS, where you have a radar that's mostly just there for decoration or to give you like a lead queue, like in War Thunder or like Combined Arms. That's not how Shilka works. The Shilka's fully automated as far as tracking goes. You can manually override it. You have a backup site for if the radar goes down or if you need to engage a ground target or something. But the Shilka is an automated system in terms of target tracking. So it's more like it's almost like a SAM station inside. You don't have a conventional gun sight except for the backup. You instead have a bunch of radar scopes. You lock onto the target you want to kill, and the weapon system can be manually fired, or it can figure out the correct time to fire itself. So, like, it's very different to how you would expect the Shilka to operate if you're coming from somewhere like War Thunder or whatever. I was correct, in fact. Blue do outnumber red, as usual. It looks like red have pushed fucking way up, though. Holy shit. So, let's grab ourselves a hind. Let's double check the map. I know I'm not on the game scene yet. We will be in a minute. I just need to wait for it to unfreeze. Oh, someone's done some fucking good reconnaissance on the front too. Red have been on a massive surge the last few days. We're up to sector fucking 10. God damn. The SimG guys have been fucking doing real hard yards on reconnaissance, and they also erased Sanaki from the face of the earth the other day, which created some of the best fucking DCS, like, short video clips I've ever seen. Just, like, that place looked like the fucking moon when they were done with it, dude. They were bombing people on the fucking taxiway, they were blowing up the hazards. Oh, it was fucking gorgeous. Shit gets me fucking hard. I just remembered I need to unfuck my pedals again, so give me a second here. I'm going to disappear under my desk very briefly. I'm sure my hair's getting more fucked up every time I take my headset off. So yeah, Cyril, we were talking about Gunner Heat PC and the Shilka. So for those that don't know about Gunner Heat PC and wondering what we're talking about, if you put !GHPC in chat, it should, or Beepski should give you a quick rundown on what it is, as well as some handy links. Suffice to say, if you're my age and up, and you remember M1 Tank Platoon, or M1 Tank Platoon 2, or what was it, Armored Fury, I think? Armored Fury or Armored Fist. I didn't play that when I played M1 Tank Platoon, but if you remember any of those great old 90s and early 2000s sims, it's the spiritual successor to those. Does Mike Delta play Gunner Heat PC? I'm pretty sure he does. He has mentioned it before, so I'm reasonably sure he plays it. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Very surprised if he didn't. What have I done to my track IR here? Every time I get out of my chair, I fuck something up. There we go. Nope. Hello? Is my camera slipping, maybe? That was a sonic boom. There, maybe. Yeah, that's better. So I can actually lean around and hit that thing. The switch flicky bar, I don't know what it's technically supposed to be called. Probably something pretty close to that, just Russian. Добрый день, Rita. I don't even remember how to set the U2 up, but we'll just fucking hit the power switch on it anyway. So the RQ2 is a radio compass. That's what you use for search and rescue beacons in this server. I like to mix in a little bit of search and rescue when I'm flying the Hind, but my priority is ground attack, obviously. Once you get used to flying this thing, you can actually land it pretty easily. The main thing is just watching your vertical speed. That's what trips pretty much everyone up, even me. Like, if I'm being a bit careless, I'll smack myself into the ground, but usually I can get about 3 or 4 flights these days before I manage to stuff my helicopter by getting carried away on landing, which is definitely better than back in the days when I couldn't land at all. Gonna hit PC PvP, or is it all PvE? It's all PvE at the moment. It will definitely be co-op and multi-crew, so it will have multiplayer and it'll have like multi-crew for vehicles. They're not sure, last I heard, this may have changed since, but last I heard they're not sure about PvP because they want to make it fun, but not make it like deathmatch like War Thunder. Like the whole kind of identity crisis they've had, well, not so much an identity crisis, but the main issue they've had is people assuming that they're trying to compete with War Thunder and assuming that like War Thunder is a good example of a tank game, air quotes. When really what Gunner Heat PC is trying to do is something entirely different. They're trying to return to the good old tank games that are actually like tank sims, or at least light sims, of the, 90s and 2000s. War Thunder's a completely different beast. It's not even really comparable at all. And the more development happens on Gunner Heat PC, I think the more people are starting to actually realize that, which is a good thing. Trying to compete with Steel Beasts. Kinda, sorta. Kinda, sorta. So they're not doing the full fidelity clickable interiors thing that Steel Beast is known for. They want to be, I guess, kind of like the IL-2 of tanks, whereas Steel Beast is like the DCS of tanks, really. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Hang on to those. That's... Yeah. Автоматически. Dunno. I'm sure it'll be fine. I doubt we'll need the anti-ice. It looks like it might be summer anyway, but we have a tailwind when we take off, which will be fun.
Merged. 287, 200, Warthog. Overlord, break, Potato 11, merged. 288, 200, Mirage. Overlord, break, Potato 11, merged. 288, 100, Warthog. Pig 28, merged. 282, 400, Mirage. Overlord, Outlaw 24, where is Pig 11? Potato 11.
We're limited to 2 Storms, oh sorry, 4 Storms only, 2 sets of launches in the rear aspect version of this mission, so we're just going to roll with that and a bunch of rocket pods. I'm kind of tempted to take less pods for less weight, but oops, not that. But we'll see how we go. You know what? Yeah, let's just go light. Let's go light. Nice and maneuverable this way. Frames are a little low. I've still got my browser and everything running in the background, which I usually don't when streaming, so that plus Enigma server might be a little oof. I hope not, but it might be. That won't turn on yet. I need to spool the engines up. Or spool the gens up. So, gens on. Those on. The attacker has longer range, a better penetration because it's a tandem warhead. There's also an like a air-to-air version of the attacker with a proximity fuse and a very large HE frag warhead, and then there's a thermobaric attacker as well. The Sturm is just a pure high explosive anti-tank missile, and it's, like I said, it's got less range.
X4X, Overlord. I can lawfully recognize your call sign.
Hello? Oh, dipshit. Forgot my right gen.
43, 100.
Wondering why I had a failure light on. I was like, can go off. We want to stabilize on. I know you can hide the collective and the cyclic and all that. I just don't like doing that because my immersions. Plus, it makes me feel cool if I move my head around to look around things. Let's get Petro awake. The sooner he's up and ready, the better. Have I got my lights on? No, I do not. I thought it was a bit dark in here. A bit bland. They're not going to show up real well anyway, because it's broad daylight, but whatever. We want stick back and right slightly, not too much. We're gonna. We don't have a tailwind. We need to go right, so we're into wind.
Raw 290 15.
Oh, the frames. Oh, the frames. Oh.
Overlord, shock 1-1. Break. Outlaw 24. Merged. 281. 500.
What am I missing? What am I missing? Did I forget to turn on something? No, my stabilizer stuff's on. I think I'm just clumsy. Also, that is pretty strong wind compared to what I'm used to in a helicopter, so...
Outlaw, shock 1-1. Correction. Overlord, shock 1-1. Set tripwire 10. Shock 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 11 kilometers.
Interesting that Overlord actually understands when you correct yourself and address it mid-speech, so you can say something else entirely and then address Overlord, and it can still pick it out of your whatever you say. I mean, you're not supposed to do that, but if you misspeak, obviously, that's a handy thing to do. Oh shit! Good thing I remembered. So we want to go generally northwest, not east like we are now, but we can use this to build some speed. Get ourselves turned around.
Overlord, extra 1-1.
Yeah, just remembered it, Super. Just remembered it.
Extra 1-1.
Oh fuck, we got a big incoming.
61.
Countdown to getting deleted by Mavericks again. Hey Steve.
Overlord, Potato 1-1, set tripwire 15 kilometers.
Potato 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 kilometers.
I appreciate technology a lot. I just favor some things over others. Just because I don't say fly the Hornet or something doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. I just don't find it as soulful, I guess you could say. But I can see why it's so good. I appreciate the technology for sure. I appreciate what it's capable of. It's a fucking monster. It's just, you know, I enjoy flying the older stuff more. Like I've said before, just because you prefer something, or just because, you know, you have less interest in something, it doesn't mean that you should never fly other modules. Take advantage of the free trials that ED does now. You know, try different things. Who knows, you might actually find that you like it, but even if you don't, you have a better appreciation of something's capabilities, so you don't end up like old mate earlier who was delivering accusations because a fucking Su-25 outclimbed him and shot him in his Mirage. I know the reason he made that accusation is because he's never flown the Su-25. He doesn't understand how it handles. Same thing with, you know, blue players complaining about this or that, or even some red players complaining about shit. Like, I see red players complain about shit, and they don't understand what they're fucking talking about, because they don't actually fly the blue stuff. Most red players with a lot of experience fly both teams. So, for example, pretty much all of the main sort of red players on Enigma server and Alpine server fly both teams. But, you do get the counterpart, the red counterpart to the blue guys every now and then who just never flies the other team's shit and refuses to. And so they never learn. Seriously, dude, accusations. What happened was he went into a vertical loop against a clean, low-fuel Su-25, and this guy's in a Mirage F1, right? You can imagine, like most Mirage F1 players, he'd loaded it way the fuck up on angle of attack, so the beeper was probably going off. and he was also probably at or close to full internal fuel, and I happen to know this guy carries external tanks, so he may have even had one of those on. And then he wondered why the Su-25 was able to pull its nose up after him, climb up behind him, and then shoot him in the back. Like, my brother in Christ, it has fucking 6,000 pounds more thrust than you do. Like, what did you think was gonna happen, you know?
Extra 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 311, 37.
Oh yeah, like, I'll admit, particularly in the past before I really flew it much myself, I used to bitch about the F-15 so much. I still bitch about it, like, they're not really fun to fight unless you're really good at whatever you're flying. But it's not because, like, it's a hack or unfair, it's just because the F-15's that fucking good. Like, you know, there's ways to try and offset it, but... There's a difference between complaining about something because you're not having fun and, like, full-on saying somebody's fucking cheating because you don't understand the limitations of your own aircraft, let alone the capabilities of his. Secondly, add F-104 and playing both teams. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Give me a 104. Hacker targeting you as well? I don't know, possibly. I got exploded a bunch of times on Alpines while I was flying helicopters, but I think I was just getting sniped with Mavericks or 530s. That said, there was some suspicious fucking smoke plumes and a lot of, like, MiG wrecks all littered around Mozdok. And normally, like, Red Team are not that bad at airfield ops, so I wonder if either the hacker had been on the server earlier or he's trying to fuck with me. If he's trying to fuck with me, that's pretty fucking sad, dude. Like, what's he gonna do if I go play single player or something? Let's... Yeah, no, I don't know if it's the same guy I saw, but me and Pom ran into somebody using the exact same shit. We ran into a guy using the exact same shit, like, 2 years ago on Growling Sidewinder. We first ran into him on one of the dogfight servers, and then Growling. Oh, he's targeting you? That's adorable. My stream sniping. No, he went for Blue 4 yesterday. Blue 4, actually some of the Blue 4 guys were suggesting it was a Red 4 player who was salty that they got strafed or some shit. No, it's just some probably bored kid who, I don't know, wants to make people mad for attention or something. It's not like we haven't seen those kinds of people before in the DCS community. Some of them are pretty well known in the DCS community. Just most of them don't go to the length of hacking.
Tiger 2. Break. Shock 1-1. Merged. 259. 400.
I think those deaths on Alpines were just me getting shot by jets. I could hear the jet fly past anyway, so it's probably just Billy hunting me with Mavericks or an F1 hitting me with torpedoes.
Tiger 2. Warthog.
Did you see the attack here? He's really, really bad. Of course he is! Bro, if you're good at the game, you don't fucking hack. You know? It's either a literal child or some fucking, like, neckbeard in his 30s who's fucking never touched boobs. And the only way he can fucking feel alive anymore is by trying to fuck with people in DCS, a game he is apparently bad at. I don't know. Like I said, if he starts causing problems, you can just go play single player, and then you can't do anything, so... I don't know if he thought that plan through very well. Let me just double check that I'm not going to overfly anything spicy. We are going for the front line here, so I don't want to get too high, so I don't want to get sniped, but at the same time, I need some altitude to spot things.
11, 500, flank southeast, fast, begin.
I don't like that something's locking me.
316, 900, Warthog. Break, extra 1-1, merged, 259, 500, begin. Extra 1-1, Overlord, copy, canceling warnings.
If there's no AAA there, we'll just go for the tank.
Merged, 248, 500, begin.
Petro! My fucking shit didn't arm me. Fuck, you know why? I forgot to use the ICS. I need to go land. Oh, that's gonna fuck me up so hard. I'm gonna always forget to do that now.
Break. Shock 1-1.
At least we realized quickly enough.
1,400. Tiger 2.
Man, I'm on a limited time here. I've got like a bit under fucking 45 minutes, I think. And here I am wasting fucking sorties. Not armed. Yeah, Petro's just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, do you want me to make fucking missile noises at them? Like,
Threat. Raw. 345. 11. 700. Flank southeast. Fast. Tiger 2.
just came in to say hi. Finally got a proper bed in like 3 days ago, Crash. Sleep well, man. Sleep well.
Flank southeast. Fast. Begin.
Mi-15 wing just snapped mid-flight. Is the thing dude is causing or coincidence? Probably the thing he's doing.
Flank southeast. Tiger 2.
I mean, unless somebody hit you with something, but it's like, I don't know. It's pretty hard to over-G the fucking MiG-15 because you clock out before the wings do, so...
Break. Shock 1-1. Merged. 035. 500. Tiger 2.
Well, the thing is in here, we have the fucking kill feed, so if he starts fucking with me and I just randomly explode, I'll be able to tell. Like, if I explode, I can tell if it's a missile shot from somebody, or if old mate just fucking, like, teleported on top of me and telefragged me. Like, I think he was doing that before, a week or two ago. Should be obvious. If he starts doing that, that's fine. We can wind down the rest of the stream with some chatting. Like I said, I don't understand his kind of game plan here. Like, if you piss people off enough, they're just gonna stop playing on the server for a bit. They'll come back when you're gone, so it's not like you're gonna kill the server. And, you know, like, what are you gonna do when they've all gone back to single player or they're just playing another game, you know? Like, how are you gonna fucking get your rocks off then? Gentle climb just after... taking off. Nearest bandit was 75 kilometers away and my left wing just said, see ya? Yeah, no, that sounds pretty sus unless somebody else crashed into you maybe, or some dipshit fucking thought there was a Sabre over the airbase. Which I've seen happen.
Are you going to dunk on some F1s in a hind?
We've mostly been getting dunked on by F1s in the hind, but we're probably going to mostly focus on ground targets. We can't carry R60s in this version of the mission anyway, so mostly just be sticking to air to ground. If I get a cheap shot with a ATGM at a fucking A10 or something, I might take it, or if there's an F1 dumb enough to fly directly at or away from me, but mostly going to be focusing ground stuff. Maybe it's one of the Viggy boys being salty? I doubt it. I don't think any of them are that fucking sweaty. They're pretty fucking sweaty, but they're not that sweaty. I don't think they're that. They're that kind of people. I very much doubt it's actually a regular player. It's probably just some random kid that doesn't even really play DCS, isn't really part of the community, but, you know, found some fucking hacks for this super serious sim game online, and they think they'll enjoy themselves by fucking with people in it. Or like somebody that feels like ED has personally wronged them, so they're going to destroy ED's game by driving everyone. Like, you know, dumb shit like that. It's probably that. Yeah, exactly. They don't need to hack, they already have a fucking exploit jet.
900. Drag northwest. 2 shipboard hog.
It's interesting, though, that it's been a persistent problem for a couple weeks now. Like I said, the last time I saw somebody overtly fucking memory hacking in DCS, it was 2 days in a row. First on the dogfight server, me and Pom encountered him, and then the next day on the Growling Sidewinder. And then he was banned from there after about an hour of fucking with people when the admins finally turned up. And I never saw a herd of hackers again after that. I'm sure they existed, I'm sure they harassed some servers, but I'd never seen one since then. So it went from being like a once-in-a-lifetime thing to being a, oh, he's back thing. Which is a bit annoying, but like I said, if he'd better hope he's not in fucking Russia. Like, he'd better fucking hope he doesn't either live in Russia or in a country Russia wants to make Russia. Especially these days. Because if ED figure out who it is, they probably will try and get him thrown in the fucking slammer like that guy that went after Gaijin. They're well within their legal rights to do so in the Russian Federation. It will get prosecuted, and with how the Russian Federation's legal system works, he probably will end up going to jail for a substantial amount of time for it. Like, if you're gonna try and do something like that you could potentially get prosecuted for, Russia's one of the last countries on earth you want to fucking do it. Because even if there isn't a specific law that names the thing you did as illegal, they will fucking find one. BK90's still bugged in multiplayer. I haven't used BK90s in literal years, dude. I pretty much only play Cold War servers these days, so none of them have it since it's a 1990s weapon. Like, how are they bugged? What were they doing? Were they not flying correctly or something? Because I know there's the... It's a bug, really, but it's been a thing since release. If your Viggen gets destroyed, or you deslot, or eject, or whatever, like, anything that would cause your aircraft to despawn, the BK90s will just blow up in the air. Same as the RB-15s, same as the RB-04s. All of the Viggen's guided weapons will self-destruct when the Viggen itself is destroyed. And that's because of the, like, the weird-ass fucking backdoor workaround that Heat Blur used to get those weapons to work before there was an actual proper guided weapons API in the game. Again, it's the MiG-21 problem, because both modules are similar, you know, in terms of how they were made. They're very, very old mods that got turned into full-fidelity modules before the game had official support for most of the systems that they need to use. So, they have not aged well at all. What is the law you'd be breaking by cheating in video games in the Russian Federation? You'll be causing economic damage to the developer, and they could potentially go after you for a massive amount of money, and then if you can't pay that money, you're going to jail. That's what happened with the guy that was selling War Thunder, or like selling or making available War Thunder cheats. Like he ran a site for War Thunder cheats, and Gaijin actually figured out who it was, took him to court, and he is now in fucking jail. So, boy did he fucking miscalculate that one. Getting sent to fucking Russian prison. Russian prison. Fucking American prison would be bad enough, Russian is worse. Over a fucking video game, dude. Like, goddamn. That is the L to end all L's right there. MVD kicked it in store yet? Fucking apparently. And like I said, even if there's not a law on the books, they will find one. They will find one. A lot of Russian law, and this is kind of, this touches on the thing about what modules ED can and can't really make. It doesn't really, like, there's not really a law that says you can't make this, you can't make that, but there's a whole bevy of laws about portrayal of the armed forces in media that they could get levied against them if the government decides they don't like what ED is doing. So a lot of Russian law is very vague, or it's very flexible, shall we say. Multi-purpose, multi-role. So it's very easy for them to prosecute you for something that, you know, you may not have actually done, but it kind of sounds like the thing you may have done, so it's close enough, really, technically the same thing, I guess. Who's going to question it anyway? Because if anyone questions whatever the fucking legal system decrees, they'll be next, so. There are a lot of countries like that, it's not just Russia. I mean, a lot of Western countries have similar stuff, but it's not quite to the same, it covers different areas, for example. So, like, in Western countries, I don't know if a game developer could do that, but fucking the RIAA definitely can. The RIAA and MPAA, they will fucking destroy your life over the tiniest, pettiest thing, and there's basically nothing you can do about it. So, same shit, different fucking subject matter. Hopefully no one telefrags me as I land here, because I don't remember which pad I spawned on. I'm going to need to probably circle back around as well, because I'm not really setting myself up for success here. I'll circle back into the wind, I think. And I'll just watch my descent rate. Keep my speed more or less under control. By the time I get my weapons loaded and get back up again, we'll have time for, I think, one sortie. Maybe. Maybe not even. We'll just go and pound some shit on the front line as much as possible, and then come 9:30, I gotta be out of here. So we'll find someone to raid. You'll be careful here. This is how you end up in LTE in the Hind. Loss of tail rotor effectiveness. I very nearly hit it right there. That was very nearly LTE. You gotta really stay ahead of this helicopter. She'll bite you. Like I said, you can throw the Huey around. It's pretty tolerant, but the Soviet helicopters are big. They're heavy. They have a lot of inertia. and it takes a little while for, you know, control inputs to start having an actual effect on the aircraft. You know, there's quite a bit of input, not input lag as such, but like, you really need to plan ahead. You need to plan your descents, you need to plan your maneuvers. And I need to make sure I don't clap my tail against the ground like I did in the Mi-8 last stream. Or snag my wheels on a fucking crate and do a nose stand. Which I nearly did that. The more time I spend flying these helicopters, like the more smooth I get in them. It's just because I don't fly them as often, I have to relearn it every time I get in them. No, that's not what we want to do. We want to go interphone. And then ground crew. We've got the right livery at least, so it'll change your livery and your TAC number, regardless of whether you use the correct comms or not. We don't have. Oh no, we can get S13s, just not on the inner pods. But we'll take these. I don't want to be too heavy, especially since we're kind of in a hurry anyway, so I don't want to overcommit. Apparently old mate's still deleting people, because people are complaining about it in chat. I did see Ligma join the server, so maybe he's trying to investigate who it is and get rid of him. Gordonyak on the server, part of ED? I'm not actually sure. I don't know all the ED staff by name. I know a couple of them, some better than others, but yeah. I think I recall seeing that name on the forums, so I think, maybe, not sure. I'm gonna reset our trim, so I don't fuck myself up on takeoff. And, since we landed back at FARP, we can actually retune our map, because it's drifted very, very slightly. So we'll go ahead and place that right there. Glad there's at least a starting waypoint, so we have a fucking big reference dot for where the FARP is. That's nice. Bunch of streamers on, so that's probably... I wonder if it's not even so much he's targeting DTS, it's just targeting streamers, because there's a lot of that on Twitch. Like, people that are just so bored, they'll do anything for a reaction. Which is,
Overlord, Shock 1-1, radio check.
At that point, you need to touch a few things besides grass.
Shark 1-1, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
Yeah, Enigma's on the server.
Overlord, Shock 1-1, set warning for 10.
My score hasn't reset yet. Or it has reset, I should say.
Shark 1-1, Overlord. I could not find you on scope.
We'll just have to wait and see, I guess, when they finish refueling me and rearming me. It's going to take a little while. Hey, Rhino. Cheers for the raid, man. Good to see ya. Again, since you were in chat like 2 minutes ago. Hope you had a good stream besides the hacking bullshit. I'm only going to be on for about another half hour, because I got classes starting pretty soon. So we're going to do one quick sortie in the hind, and then I'm going to wrap it up, I think. And then I've got an assessment task, which I should have, like, done a week ago. I got that to do tonight, because it's supposed to be presented tomorrow. That's going to be really fun. Oops. We got him. There were two. Ah, they're both gone. Good. There's probably, like... I wouldn't be surprised if they come back or if there's more with it. It's probably a small group who are doing this kind of shit. It's usually how it goes. If you're having issues like this, it's not one guy. It's like a small group doing it because they, I don't know, whatever. Who knows what strange things go through their heads, bro. Can you actually... Are they actually refueling me? My brother in Christ, I'm using the ICS command. I'm on the pad. We'll just try it one more time. But this is going to be annoying if I can't fucking... Hang on. I might be too far from the truck, maybe. Like, some pads seem to be a little far from the truck. Flip the ICS. Do I really need to? I thought you only needed to pull the ICS trigger. ICS. Where's SPU? SPU. It's this one, isn't it? Wasted half my fucking sortie time already. That'll do it. We do have KOMs, just so I don't take off with the wrong pods. Yes, we do. That'll do it. There we go. Okay, so you do need to flip it in the hind, you don't in the Mi-8. So that's something worth noting. In the Mi-24, you need to flip that switch. In the Mi-8, you do not. In the Mi-8, you only need to pull the ICS trigger. Which is what just discombobulated me a bit there.
Overlord, take 28, set tripwire 10 kilometers.
At least they refueled me quick.
Overlord, pig 28, set tripwire 10 kilometers.
Yeah, that's why I added it to the playlist. I was like, I need some more French stuff now we got the F1.
Overlord, pig 28, set tripwire
See outside
10
10.
kilometers.
20 degrees-ish. Yeah, so standard DCS weather, just a bit of wind. And who knows what pressure.
Warning 10 kilometers.
Okay, off we go.
Overlord, shock 1, set tripwire 10.
Oi, 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 oi. Fuck. Ugh, we're a bit wobbly today. No, do not. Do not! That's a crater? Fuck me. Like I said, you can't let the helicopter get ahead of you. I need some airspeed. After all that beautiful flying on Alpen's server, we're now back to chimp mode, apparently. Okay, well the autopilot didn't disconnect at least. Dude was doing Sachi, taxi calls for Sochi. I denied. Blue moment. Okay, we need to go northwest before I run out of time here. What else was I gonna do? Gears up. Brain. I was gonna go back to radio, wasn't I? Yes. There we go. Radio's back on. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Set tripwire, 15. 10's verge only, so I want 15. Hello, Overlord? Am I on the right... I think I am on the right frequency, it maybe just didn't... Overlord, Circus 1-4. Set tripwire, 15. Or I fucked up my radio by going to SPU. Uh-huh. I broke something. Ah, fuck it, whatever. We don't need no Overlord where we're going. We actually kind of do. Flick the ICS switch back down. Oh, yeah, but you're supposed to, aren't you? ICS down, radio up. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I still got text to Lord. A little close to my rotor disc. It's in the down position? I thought it was supposed to be. Oh, the fucking radio, right, I get it. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Set tripwire, 15.
Circus 1-4,
I know how to employ the weapons of most modules I fly. I, in some of them, know how to do some reasonably advanced navigation. I still do not know how the fuck the radios in this or the Mi-8 work. Which is pretty depressing, but it is what it is. Usually, when I'm flying this, I have a front seater. Like, I don't really fly with Petro very much, so... Typically, I would have Seal in the front seat, and he's relaying comms between me and anyone else. I'm just focusing on flying. He's doing weapons employment and external comms. Which you can see in some of the older VODs I have of us flying together on Alpins. Double check the front line. I'm going to zoom in a bit so I don't, so I know when I'm actually getting close. I wonder if there's a way to draw, like the F10 map lines and shit. I wonder if there's a way to project that onto the Heinz map. I very much doubt it, but it would be quite cool if you could. Or if you could, like, at least place, I suppose you could use waypoints. Actually, you could use waypoints to draw a line. Hope Petro works for you. He's been flawless for me today. So... the suspicion that I saw in Discord, was it last night, is that the gunner is what's causing the issue. I don't take the cord gunner. I haven't even used it yet. I do in the Mi-8 all the time, but in the Hind I don't really see the point so much. I'd rather have a PKT that can flex between windows, and then just have him as like self-defense against gazelles and Hueys, but the cord is overkill in my opinion. I mean, it's funny, and it's if you've got a player in the back, it's fucking awesome, but for like AI, I'd rather just have the extra rockets on the inboard. So this should be our front line here. This smoke, and then the next smoke is theirs. Looks like somebody picked off one of the targets I was going for, so... Maltese RTU, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I'm like butchering anyone's names. My alerts pop up on my phone, which is at like a 45-degree angle at the bottom of my fucking HOTAS. We're very professional around here with high-quality streaming setups, by which I mean say I'm scuffed as fuck. So if you enjoy scuffed streaming, there's a lot of that here. Whoopst is that? 21. Pretty sure. If you went into Afterburner I could tell, but it looks like a 21. Long cord tail fin. It's the quickest way to spot them side on is their tail fin. Especially compared to an F5, they're very distinctive. Okay, we're nearly at the front line. What happened to the second monitor? I have a second monitor. But the alerts don't come up on it. They only come up on my phone. For some reason. I've yet to figure out how to get them to come up on my second monitor. Or in the chatbot. I tried to set up Beepski so that he would repeat alerts in the chatbot, like way back when I first started streaming, but it's never worked. I think that function of the chatbot's like just deprecated. I was going to say decrepit, I guess technically it means the same thing really, in this case. We have a bunch of trees between us and the target, which is annoying, because it means I'm going to have to climb up to altitude to get a fucking missile over it, which also means I'm going to be really easy to see for my attack run.
Threat, Raw, 319, 15, 2500, flank east, Tiger 2.
Also means I'm going to have to pull a little more power from the helicopter than I'm really comfortable doing. Oh man, this is such a bad angle. I think we're going to have to break off and come in from another side. Oh, they're actually, they are in that valley, aren't they? Or in that field there. Past the close stand of trees. I don't know, dude. I'm struggling. I feel like I'm going to catch a Vulcan to the face here in a second. It's past this stand of trees. There's a couple of targets marked. Oh, fuck me.
023, 1400, Tiger
Never mind. Ah, there's some targets. This is going to be a fucking point-blank shot, and I'm going to have to get the fuck out of here.
Threat. Raw. 302. 15. 700. Flag east. Fast. Mirage.
Is it dead? No, it's not dead. Petro, please! Oh god. I think the Vulcan's down at least, but I'm risking a tank round to the fucking dome here. Need to get past these trees. Not into the trees, but past them. Change altitude a bit. You don't just want to go left and right. You want to jink up and down. Up and down is what fucks with anti-aircraft system. Okay. 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 I think I got him at least in one of the pilots, maybe both. He's still flying. I don't want to spend a fucking ATGM on him though. Come here, you little shit. The issue is now if the tank gets me or the fucking F5 comes around. Yeah, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. You want to try and kite me? And sit outside my fucking gun range? Well, not my gun range, but outside my able to aim my gun accurately range, you can get fucked. Su-25 might come help me out too. Come on, Petro. Come on. Come on, Petro. Wakey, wakey. Hands off, Snakey. Yes. Taking ground fire from the tank. Did that seriously miss? Bruh. Okay, well, you had your chance, Petro. Should have brought the fucking Christmas pods. There goes the missile missing. Oh, no, the Huey despawned. Huey despawned. Did I get a kill, or did he just fucking disconnect? Or was that desync? I don't know. There's active targets down there. Do not fucking shoot me, Su-25. Okay. There's that tank I want to kill, so we'll come back to ATGM. It's gonna be a little sketchy. See the LOD pop? How the fucking dead units will phase out of existence much closer than the live units? It's kind of broken. Like, I don't know why dead and living units pop in at different distances. It's kind of stupid. It makes it really cheesy. Petro. Yeah, he doesn't want to fucking see the fucking M60. That is very interesting. That was a fucking tank shell.
009, 12, 4,600. Hot, fast, barrage.
Okay, so yeah, we are having Petro issues.
305, 15.
Which is interesting, because I've never had them before.
Extra 11, merged. 023, 3,900. Barrage.
And yet he worked fine on the first flight. That's really weird. That's really, really weird.
Circus 14, merged.
Oh, fuck me.
323,
Saber.
Saber.
I'm probably gonna get shot down here. At which point, well, I mean, it's just about time to end the stream anyway, but... Fucking M60, leave me alone! Thing's firing so fast you'd think it has a fucking autoloader, Jesus. Leave me alone! I'm not steady enough to fucking S8 him. Yeah, he's still alive. Should have brought the S-13s after all. That would have killed him. Petro's pretty good. Petro's actually really good. The issue is he's just not working in this server for some reason, and at complete random. So I thought maybe it was tied to the door gunner, but it's not, because I don't use the door gunner, so... Apparently it's just completely random in Enigma's server of whether he works or not on it, like, from flight to flight, because he worked on my first flight, I just didn't have any fucking weapons loaded. But he works fine on Alpins, he works fine in single player, he works fine everywhere else, just not here for some reason.
Circus 14, threat, raw, 058, 15, 1300.
Oh shit, I've still got him fucking in observed mode, I think. Have I? No, I've got rockets, that's right. I'm gonna get shot in the face doing this and probably killed. I think I'm missing a wing already. Yeah, it's kind of silly. We are indeed missing a wing. I think I'm just going to fuck off back to the FARP if I can't use my weapons. Fuck it. We either bagged a Huey or had a share in him. I guess that'll have to do for this stream, because I don't have time for another flight anyway, even if the phone starts working.
Circus 14, threat, raw, 050.
Is that a
600.
blue target? Yes, but it's dead.
Tiger 2.
I think pretty much everything up here is going to be more or less dead. So there's another hind working the area. Oh, no. That's a living M60. Here comes another shell. Oh, they're all alive. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just send it. We still got a gun. Let's just send it. So I do need to go soon. Yeah. It's mostly because this server's kind of more casual. So they're trying to, you know, welcome in a lot of new players who aren't necessarily DCS players. Like, a lot of these guys come from IL2 or from other games. The other thing is, you kind of need to know where you are in reference to the front line to make sure you aren't team killing and stuff, and a lot of players don't know how to use radio navigation and shit, so... Personally, my preference would be not to have the F10 own position marker on, like on Alpins, but most servers have it on. Even Blue Flag has it on. Like, I always forget Blue Flag has it on because you think, oh, Blue Flag's pretty serious and hardcore, right? Like, nope. Not as far as navigation's concerned. I'm gonna get sniped here, but we'll try at least. Don't know if the fucking 113's even alive. It's not. The truck's not either. Oh, fuck me. Of course the M60's the only thing left. Too bad it has a turret, otherwise I'd go fucking park behind it on the ground and just blast it from there. Yeah, let's go home. We'll go land at the FARP since I can't do anything to him. Gabagool, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just winding down on the way back to the FARP after a frustrating mission because, sure enough, Petro's not working for me today. In this server, at least. And I'm gonna raid out on someone. We'll see who's live. Next stream will most likely be Friday or Saturday my time. We'll probably be on here doing some MiG-19 stuff. Or on Alpins, depending how early I wake up. Gonna heat chopper, yeah. That is actually a thing. You know what? Well, no, because he wouldn't lock the target. He's still alive because he was moving his fucking periscope around. He just wouldn't lock. I was gonna say, I wonder if he got hit in the face by a fucking tank shell or something, and I just didn't realize, but no. Petro's alive. He's just on strike, I guess. What's that? F5 over there. We don't have any R60, so we can't help out. Oh, rip. Oblivious Su-25, I think. Wait. No, that was a fucking hind. That was another hind. I didn't even see that. Oh no, that might have been 21. That could have been Enigma killing him. Something just flew past me. I don't know what that was, but I just caught very fast movement out the corner of my fucking eye going past the fucking window, so, yikes. Let's go get this thing on the ground, sooner rather than later. Yes I do. Thanks for sharing the cockpit livery. Glad you like it. It's still very much unfinished, but I'll get around to finishing it one day. Maybe even before they do the complete fucking overhaul of the cockpit and it's not even needed anymore. I got a lot of livery work that I want to get done, but I just haven't had time, so... Well, I haven't had the energy, I should say. I've had time, just... I've wasted it doing other stuff. Still got to do Saber's livery as well. I haven't forgotten about it. It will happen. I can't guarantee which century it'll happen in, but it is going to happen. I will do it. I've still got to finish mine too. Imagine it would be. I'd like to point out that for large sections of the... Fuck, track aisle. It's sun off the building behind me, he's fucking with it. We're in a Soviet helicopter over what was once the Soviet Union, and yet we're sitting here with sectionals in fucking English, apparently. It's a nitpick, I know, it's just always been funny to me. So, sorry the stream's been a bit of a disappointment helicopter-wise, but it is what it is. I'll try and do some more helicopter stuff on Alpines, where I know Petro works 100% of the time. Also, especially if we get more sort of early morning missions like that. That was so cool, actually flying this thing in the dark. But yeah. Next stream we'll be doing MiG-19, I think. Because I know that works. Fuck's sake. Yeah, it's... So my green screen usually is enough to stop the sunlight getting in and fucking my track IR up, but if it's a particularly bright sunny day, or like... I think somebody might have lost the fly screen off their window, so the glass is reflecting or something. It's blinding the, or dazzling the sensor a bit this time of morning, so... to shuffle over a bit. So I'm in the way. Fire should be on the other side of this hill. So, the way I've got my track IR set up, and like I've said before, people have asked me about profiles before, I don't have my profile up for download or anything, because I think track IR profiles are something everyone has to set their own, for your own, like, setup in terms of geometry, for your own personal preferences. I'm a very twitchy person, I have motor tics, so, although they've been pretty calm for a while, I haven't had one for a while. So I have my track IR set so that I have to really move around a lot to get anything out of it, otherwise I just, like, give myself a headache with how much everything moves on screen. And likewise, my camera's above, and like slightly above and to the left of me, looking back down and towards me, so it's offset by about the same amount as the head clip. So I almost never have issues with my track IR flipping out if I look up too far or anything like that, unless I bump the clip and knock it out of alignment. but I do have issues with the sun coming off the building behind me because my fucking blind in the kitchen doesn't close. So I'm stuck with it. There should be a FARP around here somewhere. I'll hurry up and get my ass on the ground. Yeah, it should be slightly off to our left over here somewhere. There it is, I see it. So we're gonna not do what we did last time, we're gonna start slowing down here instead of getting too close. We're gonna keep the blade pitch above 3, I'm really probably gonna keep it above 5, just so we don't sag the blades and fuck ourselves over. So you don't want to pull too little power and you don't want to pull too much power. You've really got to nurse the collective in the Soviet helicopters because they're so big and they got a lot of power, but it takes time to build. And a lot of the situations in a helicopter that can end in your flight terminating abruptly, a lot of those power makes the problem worse. It doesn't actually fix it. So, I'll drop the wheels. DCS click zones can be finicky, but they're still a lot easier to deal with than Misfizz ones. Misfizz click zones are ridiculously finicky. I mean, I know a lot of that's down to individual devs, but I think the basic functionality in the sim is like that too, to be honest. Can I not do this, please? Somebody's attacked our FARP, the cheeky little bastards. Yeah, and like the lack of out of bounds boxes for Misfizz makes it kind of weird as well, because you can stick your head through the fucking plane really easily without meaning to. Whereas in DCS, there's a few aircraft where you can do that, or LTE, but not many. Come on. What I just did there was very silly. I very nearly fucking killed myself doing it. Okay, we're building too much speed, so I'm gonna give her a bit of flare. We're gonna kind of reduce the collective until we hit 0 vertical speed. And already, as it's decreasing, not when it's below 0, but as it's decreasing, we're gonna put the collective back on. You never want to wait until you're already at fucking like minus, 3 meters a second descent, which is uh-oh territory. You never want to wait that long to respond on the collective. You've got to be ahead of it. Just slightly. I'm going to have to do another kind of sketchy circle here because I need to see where I'm going. Which is one of the biggest issues. Oh, don't you do it. No, don't you do it. Tail rotor doesn't want to play nice with me. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Well, that's a landing. It's not the landing I wanted though. So let's hover taxi back over here. As usual, me explaining what to do and my actual thing I'm doing are two completely different things. Totally in contradiction to each other, but yeah, like you can't afford to wait to respond to things in this helicopter. It's got that much weight to it. Come on. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Fucking hell. There we go. We're down. It was messy, but we're down. I'm not going to bother shutting it down properly. I'm just going to find someone to raid. Just as soon as I find the right tab. Tailwind ate up your tail rotor effectiveness? Yep. I am very, very much a novice helicopter guy. I barely understand what I'm doing in them. I understand enough to get myself into trouble, but not enough to get myself out of trouble or just avoid it in the first place, so I run into things like that pretty often where I forget how wind affects helicopters versus how it affects fixed-wing aircraft, which is what I'm actually used to. Who we got on? Wow, Twitch is like abnormally quiet this morning. However, I see someone I have not caught up with in forever, although I'm going to have to love him and leave him because I got class to go to. Send you guys to Trev. There we go, guys. Thank you all very much for watching this morning. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you end of the week, weekend, sometime around there for some MiG-19 stuff. And maybe some other things. But yeah, until then, enjoy Trev. Catch you on the next one.